point was that it needed to be quiet.
It was quiet.
It wasn't quiet. It's not quiet when the intro's running.
Oh, well, you didn't tell me that. I could have muted the intro.
Oh my god! That's
You
why I
said everyone
everybody
mute
be
yourselves. you said mute everybody.
Forget
All
it.
right, all right.
I'm
Let's,
unmuting myself.
we're
now
gonna
because
restart. All right, we're gonna close the stream.
No, we don't know.
Later,
Now
bitches.
it's
We'll be
ruined.
back
Just
in 5
restart
minutes.
it, dude. Nobody's here. We can just
Yeah,
restart it.
round 2.
Darwin's here. Thank you,
Darwin's
Darwin.
here.
Okay, put up the starting soon screen. See, now it's not
Just
gonna
do
be
it now.
funny.
It's funny. It's really funny.
Just do it.
Do it now. Now.
Okay, hello? Thank you for
Uh,
calling. Wait, hold on. Thank you for calling the Open Comm Show. Your call is important to us. Please remain on the line. If you would like the Open Comm Show to start now, press 1. If you would like to wait, press 2. Make your selection now. Okay, this is the joke. This is what I thought would be so funny.
And it just wasn't. So let's start the show.
We got a 69 already. Nice.
Holy fuck.
I'm peeing myself. What are you talking about?
Nice.
Okay.
That was funny. I like
Welcome to the show.
Welcome. We did it Friday.
Well, you
another
gotta
week.
take the starting soon screen off. There we go.
Yeah.
it. Boom.
Skilled, not
did it?
skilled.
Another week in the
Dedicated.
bag.
Not skilled, but we are dedicated.
Oh yeah.
right.
Leave some feedback for the show right underneath the display. I
Can
guess
you guys
you
see
can give feedback. I bet I'll get it on the if I log into the Open Comms channel dashboard.
Oh, that's a new thing. I can't believe your channel has
I've
that.
seen
Mine
it,
doesn't
yeah.
have that.
Yeah. So
Our
toss
channel's
some
fucking cool,
feedback. Tell them that we're awesome.
You can call us 5.
now,
different feature, 3 of 5.
Yeah, you
different
can
features.
pick 3 out of 5.
three
Do you
out of
have
five
to, or can you just select 0 and send
Sure.
that, which means
I
like,
have a
fuck this show.
recap. Let's check out what you did together with Open Comms. Oh my god.
You.
Time streamed. Chat sent in channel over 4,000 messages this month. Holy cow.
Oh man, who's got over 9,000?
That's over 4 shows. That's actually really good. Total subscribers, top clips. Why does it tell me your total subscribers?
What?
Where
are
are
Oh,
you
no,
guys seeing this?
That's my total month. So I click
Oh.
on the channel and it's like, Twitch recap. Let's see what you made happen this month as a subscriber.
Oh.
I don't like it.
I don't have that.
I love this. I'm sharing
like
this with people.
I don't even know what those letters, what sound those letters make, Darwin, at the end of that word. Finsomlegast.
Blowhole. Blowhole.
Is it like a
Blowhole.
T? Is it like a TH almost type of sound?
No,
BDD?
BLOLO. Blowhole.
BDD? Oh. Whatever. I don't know.
Blowhole.
Oh. Good one, Darwin.
Yeah, see, it's a TH. DD. BD. Interesting. Poor shot.
Oh, hey. I brought back some Canadian whiskey from the good White North. The Great White North?
Great White North.
Great
Say
White
that.
North.
Is
Just
it
go with
great?
good.
It's
We
just
don't-
good. Yeah, let's not.
don't have to
Okay, it's okay.
get overzealous.
It's
if,
okay, North. Yeah, it's the okay, White North.
if LB's not here, we can drop the.
It'd be great if he was
Side.
here, but it's okay, White North.
No, that's just open season then if he's not here.
Man, it's
There's
like
no guard.
I would have called it great, but I was not impressed by the all dressed, so it's just good.
Just tasting like barbecue.
The all
Fuck.
dressed, I'm telling you all now, the all dressed is a practical joke that the Canadians have been playing on us for years.
It's just barbecued crap, isn't it?
They're nothing special. They're just
They're
barbecue.
good. They're different than barbecue chips. They
They're not
are.
different
Oh,
from
damn,
barbecue.
Timber.
Look,
Sorry,
Brayden.
Prime,
Oh
you
my
were the
God.
man.
Caldari Prime Pony
Tim,
Club.
thank you for
Amber.
the gifted subs.
Drayden, you're
I
going to
love this guy.
Vegas.
Yeah.
I might be able to.
Now for sure, he's got like
Yeah.
5 times the number you need.
Jaden, you
dude,
should
you
tell them
need-
to just give the money to you instead of giving it to Twitch, where Twitch takes 50%.
I mean, there's that. But
Maybe we like Twitch. Maybe Twitch.
thanks
is
for the
hurting so
resub,
bad, we have to
Rayo.
help him out.
Also,
I think the
Darwin
important thing,
resub.
Rain, is that he was never asking for this, and it's just the way people know that they can force
never
money
asked
upon him.
That's true. Yeah, very good point.
I think I could probably go.
Yeah,
I
Twitch,
should be able
Twitch
to do it.
takes, or
It's
I
gonna be-
think
it's
for
gonna be tight.
non-partners, Twitch takes 70%.
It's gonna be tight.
No,
'cause,
it's still 50.
yeah,
still
now,
50? Okay.
like
Yeah.
now I'm
gonna
gonna be
give him
paying
more.
1,700, pretty much 1,700 a month in rent instead of 450. So
I still have his PayPal account.
How much is your rent?
$16.55 a month.
You got ripped
Oh,
off.
whoa.
That's what
How
rent
many
is
bedrooms
these
is
days.
this?
Is that-
14 bedrooms?
It's 2 bedrooms, 2 baths.
How much is
Okay.
it?
2 bedrooms? Oh
Okay,
my
whoa.
god.
2 bedrooms ain't that bad.
How much
Well,
was it?
2 bed, 2 bath, $16.55 a month.
That's not bad.
That's
That's what
outrageous.
rent is these days. I mean, if you look at what places are there to rent,
Honestly,
Is it a house or an apartment?
it's an apartment.
Oh, that's terrible. Damn, dude, you got scammed.
that's
No,
No
every
doubt.
every place in
No.
this area,
It-
like this is
the
one of the
way
fastest
things
growing
are,
areas in the country,
yeah.
and rent has skyrocketed.
Well, Ray
4 years ago, I used to live with my brother.
1700 will buy you a mansion.
Yeah, 4 years ago, I used to live with my brother. 2 bedroom, 1 bath apartment, $750 a month. Every
Glad you
Same
guys are
here,
all
Lincoln.
rich.
But the
See,
thing
and
is,
I'm-
like, all
yeah,
these places
you're-
have moved in. Housing has doubled, which means that apartment complexes have doubled. New companies come in, buy up the apartment complexes, or have new ones built, and they know because of the value of the
Drayden, you
property
can
is
solve this problem by eating the rich people in your
I know,
area.
but
There's probably only 3 of
cost
You
them.
know what you
the cost
you
of
know what
housing
you
has
do?
gone up so much they know that
Guys,
just because of the
Kick
land value they
the
can charge
Nazis
that much.
out
so
of
they
there,
just do.
prices go down. Kick the
Camber-
Nazis out,
Or
prices
that.
go down.
Malkith, all
Malkith,
the subs.
nice.
Thank
Oh,
you,
goddamn.
Camber,
thank
for all
you.
the subs.
Jesus.
Thank you,
God
Tom, for
damn.
all the
Now we
subs.
got
a
level
level
so many
5
subs.
hype train.
Holy
You
That's
guys gotta
true.
give away skins or something.
Oh, we could do that. I got skins to give away.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to do something. What the fuck is all these? Good lord, guys.
More subs have been gifted than there are people watching.
More,
Yeah, that'll
more subs have happened than people have chatted.
See, now that's the right price, Darwin.
Just fill up the chat
645
with
That's
with
fair.
sub
Yeah,
notifications.
but that's the thing is like mortgages here would have been 5
3
years ago
grand?
before the price hikes would have been. You could have got a 3-bedroom 2-bath house for like a probably $1,400-$1,500 a month mortgage. Now that would cost you like $2,800 to $3,000 a month, just because of.
Agroth mine is $600 a month too.
Cheers, Manic.
Cheers.
Yeah.
But
My
I
rent
mean,
is 750.
Did we do an opening shot to anything yet? Because if not, then Drayden's apartment.
Drayden's apartment.
Drayden's
Congratulations, Drayden.
Drayden's apartment.
Although
You're
that
finally,
does-
you're
that-
finally growing up. You're gonna live on your own.
That does include
Good job,
That
you're
does include
finally
water
an
sewer
adult.
garbage. So shit.
Woo.
That includes what? I'm sorry.
It includes
sort of-
water sewer garbage. So I don't.
Oh, there you go. Well, that makes sense.
Leave the lights on. Oh wait.
Yeah.
Always see the
No.
problem.
No, I still have to pay utilities, just not water sewer garbage.
Just
So
take
just
a shower
take
every
a
day.
shower.
Yeah, the shower, cold shower.
Put a
2
garbage
hour
disposal in the
shower.
Your
yeah.
neighbor's plants.
It was my birthday yesterday. We could do
Hey.
Oh, birthday!
We did pre-birthday. Now we gotta do post-birthday.
post-birthday.
Damn.
What day was your birthday?
Yesterday.
There was some good news. I don't know if you
Why
guys.
did you work? You better not have worked.
I worked
course you
yesterday
worked.
because I was able to take today off instead. I was like,
okay.
I would have
Oh
rather.
yeah, you did mention your company does do something cool about
Yeah,
it.
I said
I-
yeah.
Which
I-
most companies
yeah.
do not.
I get
But I
my-
see Drayden
I've worked
working on
almost
his
every
birthday
birthday.
because
I-
he's so dedicated person.
I get my
I've
birthday off as
never
a
worked
paid
on my
holiday.
birthday.
Not skilled.
Yeah, no.
dedicated.
My birthdays are a paid holiday for our company. Well, after you've worked there for like 5 years, it's like a little 5-year. Like, oh, also here's this little perk. But
There
That's
was
a long
also
time to
good
get to
news.
it, but it's still cool.
I don't know if you guys remember Jane Fillion. He was reported missing on Monday,
Yeah,
and he
in
has been
Calgary?
confirmed found
That's
safe.
true.
Yep,
Yeah, he
found
was.
him
He's
today.
old CSM, founder of
was-
Spectre Fleet.
Like
That was
it's
like
so
a-
He's
crazy.
Was
Like,
he kidnapped? What the hell?
no,
He just went missing, and nobody
He-
could find him.
He went out
they,
camping
his
and
family
didn't tell
set it out,
anybody.
and
he
people
left
couldn't
his
hold him.
house. I think the report said he left his house of his own accord. And
Swam.
yeah, he just didn't contact anybody. Maybe turned his phone off. Maybe he didn't want to be contacted. So yeah, he just
Yeah, ketamine's a motherfucker.
He went AWOL, basically.
No.
yeah, he just I don't know the story. But
So
he's-
nobody knows what
he's been
happens.
found.
The only good, the good news is he's been
He's
found.
okay.
Respect him and his family's privacy. That's what they've been asking for.
good.
Because his sister has a Twitter. But yeah, so actual good news. I know the Overwatch community found it first, because his
Yeah.
sister tweeted about it, and then yeah, the Eve community picked up wind of it really fast. I know I was tweeting about it and stuff.
I saw the Eve post, and then today, just browsing all is where I saw he was found on the Overwatch thing. It made it to all, and I was
Yeah.
like, oh shit, that was like a crazy 24 hours or so. But like, you know, it's good to hear that anybody who's considered
Yeah,
missing
that's
is
fine.
found, unless they choose to be missing, which I did it crossed my mind. I was like, I
If
hope we're
you-
not fucking this up for this guy.
Yeah, if you do choose to be missing, let your close friends and family know. So that way, when people are like, "Hey, have you heard from so and so?" They're not putting out missing person reports.
Hey, Rain, tell me you've never run from the mob without telling me.
I always tell my family when I go MIA.
No, that's how they torture your family and they find out.
Exactly.
can't
The
tell
less that you know,
anybody.
the better you
I don't
are
have
off.
a mob chasing me.
How do you know?
That's what I'm saying. I can tell.
Oh my god.
What kind of life are you living?
A
It's
good
normal,
one.
If you're not
respectful.
being
Fun
chased
one.
by the mob,
Movies,
are you even
Rain?
living?
This is a common.
I don't
crop
know.
here.
Every time I go to a strange country, I wander off by myself somewhere.
No.
course you do.
Oh my god. I literally
Well,
like
here's-
I did it in
here's
unison.
the thing,
No!
though.
when I try
Nobody is gonna pick a fight with Dom.
That's true. Dom's
when I
probably,
drive from my mom's house to my house,
Maybe,
which
yeah.
is like
Takes care of
5
himself.
blocks, I text my mom, "Hey, I made it home."
She went on
Well,
a
you
bike
guys have
ride
a-
with me and made her dad come.
Do that.
Yeah,
You
I
guys
made
have
my
a super
dad go.
wholesome relationship. That's cool.
See, I do silly things, Rain, like go to Florida
got the
with
hype.
someone that I met on Craigslist 2 days before, and then I don't tell my mom I went there until
Oh my God, dude.
I'm in Florida.
I remember that.
This is how you
That's me.
die.
My mom got really pissed off at me. I used to work summers in California with my dad, and my family's all from Texas. And I would go, and my mom would like get pissed off at me that I never called all summer. And I was like, I didn't have anything to talk about. Like, what? And like, you knew where I was. What? She was like, I worry, and I'm like, but you knew where I was.
That's
I don't talk to anybody very regularly. I talk to you guys more than my family, which is kind of sad to say out loud. Now that I say it out loud.
your
Okay,
family
I-
watch
You know
the
what, dude?
show.
After
I live
have
5
I'm in the
hours
same
more
boat.
to say
I
to
do the
you
same
guys
thing.
than I have to say to my family.
Heck yeah.
See, and that might be the case.
If I don't have anything to say, I'm not gonna talk.
We have similar hobbies, and
That's
we like
not
to
true.
get drunk while we
That's
talk
not
about
true. I've heard you talk without saying anything.
Well,
Uh,
that's just my
it. You
show.
say it best when you
Or
say
tell
nothing
you
at all.
guys about how my mom would call me every week, and she'd be like, "Why don't you ever tell me anything?" I'm like, "Mom, all I do is play video games. Here, watch my stream." And now she's super involved in like all my gaming shit because I got tired of telling
Dude,
her on the phone.
My
Her
mom is
Ray's mom comes to meetups and she's cool. So
really
Thanks for the
supportive
subs,
about
Xander.
Eve to me, like, because I've talked about her over the years, just hashed on like what the geopolitics of Eve are, and she's like, wow, this is really fascinating. Like, this sounds like stuff that could make you money when I talk about like all the things in it. I'm like, no, I'm not good at any of them. It's just a really intricate game.
I'm not good at any of
Yeah.
it.
But she's super cool about it, and she's even mentioned like, oh, maybe I'll play one day, like maybe when I get more free time or retire or whatever. And I'm like, you're not gonna like this game, but that's a really sweet thing to say, and like I do wish we had more hobbies together.
Jesus, I can't even imagine.
Maybe I need to
inviting
stream
my
more
family.
so I can invite my mom into my life. Then I'll have to give up chain smoking though. I feel like it would like kill her to just sit there and watch me like chain smoke my life away playing video games.
They do, Darwin. They do kind of resemble each other. You're not wrong.
Who do?
The judge and the
they
Jane Fillion.
don't.
Yes, they
Oh.
do.
Not.
They're both blonde.
Look nothing
They're
So-
both
alike.
blonde. They're both
Jane's
males.
Jane's a
They're both
redhead.
male. They're both kind of blonde.
So in his
It's a
defense,
redhead.
the,
And
I'm
he-
colorblind.
Judge doesn't have a beard. Jane has a beard. Judge is Australian. and Jane is
The-
Canadian.
hear me out.
Canadian,
Hear me out real
Australian,
quick,
is
Rain.
Jane is
shorter.
taller.
Did
Yeah,
you
they're
see
both
the
have
follow-up
accents.
picture that was like just in case he's shaved? Somebody posted a follow-up picture of like, hey, this is what he looks like when he's shaved.
Yeah.
And he had no hair. He has
Suck
a bit of an egghead at that angle, and Judge, in my opinion, does too. And I think that's where the similarity is. I don't think either of them had a ton of hair. Like he had a beard in the first picture, but in the shaved picture, he was a hairless egg of a head. God bless him. And
But he had a bow tie.
and yeah, I do remember the bow tie. Fucking Tucker Carlson.
I don't think it was. I think it was Jane had a bow tie.
No, I know. It just makes me think of a young
Yeah, Jane
Tucker
was bow
Carlson.
ties.
More power to him.
I could see
The
Judge
bow
wearing
tie
a bow
makes you
tie.
think of Tucker Carlson.
Young Tucker Carlson wore bow
Ugh.
ties, and
Yeah.
Jon Stewart
Then
railed him
Jon's-
one time about it, and he
and
never
he
wore them
never
again.
Wore it again.
That's
it was
all I
so
think
funny.
of when bow ties
I
come up. because
miss
it's
that
hilarious
man.
to me.
Fucking
Like,
God
Tucker
bless
Carlson is
Jon
a-
Stewart.
A multi-millionaire. He's an heir to a huge fucking family fortune and everything.
You got
And Jon Stewart got under his skin,
Yeah.
and he has never worn a bow tie ever again. And I think that is a crazy
Tucker Carlson's such a
character
piece of
change.
shit.
That's
Smart
funny. I
guy.
didn't know
Wait.
that.
was mean
He's
to
such a
me.
piece of shit. I
Is
don't care
Tucker
his feelings are
Carlson the
hurt.
guy who's like, I've never seen women actively participate in sex or whatever? Was that him?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did he say
he's
something?
also just like completely like
no.
super
That's,
racist. He's
that's
like,
right
what?
there up
What
with Ben
is white
Shapiro not
supre-
knowing how to get women wet.
Yeah, no, he's
Yeah,
like,
like,
yeah,
are they the
no.
same person?
No, he did not
She-
say
she-
that.
She's
Yes,
thinking
he
of Ben
did.
Shapiro.
Yeah, wait, he said,
Oh,
what did he say on the?
Ben
Yo,
Shapiro
Ben
has some pretty
Shapiro-
awful takes on sexuality.
He got
Oh,
mad
Ben
at the
Shapiro.
song "Wet Ass Pussy" because he's like, women don't get wet. It means you have an infection. And people are like, you have a wife, bro. What the fuck?
That
They
just
have
means,
kids?
Like, you never
You have
gotten your
kids?
wife wet?
that
His
just
wife
means
Like-
he's never
bone
turned a
dry.
girl on in his life.
We're
and
just
doesn't
doing what's
understand.
expected of us. Let's get in and out and get it done.
Holy
Like,
shit.
that is so embarrassing.
No,
I
you know
don't-
what?
Oh, funny.
You know what?
Fucking,
Guess what?
Like,
Guess what? He got
murdered
off.
by words.
He got
Yeah,
off.
he
No,
finished
suicide
it.
by words.
That's
all
what
that
I was
matters,
like.
right?
Stop!
Bro,
Stop! He's
imagine-
already dead.
Imagine admitting that you've never given a woman an orgasm because
Oh,
she's
no.
never been wet.
Yeah, imagine admitting that you've never gotten a girl wet.
There was so many good memes
Oh, that's
about
like
like
a-
his
Oh my
wife
God,
being
that's
dry as
so-
a desert. After that, they'd be like, "Imagine just making your wife dry like a desert." It was just killing me.
Oh my god! Like unless because there are things where your body just doesn't produce lubrication
Sure,
like a medical thing, which I doubt.
And his
But
wife
this
is a
is
medical
just-
professional, and if she had that,
He-
and he likes to tout that she's a medical professional,
The
he
fact
probably
that
would
he
have mentioned
phrased
something.
it,
Yeah,
he
she
phrased it
probably
so
mentioned
perfectly
that.
that it was just the most embarrassing thing he could have said.
Yeah.
It was great.
Did
That's-
he didn't realize it then, right? I had no
Yeah.
idea.
He didn't. I don't think he realized what he was
I
saying.
could just imagine, like, the entire world watching him. They all just, like, everyone just looking sideways at each other, like, wait, what did he
Yeah,
just
like
say?
did he really
That's
just?
fucking
Oh my God,
funny.
he's never gotten.
They're
a
all
woman
looking
wet.
at each other, and they're like,
It's
"And he
like the
has
guy with the
kids."
mask where he's like, I put on a mask and I can't breathe,
prove
and
he's
people are
got it.
like, you've never had a woman sit on your face.
I don't get it. What?
The guy, the guy who admitted he can't
I don't
breathe
get
when
it.
wearing a mask because he's essentially saying he's never had a woman sit on his face.
Why would she do that? That seems.
What a
mean.
loser!
Why would she do that?
What a fucking
What,
loser!
like, are they
Because it
fighting?
looks
Wrestling? What the
comfortable.
hell? That looks awful. I'd be
It's-
pissed. Something sat on my face. That's ridiculous.
Monarcho.
Dom, I do not believe
Oh
you.
man, this show is
He's
so
losing.
wild.
Oh, man.
So what
Bro,
happened to
I'm-
Eve this week?
Yeah, I was about to ask that.
Nothing.
There was, like,
happened
a
this
sale.
week. We all
Dude,
know
actually,
it.
speaking
Yeah.
of
There you
Eve,
go.
I just want you all to know that Eve players know more about women's anatomy than Ben Shapiro or Tucker Carlson or whatever these
And
people
I've
are.
met some of these guys. They shouldn't.
We've
know.
discussed it on
But
this
they do.
show. We,
Like,
I think,
oh my
we've
God,
had
dude.
science out. Well, that was more
Just
male anatomy,
imagine
but
the
we did
worst
touch on
stereotype
some.
as an Eve player, and they know more about a vagina than dudes who are married and have kids.
Not all.
Baby cave?
Than some very select dudes on Twitter who admit that they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I mean, it's two holes. It's
After-
50-50. You're gonna be fucking fine, right? You get half the time. You're gonna do it right.
Is this where you say? Is this where someone
And
goes,
actually,
"Yeah,
it
the
could be
women
fourth
pee
There's
from
issue.
the
three.
Just wanna
vagina"?
explore.
Yeah, see,
From
look-
the
look-
vagina. Yeah, it's
There's
gross.
three.
Women
There's only
pee from the
two holes
vagina. That's
down there,
gross. There's no
guys.
rules.
Yeah, like, look at Tampa.
How hard could it be?
We taught him everything he knows.
That's
Yeah,
true.
it's
This
gross.
show does
Don't worry, man.
bring a
We're-
very informative.
It's
aspect
ready.
to people.
Maybe trying to hang up now. He's like,
Yes.
you guys are pissing
Yes,
me off.
I
Tamper.
missed you guys. I
Manic
missed
promised
this.
to drink
Yeah.
heavily
Here's-
tonight.
Honest to God, I missed this.
Yes, Timber, there are technically three.
Yeah,
Shots.
but one's really small.
You know what?
One's really
Yeah, you know
small,
what?
and you really shouldn't be putting anything in there. I
You
mean,
get real
unless you're into
creative, they
that.
can be
I mean, there are
full.
people that do that, but
Sometimes six.
That just makes me think of sounding, and I hate anytime
That's-
I ever
that's
think
Can we
about it.
stop?
Yeah.
Can we stop?
yeah. Let's move on to. There's a sale in Eve, guys. There's 50% off of.
And they got a giveaway thing going on still. 4 days left.
Oh, Galente, the Federation
don't know.
Day, Federation celebration.
Is that what it is? I can't remember.
Galente Victor.
Log in and do
Federation
your
Day.
dailies.
I forgot to. all week.
Log in and get your freebies.
Pisses me
Nope.
off. I like
Some
free
people-
shit.
Actually, I've been collecting the freebies just for this.
I like free shit, and it pisses
Well,
me
sure.
off. I forgot.
Some of
There's
those
been some
boosters
decent
are really.
Oh,
I like having a decent, backstock of those boosters in there to just use if I need to.
The newer
never-
drugs that are
I
stacking
never
up
use 'em.
are kind of nice, and so
They are.
Just so people know, try them out once in a blue moon. If you're just going out to dick around, they're pretty nice.
I try drugs all the time. I'm telling you, most of them.
Well, I know, but not everybody keeps as much of like an open mind.
The,
I mean, I want to encourage them to.
Okay, yeah.
Everybody should
I
be
agree.
trying drugs, is what I'm trying to tell the audience.
And all the time. Yeah, that's
I
a
would
good thing.
love to if it wouldn't fuck my job up.
the
What do you do for a living in Eve that you can't do drugs?
yeah. There's
Oh,
blue pills.
okay.
There's Quaif.
Damn it.
Is Quaif a drug?
You shouldn't smuggle them in certain
It's
parts of
an
life.
energy
It's like
Wait,
alcohol.
Well,
it's,
it's-
Quaif is
Oh,
an
yeah.
energy drink, but I think there's
It
like
gives the effects like drugs, though. Is it considered
There's
a?
a-
Like a Four Loco.
Isn't Quaif
Yeah.
like contraband in some
basically Four Loko
empires?
in
Or, like
the
When a
Quaif
woman
Ultra?
farts from her vagina.
I don't think Quaif.
It's your Four Loco.
Oh, you
Dom,
know,
did you just say when a woman farts from her vagina?
That's a quaif, right?
Oh
That's
my
a
God.
weave.
Yeah, no, they buy that shit.
Unless you're talking about when she
They
farts
heat
and it
shit
goes
up and
forward
sell it.
instead
It's
of
fucking
backwards,
fantastic.
and then
It
like
tastes
her lips
great.
do a little clap at the end.
Yeah.
We will not stay
Uh,
on the rails today. It's almost guaranteed.
That's
Have
what.
you had
20
had
minutes
Crave
in.
before?
Everyone
Job
else
well
over here
done.
talking about vaginas. Why can't we talk about vaginas?
I think if we
Oh.
commit to just derailing and just train wreck the.
I was
fuck-
gonna
That's
say, I'd
what
be like,
Booster was
there's-
paying for. You're damn right it is, Rio.
It's
Fuck yeah,
intimidating.
I'd buy.
Dude. I would
It's just that's what Quaif is. That's what you use it in the game. It's just Belle
Bottled
Delphine
up fucking
bottling
vaginal
up
farts.
yeah.
Wow.
Say it, vaginal
Did she
farts.
actually go into porn? I feel like
Yeah,
I
she did.
read that she
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 Yeah,
just
yeah.
got her
started doing
timing
porn.
is
No,
everything.
she absolutely
Fifty-
did. I for
Already
science
13?
I had to go research a little bit of that, but
and it was legit.
yeah. Yeah.
Was it
Well, good on her. I hope she made a ton
Who
of
are you
money.
guys talking about?
Belle Delphine.
Belle Delphine.
Oh yeah,
The
dude.
girl who
She,
sold the bathwater. or whatever.
she
He
was
said
just
something
like,
about the
"Hey guys,
bathwater.
I make cute faces on Instagram to like having a full blown porn career. Like that girl's set
Yeah.
for life. She can
If
retire
you,
at 35."
if you
To be
enjoy
honest, though,
sex
like,
and you
there's-
don't mind other people watching you, more power to you, to everyone. I
to
think
be
everyone
honest,
should try to make
it's-
money off people watching them do something they're already having fun.
Yeah.
I stick my finger in her
I don't
butt.
know, like, to be honest, it's mediocre porn. It's just kind of like, It's
That
there's
doesn't
nothing
shock
special.
me.
Brayden, it's
But more
all
power to her.
mediocre porn. What are you talking
There's
about?
what are
better
you talking
porns.
about?
There's
What are
better
you talking
porn.
What do you mean? There's like
There's-
some porn where it's like zoom and
Rain, are
camera
you
angles,
watching terrible?
Yeah,
like
there's some
side,
good-
like After
yes.
Effects, voice
No,
acting.
no,
Like, what are you
it's-
talking about, dude?
No, you're watching terrible porn. it
You're just
sounds like.
watching two people fuck. Like,
No,
get
no,
over
there's
it.
some
Yeah,
good
but there's
production
better.
stuff.
There's
If you
better
watch
ones.
the-
There's
Brayden's
better
out
ones,
here
and
like,
then there's
I'm a
there's some good
cinematographer with my
there's
plot
better
lines."
ones, and then there's ones where they're just like,
porn.
There's
Yeah.
some serious Christopher Nolan shit going on in some
Fuck
of the
yeah,
other
If
there
it's
is.
good, it's not just.
yeah, no,
watching.
I'm
It's
saying
like, this
there's
doesn't make sense. The plumber didn't fix her sink. I don't
No,
get it.
That's
no,
terrible
it's-
porn.
there's good
People
better
porn.
watch
fix the
that like
fucking
They had
friggin'
sex
White
for
Sox
2
series.
hours
Like,
at
I did not
$50
hit
an
her.
hour. That's a $100
No, I'm
pizza.
saying
Why
there's
would they
there's a
do that?
delivery method, and there's times where it's like it's really good, and then there's times where it's like it's boring. There's like it's just plain like
Can you skip
this.
ahead?
Or you
It's
can
like you
easily
can
watch
just
professional
fast forward
porn.
10 minutes, and it's the same exact motion over. It's like on a 2-second loop. There's that, which is boring porn, which is kind
It's
of
like
what she
animated
does.
porn.
You,
Where
you
they're,
need like
reusing
the,
the same
position to
drawings.
change every 30 seconds.
No,
like,
not even 30 seconds, but it's not even. I don't know. It's just
Exactly, Malcolm.
The
That's what I
solution
was
is
saying.
there's
watch
a
amateur
quality to
porn
it.
where you
There's-
see
I like
real people, how real people like to fuck, and it's beautiful.
yeah, but I don't know. It's
Rain, I've been
Okay,
watching
speaking of
garbage
porn, I have to
with that one
apologize.
guy
Speaking of
who's a
porn.
hero, who's been like a firefighter and an astronaut and like a.
Stop
Yeah.
watching.
I
Stop
I
watching
love all the
homemade porn.
Johnny Sins
Johnny-
memes.
is that
They're
I
Johnny
just
so
have to
Sins?
good.
apologize to all the men out there in my life because, like, I used to rail on men saying like 2 minutes was a long time, or not a long time, a short time for sex. If you came after 2 minutes, you're weak. I did planks, and like, holy shit, dude, like 30 seconds is a long time. Like, I just want to say I apologize.
I've
For
seen this joke
all of
before,
my
but I still
judgment.
like it.
Like, it's from a TikTok.
Yeah, I saw it somewhere.
But anyway, I just want to apologize if I ever roasted you because like of like your sex prowess or whatever. Just know that I was wrong.
2 minutes. That's a long fucking time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
I
that's
have
what
a
I thought it
coworker-
was short.
Where
and then
are
I
you
started
finding
doing
people who can
planks.
do 2 minutes?
You needed
I have a-
shirts.
I have a coworker who has it built into
You-
like muscle
you bet.
memory that
Hammer.
anytime you refer to size, he's like, "Oh, that's huge." Like you could be doing any little measurement, he's like, "That big?" You know, and it's like it's a thing for him. It's a joke, but he does it so well, and like he never misses a beat. Like he's always ready to make
Like,
that comparison. for
It's 6
any
inches.
size.
6 inches. That's fucking 6 inches, baby.
I mean, you could just be like holding up like a nut or a bolt or something, and be like, "Oh, that's fucking massive."
That's an interesting flavor. Mango
It's
Mountain
Darwin,
Dew.
so they can
They have a
see.
mango
Self-deprecating
Mountain Dew now.
penis humor will never not be good.
Alright, sorry. I do
But-
it. You guys can talk about login
Can-
rewards or something.
Can we?
Oh, thanks.
We
Go
can
back
for
to
like
log.
3 minutes,
Is that what
and
they
then
call
we'll
it
be off
now?
the rails again. That's fine.
Rain's giving us a, you
There's
know,
literally
so that-
nothing Eve related to talk about this
so
week.
that she can continue to drink, so
so-
that she can rant here soon. I hope.
We can
Oh, yeah,
safely move on to other things.
So last
Here,
Saturday.
here, I'll give my PSA.
All right, give your PSA.
If you have multiple accounts and are wanting to take advantage of the discounted pricing from CCP, make sure you go and actually manually change your subscription. It is not automatic, the discounted pricing. That's my PSA. All right, back to non-Eve stuff.
So, Galente Federation Week, whatever celebration. People are doing the Grand Prix, which
No one's doing that.
there are people doing it,
I don't
and the
think
reason I say this is because I had two things to talk about. But thank you, Dom. Let's just give it up now. Let's just give it up. I told you we should derail, and nobody wanted to go with me on it.
I'm trying to.
No, I appreciate that. You are actually trying to.
I have long
Why do we
thumbs.
want to talk about Eve?
So anyway, some people were really enjoying the Grand Prix because it is a cool way to like get around Eve and just see
No,
some
I
things
said
that you may
why?
not.
Why do we want to talk about Eve?
Oh,
We
well,
don't
shit.
have to.
Well, because he's
'Cause
got the
that's
thing
what
on
brings us
the,
all together.
under the show. It says Eve. So if you want to put it on just
Oh,
chatting,
okay.
I'll
Alright.
just chat the shit out of your ears.
We can just chat about Eve. If we just say the word Eve every once in a while, we're fucking we're
Yeah,
playing by
yeah.
the rules.
We can
Eve.
write it off.
Now we got
One of the
30 minutes
three-
now.
We can expense this stream
Eve.
as long as we talk about Eve a little bit.
One of the 3 feedback that I gave, the bottom one for everyone who wants to leave feedback. If you haven't, you should look at under the stream. There's a little feedback button. You can tell us 5 positive things and no negative things. It's really great feedback.
Yeah.
No, three positive things. I keep forgetting.
No
3 and
negative
5.
But
There
don't
is
You're
no
choose.
allowed-
negative
you're
thing.
only
Please
allowed to
don't choose
praise.
skillful because that would be a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not.
You're only allowed to praise. You're not allowed to criticize.
Right. That's
Well,
that's
Why
well,
would anybody criticize us?
No negativity. On
I was
this
just
show.
saying, yeah. I was saying the only
Only-
criticism you could do is
only
just
positive.
check no boxes and send. I don't know if that's an option, but
Where I was going is the 5th one was relatable, and we're tagged as Eve, so I want to try to stay somewhat relatable.
no. I
when we can, because I advertise this to Eve.
I don't
Discords
think
that
that's
I'm
what
in.
they. I don't think that's what they mean is relatable to the content that, or
Just let
relatable
me-
to the. Okay, go ahead.
Follow me real quick. But I think we're also relatable when we run off on fun little tangents because we have a lot of thoughts that a lot of people have and a lot of opinions that some
I
other
think
people
we
should.
got
Okay, there you
things
go.
that people don't have.
Well, some of those too. we might introduce some people to thoughts they weren't having, and that can be a mixed blessing.
I was told last Saturday that I'm the reason people die in frat houses.
Whoa.
A what?
Oddly
Whoa.
specific.
So somebody turned to me and said, you're the reason people die in frat houses. We were having
Like-
a bachelor party, and I was pushing the envelope for everybody.
Were you just
Good.
do you just show up to like frat houses and murder?
No.
people?
We
Is
were
that
we
what
had a,
No, not murder.
bachelor
I
party.
think
It was
you
a
were-
metaphor.
Oh,
They call him the
oh.
frat house
So-
strangler.
you don't stop drinking at a bachelor party around me.
Yeah. I was, he's
We
the
started at
enabler
3:30 in the
past people's limits.
afternoon.
He's
The
a
next
hype man.
The next morning at 9 a.m., that's when I had to call it quits.
What they're saying is
I'm
a
like,
hype
okay, I'm
a
a
done. I
hype
gotta
man
go.
in a frat house is a dangerous thing, and that's
Yeah,
how you
yeah,
get
yeah.
people killed.
Yeah.
Because guys are idiots and they'll do stupid shit when somebody's building them up.
We purchased $300 worth of alcohol. That was gone by 3. There were 14 of them, not 12 of us.
By 3 in the afternoon.
No, 3 from 3. They started at 6. I started at 3 because I'm.
Oh,
it's just
okay.
me. It started about 6 o'clock, from 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. We got it all gone. One thing I didn't partake in was the fucking Patron. God damn, tequila sucks.
I
love
love
Yeah.
tequila.
Patron's good though.
So
Just
what we would
cactus
do-
juice.
Yeah,
If you
Patron-
love your
Patron is-
Everybody would
tequila,
fake a
stock
shot
up.
and give it to the bachelor, make him do a shot. Fake a shot, give it to him. So he drank most of it.
That's a
And
tactic I learned
Yeah.
much too late in life.
But
good
Patron,
practice.
Patron's okay. Like Patron's doable. I'm still not a huge fan, but like just like Cuervo.
not for its
ugh.
price. It's
Ugh.
just not worth what you pay for it.
I would,
We got some fancy span. We
Patron
got
is,
some
is
fancy
very
pants
much
one.
very much
yeah,
brand
but
and
cheaper
marketing,
like
but it's not a
Cuervo
bad
or
tequila.
Don
Canadian
Julio.
Club?
Or, like those are
Cuervo is
just,
garbage.
yeah.
Is that Canadian Club?
Canadian
Everybody
Club
needs to
is
know.
not good.
No, Canadian
I-
Club is like the worst whiskey
I
there
was gonna
is.
say I was under the impression that
Right,
that was
but I-
kind of a.
Isn't that the
kind of a
cheapest shit they
lower-
sell in
I
Canada?
bought the worst
I was
whiskey.
gonna say I think that's
Yeah.
like
Yes,
a
I
lower
think
end
you
one.
did. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
throw this down the
Good
toilet.
some
job,
decent-
medic.
There's some
You know what you do
decent,
with
like,
that?
Canadian
You
rye
mix that with
whiskeys.
something. You don't drink it straight.
It's not good.
That
I'm
is
gonna
that
stick
the that's the
to,
Canadian whiskey.
cold coffee. Yeah, I picked it up in the airport on my way out.
Yeah, I agree with that. I really like
bad.
Woodford. Woodford
Yeah,
Reserve.
Woodford's
Solid.
good.
I don't remember if it was Woodford or Knob Creek, but whoever it is that owns one or the other was in my bar one time talking about their shit. And I was
Oh.
like, oh, that's cool. Like, but they were just sitting there. They weren't there to sell. Like, they were like in town and they were sitting at the bar, but like we had it. They were like, oh, blah, blah, blah.
I've
Struck
had
up a
Knob
cool
Creek, but I've
conversation.
never had Woodford. Is that? I have to
It's
try
yeah,
that.
Woodford.
They
They have a rye whiskey and they have a bourbon whiskey. I like the bourbon one because it's not as harsh.
We got the best
So-
rye whiskey around. We're here where we are.
I read an article years
the
ago
number 9
about.
whiskey.
Templeton
Oh.
Rye, super famous rye whiskey.
I read an article years ago
We
about
have
how
that at the
like
bar at work.
hundreds of name brand whiskeys, like Bullet and all these, like a ton of name brand whiskeys are all made in the same fucking warehouse somewhere in like,
Yeah, Maker's Mark,
Tennessee or
a bunch
something.
of them. Yeah,
Yeah.
they come from
and
the same.
and they're
thing.
not like unique or different, but like companies can like purchase the rights, sort of. I'm going to misrepresent this because I don't remember it well enough, but like basically they can call it like small batch and this, that, and the other because of how fucking legislation allows it. But like it can be called like a family recipe, even though they're all sourcing it out of the same fucking warehouse.
That's,
and it's being, like, it's not like considered bad stuff. Like the article wasn't like this is garbage, but it was like this is mass produced.
I think how and how long they're stored is the biggest difference in some of those.
Yeah, but it's not like it wasn't like indicating that this warehouse is just like full of like hundreds of varieties or blah blah blah. They were like they make a shitload of bourbon and whatnot, and all these companies just basically like sublet it or whatever, subcontract. Like it's
A
not
lot of food companies do that.
it's not what they were representing.
Yeah, Hardee's and Carl's Jr. They turn out they're the same fucking thing.
Well,
that's ridiculous.
No, they're the same thing. No, but like some of the
It's
factories.
ridiculous. They're fucking trying to trick us.
No, some of the factories I
Their
go into.
signs even look the same. Hardee's and Carl's Jr. They have the same star and everything. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's
fucking cheaters.
But some of
I
the
hate
factories
those.
I go
I hate
into
them.
for work,
You know those are the same company, right?
yeah, they're the same thing.
Yeah, if you look at them, they copy
saying-
each other. It's ridiculous.
saying-
They're
That's
trying to
bullshit.
pull one over
they're
on
the
They're
same
trying to pull one
company.
over on us.
It's not like they're not trying
He
to
knows
trick
they're the same.
anybody.
Yeah.
Why not just one or the other then?
Why not one or the other? What the fuck? Yeah.
So
Why have two names? Same bullshit.
Because their
sandwich.
menus are pretty
hey,
much the same. too.
listen. The Mars
Puke
company
Burger at Carl's
owns-
Jr. is the same thing as the Puke Burger at Hardee's.
The
They're all
Mars
the same.
company owns several different kinds of candy that are all "quote unquote" competing against each other. They're all owned by
How
the
many
same
M&Ms?
conglomerate.
The fucking
only one
Martians
M&M,
own our
buddy.
chocolate?
Mars and
Yes.
Nestle.
Martians
Yeah.
own our chocolate.
Martians do sell most of the time.
That's
Aliens.
fucking
M-
bullshit. I'm
M&Ms
not
South
drinking. I'm not eating anything
typically
from
are
fucking
alien
Mars.
technology.
I read that the Martians actually just eclipsed Coca-Cola recently in
The
Dallas.
South
What?
Martians aren't
Crazy.
that
How are
bad.
people across the world eating more garbage candy?
How
than
can
they're
the
eating
South
Coke?
Martians be any good?
Drinking
They got the weird
South-
accents.
South
No,
Martians.
I don't like them.
That's rough.
I don't like them all. I don't like them.
The whole planet is just split into.
It's all a
southern
bunch of
and
bullshit.
northern
South and
hemisphere.
North. Fucking ridiculous.
We
And they
haven't
don't.
even
And they don't like each other.
we haven't even colonized Mars, and you're already making this like a
Yeah, you're already drawing territories.
No, they
Like,
live
let us
there
get there
now. This is their
first.
planet. We can't
Think you
colonize
have
their
to-
planet.
I think you
jumping
have to
ahead there, Doc.
purchase that.
You're creating pre-hate. For
We
a
would
country.
be the
We had-
illegal
there will
aliens
be-
going
There will be
there.
plenty of time for Martian segregation. Okay, but
Yeah.
we got to get there first.
I know, we're the illegal. They're already
Elon Musk
there.
has already
They're
bought
already
up the.
there.
Mars.
War
Martians
with
are
each
from
other.
Mars.
Well,
He-
we'll just treat the Martians like we did the American Indians. We'll
Oh,
handle
it'll
the
happen.
Little
Soviets.
smallpox.
Except when
We'll
we
give
get there
them
and
You
they've
better
already
know
got
it'll happen.
phasers.
They do look cold. They need some
If-
blankets.
Skyhawk, if they had phasers, they'd be here. We wouldn't be discovering them there.
Phasers.
Fair. No, they won't be coming from Mars. Not those ones anyway.
Phasers. Oh my
Just
god.
a
Groups
little-
running around with
a little
phasers are already
racism.
going to be fucking us
Open
before we
comms
land on
show.
their planet.
Shut up, Rain.
On the app because
What
there's
the-
a surcharge.
Why are you being so loud?
You know what's worse
I'm
than
just listening to
watching
you guys talk about
our
Martians.
stream? You know what's worse than watching any stream
And how do you feel about it?
on the
How do you
Twitch
feel
app?
about it? Yeah.
What's that?
Watching open
Bro, I
comms
can't
on
wait
the
till we
Twitch
get
app.
invaded and then we
What
die
is
to
that?
aliens. I'm so
Right.
Because
excited.
it's not just
They
the
should,
Twitch
Oh,
app.
yeah.
that
You
should
know
come-
what I
shows
like
you
about the
come
aliens?
right now.
The
Oh,
pro-
we're gonna go
No,
just
the
when
pro-
we're,
all
all,
this
when
part.
we're all at our fattest and dumbest,
You know what's worse
the
than watching
Martians
any
need to
stream?
come right now.
Oh,
because they
shit.
will be met
Chris
with
is talking
no
shit on us.
That?
We
It's
are
gonna
poised
be
for
just
defeat.
like that.
I am so fat.
Kia and
Oh,
Hyundai are the
Just
same
like the
company
movie
too?
Signs.
What the fuck?
If you say
This is-
chonkers, it
this
makes
is
you sound
all-
cute.
This
Flag,
is all
leave my mind.
pandemic weight. This is my pandemic weight.
This makes me want. This conversation makes me want to
Well,
go
you
back
look
and watch.
amazing.
This conversation makes me
I've
want to go
lost
back and
25
rewatch
pounds lately,
Signs.
so
Signs.
I'm losing
Yes.
my panic.
With the
weight.
creepy,
Panic
like
weight?
one that walks through the alley and you're like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, that
From
when
he
I
was
was
on
little,
screen
that
for-
freaked
And
me
then the
out.
little friggin' hands under the door.
freaky.
Oh,
That
Man.
was so creepy when I
Yeah, I
was.
was-
little.
very scary movie for not being a scary movie.
I was
But,
watching
but
that.
now,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
but now I love M Night Shyamalan movies like from that era. Like his newer stuff hasn't been like he hasn't put out anything at that quality in a while. I think, but I really enjoyed his
You like-
earlier movies.
Did you like what's the one where the grass is killing everybody? What's that one called?
The
Happening.
The happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
the Village is another one of my favorites.
I've not
I
seen a
like
ton
The
of his movies.
Village.
I
The
did see the
Village was
Village.
good.
That one
I
was out
would-
there.
That
And
one's
then-
great.
I
And ending
Happening
of
was
that
not
was
so
I
good.
never
I
saw
wish
Sixth
the
Sense.
village actually had monsters. I wish it was
Turns
not
out he's
some.
dead the whole time, Acro.
What was
Just so
the
you know.
damn?
We need to do
Pop
an M Night
culture ruined Sixth
Shyamalan
Sense.
movie
Why would I
night.
watch it if I know how to?
Bruce
wait, wait.
Willis.
Sixth Sense, Unbreakable, The
Unbreakable is good.
Village,
Glass.
and then everything else after
Mr.
that was
Glass.
garbage.
Yeah.
Oh, Glass was like a
Unbreakable?
sequel, wasn't it?
Glass was okay. I don't.
didn't
believe
see it.
for-
What
I
What,
don't
about
believe
Slice?
for a
Slice
second
is in
that
there
that
too,
was
right?
like
Splice. What's the one? Slice?
Splice.
Slice or Splice?
Slice.
That's the one
was-
just about
Oh,
that
that-
one character.
Yeah,
Is that,
that
like
one.
the
That
movie
one
version
apparently.
of Nip Tuck?
Yeah,
There's
Not
four.
Split.
There's
Split.
4 movies in that line.
Split. Yeah, yeah.
Unbreakable Glass,
Split.
Split, Splice.
Yeah, Split. I was
That was Split.
And there's another one. What's the other one?
Gla-
Fuck
I think
Guards.
Glass is his
I
most
think Glass is the third one. Yeah, there's only 3.
There's 4.
He also did Titanic and like Gladiator, didn't he?
What?
No.
Yeah, I think so.
James Cameron did Titanic. Oh, you're
And-
I'm
fucking-
yeah.
not trying to be.
God damn it, Acker.
I'm not trying to be
God,
inflammatory.
So hold on. Do we want to watch this clip?
Ridley Scott and James
How's it
Cameron. I know
going, buddy?
exactly who it is.
Brisk was shit talking.
Who? Us?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Us?
Yeah.
Drayton, why are
lay
you
it
paying
on us.
$1,700
Yeah.
for rent? You could just live rent free in Brisk said.
Oh shit!
Wait, rent free
That
and
was
Brisk
pretty-
what?
That was pretty well set up. Sorry, go ahead. In his head,
Oh,
you're living
yeah.
rent free in his head, and that's in DC, and he's got a great place.
Yeah.
Come on, come on.
He was-
that would have
was-
been a way better deal.
Yeah,
for him.
I'm curious. What shit
What-
was
what-
Brisk talking about?
There's a clip that Magneto sent me. I could play it if we want to watch it.
Yeah, let's play
Yes,
it.
I want to see it.
Gotta play
I
it.
want to
Oh,
see it. I
God.
want to see it.
If we ever have anybody talking shit, we need to play it on the show.
Damn
I
straight.
think that's a
Um,
good concept.
We can
We're
So-
losing viewers though, I think, because of it. Because people hate
Wow.
us now.
All right, so
No, we
yeah, I'll
lost
just, I'll
like
just play the
25
audio
viewers
thing. So
for
here
it.
we go. Here we go. You guys have to have the stream on, but
I think we only ever
This
had.
is on the app because there's a surcharge.
That's the joke.
You know what's worse than watching our stream? You know what's
Jane, you're
worse
not
than watching
playing it.
any stream
there's delay.
on the Twitch app?
Wait, is there
What's
a
that?
video?
Watching open comms on the Twitch app.
Is there audio?
Stream.
Wait, hold on. It's no. I'm just playing the audio. Just listen, or else you guys aren't gonna be able to hear it.
You know what's worse than watching any stream on the Twitch app?
No, I'm just playing the audio.
What's that?
Everybody
Watching
shut up.
open comms on the Twitch app.
What is that?
Because it's not just the Twitch app that sucks, but the show sucks too.
Man,
They
you
have
keep
22
sad
people
with them
watching right
every
now, and
week.
7 of them are on the show talking.
Where did they touch you, buddy? Like, damn.
Is that the show that you used
My
to
old
be
show.
on?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the show
yeah.
I used to be on.
I used to watch it all the
Maybe-
time. I was a big fan of it.
Hey, we
Maybe
used to get
I jumped on it a few
150
times.
people on every night. We used to get 100 people watching when it was
To
Dirk
be
and me.
fair, when Joel left, that's when my
Not
interest really dropped.
To
down.
be fair.
All right. Yeah. So talking shit. Well,
Well, listen, who cares about like oh my
I
like,
did like the
Imagine being
one guy. He's
that
like, "Wow,
obsessed
dude,
with viewers.
who cares about our viewer count?
Well, here's
It's
the thing.
on
we,
his own stream.
Who
People are saying.
cares?
we used to get 150 because we were on the Imperium's channel, and 60
Who
people would just show up for
cares?
And
going online.
listen,
regardless,
Didn't,
'cause there
didn't
was
Brisk get
always
you guys
people on
kicked from the
channel.
Imperium's
I've
channel?
always said we do the show first for us and then for the audience.
I think I just do it because I enjoy it. But
Yeah,
and then
we're here. Yeah, this is.
I've
like our
assumed that's
bowling
the
night.
case because most of the time we just stay up really late when everybody's left and still doing this. And
This
just
is
bullshit.
this is our bowling night. We go to the alley. And
share
we're
it
not
because
really
people
there
watch.
to bowl. We're just there to hang out.
yeah,
and
we're here for
drink
the
and
cosmic
have
bowling.
Pizza. Yeah, we're cosplay bowling right
Not,
now.
not cosplay, cosmic. We have a thing here. It's like midnight bowling, and they turn on
We're
like
cosplaying-
black
we're
lights and like
bowling
strobe lights and
because we're not
disco
bowling,
ball
but we're
shit and just play
pretending
music.
that we are.
People just go there to party
And Menek's wearing like a button down. It could be a bowl.
and throw some bowling balls.
So
But
It's not, but it could
I'm
be.
straight off the barbecue. So yeah, who cares about our viewer count? Whatever.
I
That
did
was-
like
that
the
was
little
oh
thing
my
where like
God,
after he was
okay,
done, the guy's like,
you-
"Wow, where did they touch?"
No.
where-
We need,
or who was
Yeah.
the
talking
That
shit.
that was
Oh,
my
wasn't that
favorite
the
part
show
of that
you
video.
were on?
When you say Brisk is talking shit, I'm thinking like, oh gosh.
We
what does
talk
he
shit
have
about
to
him,
say?
maybe.
But
Maybe we started
I
it.
don't know,
if
we
that's-
don't
Hey, you
talk
know what's
about-
cool,
We're-
guys?
if that's the worst of it, like, who gives a fuck?
You know what's really
I
cool
cry
is
nightly
when
about our
Brisk is
viewership. I'm
actively
fucking
busy
crying.
streaming, he's checking up on you guys because apparently he just
Yeah, he
That's
apparently
funny.
He
struggles
knew, yeah.
with whatever
That's
the fuck
Is
you're
that
doing
like-
in your time.
Is that like
Hi,
the jealous ex? Like,
Hello,
oh my
Brisk.
god.
We know you're
Oh,
watching, Brisk.
She's so much uglier than me.
He
Like, you
can't
guys
help to
can't
the
see
train
her-
wrecks. Have a
Like,
seat,
like
you
is
know,
that is that like what he's doing? Is like the jealous ex thing where
He
Oh,
sees
that's
us.
so
He
get
sees
over
us
it,
having
bud.
fun. Is
Come
what's
been here
happening,
for 2
right?
years.
Brisk has a mentality where he can't help but be competitive, and so he
Yeah,
just
okay.
seeks out the competition, even though like we're just
That's
sitting
not
here
really
like
there.
we don't
That's-
fucking care.
Camera
That's
time.
Because
really
literally, that's
insecure,
all
dude.
it is.
I get that
all
that's
it is.
probably generally an easy layup in a crowd that prefers like the wrestling approach to how you interact with.
I'm gonna
like,
go
the
link our.
meta
I'm gonna go
game.
link our show and his.
Don't do
But-
that.
Oh,
That's
don't
so
do that.
bad.
Most
That's
people
just
do
You
that.
could
shit,
probably report our channel for that, so don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Too late.
It's usually. Oh my god.
I mean, I posted it on my Discords, but I'm not suggesting he does.
Yeah,
But I think I bring in like one or two court mates who are like,
I
"Hey,
think
I'll watch you be stupid while you're
brigading
drunk."
like that, brigading like that is probably against the Twitch TV.
Yeah, I
I've
would
had
do
people
that, but
come into
I
my
mean-
stream and I ban them and report
He
them.
started it.
No,
Wait,
it's
Brigadeing
No,
like what?
don't sing to his
so,
level,
like,
dude.
here's the one thing.
Don't perpetuate
When
it.
it comes
Just-
to this
fine.
show,
he was,
for
he was
like the
making, he
last-
was making a dumb, low effort comment, and that's
Yeah.
fine. So just like,
For like the
don't-
last 10
there's
years
nothing-
or
there's
8
literally
years or whatever it's
nothing to
been, like,
respond
I
to.
mean, this show has always had shit talk on it forever
Oh, shit.
by anyone and everyone, but
Wait. Dom's right though. We're down to 24, dude. This,
We
talking
lost
about this is
somebody.
there was
talking about this
years.
is unhealthy.
Dom,
for
we
our
lost you
viewer
because you
count.
went to the other stream, dude.
Oh,
What the hell?
maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Dom, you were one of the 7.
I'm back, dude. Look, 25.
There was also
Who are you supporting here?
I was saying it wasn't 27 and now it's at
Sorry.
24 and there was 3 of them on that show, so they may have been like, oh shit, they caught us and they all left. So
Wait, was that tonight?
yeah, that was like 5 minutes ago. Like that's why I said I'm looking at the thing. They have 27 viewers right now because they came over and looked. Like they're doing that show right now.
And someone shared that with me.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
hilarious.
Someone he's like, this just happened a few minutes ago. In case he clipped it and sent me the clip, I'm like, oh, let's watch
The
this.
future is now. We're getting feedback in real time.
Imagine being a grown ass
Right
man
now.
on,
Now it just
on a
happened.
successful show and bitching about.
But yeah, no,
Dude,
it's,
I'm telling
that's
you, it's
flattering.
the jealous X thing, dude.
That's very flattering. And I'm not even like I don't consider myself like a staff member or anything. I think that's hilarious for y'all.
I thought he liked me.
I like the title too because the guy clipped it. He named it Rampage Inc. Brisk bash at Open Comms where he was fired. It's like I don't think we fired him. He quit, but
he quit.
all right.
But that's
Well,
that's
I'm not
funny.
fired.
I
I
remember
quit.
the
Which
night that
that's
he.
big of you
I,
to
re-
clarify.
I remember the night that he rage quit because that was before I met you
I
guys in
remember
Vegas.
3
Before
nights
I
where
was
he rage
ever.
I've
well, the
seen-
last
I've
time,
seen
though,
Brisk
like, I-
walk off the show multiple times.
He's quit 3 times, came back twice. Obviously, the last one was not where he came back.
So literally, what Rain is saying, like this is an X thing.
Yeah, you guys
I
ever
can't quit you.
do you guys ever see it like where you have a friend and they're like, "Oh yeah, man, I'm so over her. I don't need her." And then you like see them stalking her socials and,
Like,
she,
yeah,
and they're like,
going through
they're like,
that shit.
"Bro, dude, this guy
What is
is
she
so
doing?
ugly.
What's
Like,
it-
have you seen him? I'm way hotter, dude." And it's like, "Are you okay, man? Like,
Are
calm
you
the
a
fuck down."
grown? Are you a grown up?
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we can move on though, because you know we're whining about it more than they were. So
Drayden,
Well,
I
It's
still
just
think you
funny.
shouldn't be paying that much when you can just live rent free.
in your defense, this is pretty fucking hilarious.
I have enjoyed this topic.
yeah, it was just kind of I
Mad
saw that.
props to
I was
whoever
like, oh,
shared
what's
that.
this?
That's really funny.
When I first started listening to it, then I heard it like coming through. I'm like, oh wait, no, they can hear my audio. So that's why people are like, wait, is Brisk on? I'm like, oh shit, nope, hold on. But
You should do that to other streamers. Be like, "Hey, what do you think of open comms?" And then play it, and then call them jealous.
Just capture like other people's takes on it.
We're gonna
Some
go to
people
like
are
Judge.
I've never heard of it.
We're gonna go to like Judge Sarn, and he's like, "Yeah, man, I love open comms." I'm like, damn, dude, he's not shit
Oh.
talk.
I thought you were
You're a
saying like
piece of shit,
Judge
Sarn.
Judy or something. Man, what we should have like a Judge Judy thing.
Judge, we have to have court
What's
of
that?
public opinion or whatever.
Yeah, well, the Judge Judy, or what's the other guy? Judge. Let's see,
Joe
Judge Judy,
Mathis?
Judge Judy
Judge
Copy.
Joe Brown.
Judge
Joe
Joe
Brown.
Brown. Yeah.
Joe Mathis was that one judge from way back in the day that was also the referee in Celebrity
Oh,
Deathmatch,
yeah.
if you remember. Let's get it on. You know what I'm talking about? The ball.
Yes.
I want a good clean fight.
Do you guys
Let's get it
remember
on.
People's Court?
Yeah.
Is that
not really.
I remember
What's-
Night Court.
What's the? He's an actual judge, I think, like up in Connecticut or something, and just does like some of the most hilarious, like actual real life court videos. I'll see if I can find it. Or no, it's in Rhode Island.
Mills
Is
Lane.
this judge like having a social
Judge
media
Jerry?
presence?
Oh,
based
Mills
off
Lane
footage
is
from his
the
court?
UFC guy.
He's like, let me show my hot clips from the day of madness. In the
Wait, was he the UFC
found
guy
the
or he was
People's
the
Court theme
boxing
song.
guy? He was a. I only saw
Bro,
Mills
we're gonna
Lane
get
on.
fucking DMCA'd by People's Court, and we're all gonna get sued for a shit
Whoa.
ton of money because it's a court case.
Imagine
Don't
like of all
Legal
the
company.
copyright
Don't
violations
acknowledge what
we've
it
done,
is.
and
Play dumb.
People's Court is what gets us. Like,
Of course, the law is gonna get us, Drayden. Those people.
Oh,
are
shit.
trained at this.
But actually, I don't know. I don't know if like the old judges would understand what Twitch is. We might get off.
They'd be like, no, I don't Twitch at all.
They're like, what
Yeah.
is
I'm
this?
on all my
Twitch?
medication.
Yeah, that just sounds like a
Judge,
scandal. That's dummy.
His name's Judge Caprio. He's done some pretty funny and some pretty cool things.
It's those young hoople heads that do all the Twitch.
Oh, this guy. This
He's
guy's the
fucking
really
great.
nice. He's the nice one who's like, why do you have so many
Cheers,
court
man.
fees? And so then he just like waves them all. He's so wholesome.
He's done some
Oh,
pretty
the-
funny shit too,
The
though.
really old guy.
Yeah.
Those are cool.
I'm not ready to be hitting the fields yet, so I'm gonna pause this and wait for later.
I am back.
Welcome
go?
back.
Oh,
Where'd I go?
Yeah.
I had to empty the
We were worried about you.
dehumidifier. And then I
Oh.
went up and petted
That's
my dog.
yeah, that's
Give her
what.
a
Wait,
bone.
wait.
Is
Do
that
you
a
actually
euphemism?
mean the
It
humidifier?
is not. I petted the dog before the show started. Then I petted my dog just now.
Hell yeah. Dude.
I feel like
One's
we're
a
just
euphemism, one's not.
talking in all innuendos at this point. Empty
You
the
don't even know.
humidifier.
Euphemism for petting
I
a
was
dog.
I was thinking that could have been
Pet
too.
the
Dumped
dog.
I dumped the humidifier. I dumped it good, baby.
Empty the humidifier. Pet the dog. Wink.
He's like, I took a
Give it
big bong rip,
bone.
and then I jacked off for a minute, and I'm back. What do you want?
Show's got more euphemisms than friggin' SpongeBob.
I just lost 4 people. That's too bad.
Oh, damn
Oh,
it,
God
Dom
damn
it.
I show us up to
Damn
27,
it.
Dom.
Yeah, I have 27 Dom.
Damn
I
it.
want to know what,
27.
Damn it,
where
Dom.
Dom was.
No,
Look at that
the
again.
oh, so I just thought about it. So you know, I was saying I'm gonna be out of internet till Thursday, right? That at least I won't have to miss the show next week. But one thing I can do, fucking Eve Anywhere.
That's right.
Biggity bang.
Way to segue.
Yeah.
Look at that.
What
now
a
we can
fucking
call ourselves an
chance.
EVE Online show. Good
Yeah,
job,
so,
sir.
dude, I'm
Nice.
just keeping up.
Who
It's
the
been
fuck- That's why you're in charge, baby.
it's been
That
30
was an
minutes since
LB
we mentioned Eve.
maneuver.
We gotta do it. So I
Rain,
can pull up my
Are we
tablet.
going to get
and-
this librarian outfit thing?
Whoa, what?
What?
I'm on board.
Oh my
Did you-
god.
yeah,
No,
she
No,
just in chat.
Matthew's been
Jesus
being weird in
Christ.
chat.
Stop
Wait,
encouraging
what?
him.
He's
Costume
thirsty.
Day at Vegas? What?
Oh,
We were
oh.
going to make a
I see it, I
calendar.
see it.
That could be one of the months.
Matthew.
Oh, okay. If we do a calendar for
I'm
charity
on board
or
for a
something, I'm
calendar.
down.
I'll do something mildly embarrassing.
I'll do a pirate.
Yeah.
I'll just like a pirate.
Pretty
Yeah,
sure I'll
like,
never
I'm-
run
I'm-
for public office, but I can't guarantee.
No,
it.
I mean, I would do a. I'm not gonna put a
I
speedo
guarantee
on.
I
but,
can't run for public office. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do a speedo, but I'll do whatever.
There's
many
12 years
skeletons?
of me on the internet that says no public office for you, mister.
We've talked about it. So
Yeah, mild compared to
we've-
what it was like for Clue Space Nerds.
No,
Correct,
we-
Rain?
Yes.
we've
You
talked
think if
about
we
it for
cranked out a
years.
calendar, we could raise enough money to get LB to Vegas?
Well, maybe.
Well,
Judith-
I've been sending. You've been sending your daily note to his government, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like
It's
just
not daily,
lobby-
but it's about once every like 3 weeks.
Just lobby
doing
the
it daily
GM's
now.
office.
Chunk of the
It'll be
month.
fine. We'll get it. We'll get it pushed.
And I don't
through.
even write my congressman.
Yeah,
'cause
we-
I don't
No,
believe in
I
our
write-
system.
I'm writing
But
Justin.
just
send
make
it-
it
just
Justin
better.
Bieber. What's their government? What's their president's name?
It's either him
it's,
or
a,
Ryan
it's,
Reynolds.
a, it's a
No,
Trudeau.
These days,
Justin Bieber.
these
Just-
days
Justin
there's
Bieber's
this
Canadian,
really
so it's-
handy-
Also, the guy from Nickelback's on the.
It's
on the
Prime
fucking, like,
Minister
Parliament,
Justin
and
Trudeau.
he's, like, why would you?
They elected the guy from Nickelback to Parliament.
No, I don't
need
think
to
so.
move
but I
Yes.
thought we
to
were just
Canada.
gonna
That's
run with-
fantastic. What a great country.
Your selective hearing is amazing.
yeah. It's Justin Trudeau. Dom. He's Prime Minister, not President. They don't have a president.
Who got
Alright,
elected
that's
to Parliament? He just said Nickelback got elected to Parliament. That's what he said.
Yeah, he's an MP now.
Okay.
I fucking need to move
wait,
to
is he really?
Canada. Yeah.
No,
fuck,
I don't
fuck
believe
you.
it.
Just
Oh,
selective
okay.
listening. Maybe you should listen better.
But I'm trying to think of some other famous Canadians.
Maybe
There's
if
a
you
few.
heard what I'm hearing.
Oh,
you
what's
know.
what's
I
her
mean,
name?
John Candy.
Did you hear that they recently
He
had
was a
Bare Naked
skater
Ladies
boy.
redid
Now
their,
see you
their
later.
national song.
What's her name? Avril Lavigne's
Avril Lavigne.
Canadian. Avril Lavigne's
She doesn't look
Canadian?
like she used to, but that's okay.
She's the vice president?
Ryan.
I'm not-
He still
I'm gonna
looks.
head out.
She got real skinny.
Why? Where are you going?
Kind of
I mean,
creepy.
what's more important?
I'll
than
watch the
anything?
stream. I'm hanging out with a
Wait,
friend.
wait, you can't.
Uh,
leave.
What
You
about-
haven't even-
What's her name?
We haven't even
Name,
touched.
Florida. How long have you
Touch.
known him?
do we
How long
do
have
we
you known
need to fast forward to the
3
rant
years.
on the
3 years.
Washington
How long have you
decision?
known us?
Right,
Yeah.
Rain, you can't leave. We have
You've
not
known
hashed out
us
why
all
I'll
you're
come
here.
back for the rant. I haven't been
Okay,
drinking.
I was
enough.
like, we'll let you know.
Drink then.
Well,
Rain,
drink while you're
all
talking
right,
to your
go
friend.
go
Yeah.
talk to your
Come
friend.
back-
Yeah,
Well,
that's
take-
what we're gonna do.
Take Bill
Go to
Gates.
Peanut
You
Bar.
talk
Come
to your
back.
friend, take 5 shots, come back to us and
Fester
be
it,
your
you know what
rant.
I'm talking
You
about?
gotta come back.
Okay.
Yeah, come back for the
Yeah.
SCOTUS
I'll
part.
be watching on my thing though, and I'll be shit posting in the chat.
Okay.
Nice.
Take a couple shots,
Okay.
come back
What
and give
thing
a
are
good
you gonna
rant.
watch on? What-
That's
what's
why
this
you're a
thing?
solid friend.
Monitor. I'm watching on the monitor. All right, bye team.
Hey, Rain.
Yeah.
Bye.
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 But yeah,
Hey,
Avril
before you
Lavigne.
go.
Oh, Ryan, the actor guy, the Deadpool.
Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds is Canadian.
I already brought him up.
Oh, goddamn.
He's the vice prime minister.
Seriously?
And like I said, Bare Naked Ladies redid their national song. That's huge.
Wait. Oh, we got Malcolm. Okay. What's up? So I was like, wait. I thought we went to
Threw
5.
a
And
wrench right
You're
there.
so ready to switch the cams.
Somebody mentioned
No,
Alanis
I-
Morissette.
we
Jagged
lost
Little
Rain, but we
Pill.
got Malkuth, and I went back to 5. So now it's I was gonna change
No,
the names. We're good.
he sniped the 6th spot right away.
Oh, another man.
Oh,
No, that's
Rain.
Use some effort there.
Yeah, no, that's
No,
fine.
Rain just got
Rain's doing
sexier.
something different with their
Ooh,
hair.
Rain just got
you look so
sexy.
And I'm
good
still
right
about
now.
Yeah, Rain, baby.
Good.
Look at
tonight.
that.
Mm.
Still about it.
You're a blonde now. Look at those locks.
How are the kids calling it? Rain, you're looking submissive and breedable.
Do you want Malkuth or do you want the full Malkuth Torona?
Yeah, Malkuth is
What
fine.
the
Okay.
fuck was that, Aggro?
Have you not heard that?
Oh, what'd you say? I missed it.
Look into it. It's fun.
Say it again. I missed what you said.
Breedable. Oh
I
my
said he's looking
God.
submissive and breedable.
Coming from the
Oh,
gay
where
community,
have I heard that?
This hearing that,
It's a
I
meme.
have a very different visual.
And you should Google it. It's worth Googling.
Are-
It's pretty funny.
Submissive and
do I
breedable.
want to Google this?
We're doing
No,
it.
I was because I watched there's a YouTube channel called Teleperte. He does like hand animation art. And I've
It's
seen
the
a-
4th one on the list.
I've seen a few of those, and like now I just get them shoveled at me all the time. And I saw one. It's like he does this line of like NSFW, but not like. So he does like animation art, and there's one. That's where I heard it. It's like you're looking very presentable and breedable today. It's like, oh, thank you. I've been practicing. Wait, what? Like,
Oh my God, that is so fucking.
So,
funny.
if I recall, one of the main ones where it first happened was some streamer called Finster, which is a guy streamer who at some point lost like some stream bet that he had made or something, where he had to do the next stream dressed as a woman, and he had like a lady friend like doing makeup and like wear a wig and like did him up, and did a very passing woman. And like started doing like Omegle or something, and like that was part of their stream. It was like talking to people or whatever, but like they would start saying something to him, and then he would speak, and it was a man, you know. And it would people would be like, "Whoa!" and blah blah blah. And somebody said to him in one of his chats or something. One time,
there's
"You're looking
a-
submissive and breedable."
So funny. Oh my God.
There was
I love it.
Also, Moist Critical Charlie, whatever, somebody did it to him one time, like while he was streaming, like did it where I guess you pay and it says it out loud, and he was like, "Hey, thanks," and then he just kept saying
That
whatever
is
he was talking about.
the best combination
That's a
of words.
great. Yeah, that's great.
It's one of those like younger than ourselves fucking phrasings right now,
No,
but it's
it's
fucking hilarious.
No, it's like it's oh my God, it's almost breaking the fourth wall because it's almost like an ironic interpretation of what Gen Z slang would be. Do you know what I mean?
I think I get where you're coming from.
Somebody is sitting in their room coming up with fake Gen Z slang. And they come up with submissive and breedable because it's so stupid that it has to be true. Oh my God, that's
I like it a lot.
genius.
I was gonna say.
You know, I saw a picture the other day, man. Like, I don't know if it was in your channel or something. It was like the guy, maybe it was in somewhere else. He was on a wheelchair, but he's like hooky bobbing the back of a semi down the road.
Hooky
He was
bobbing.
what?
Hooky bobbing?
Isn't that like where you're on a skateboard, you like hang onto the truck and like ride
I
with?
didn't know that there was a name for that.
Hooky bobbing. There is a name for that.
Hooky
a lot of
bobbing.
A lot of
I
people
think
call it
that's
skitching.
what I've heard people call it. That could just be some North Idaho bullshit like lingo.
No, it's
been
now
called
hooky
skitching.
bobbing for sure. No,
Yeah,
it's
but-
It's
hooky
on
bobbing.
bicycles and skates and skateboards.
Like you're
You
doing the
skitch
Marty
behind a car,
McFly.
you grab onto it. And you
Yeah, the Marty McFly.
You're
Exactly.
doing the
That's
Marty
exactly what
McFly.
it is, man.
Sure.
Yeah. I want to look it up now. Like I feel like that's actually the
Hooky
name.
bobbing.
Hooky
That sounds
bobbing.
podunk as fuck.
That sounds
Fuck,
like,
I'm on board
yeah.
with hooky bobbing.
Hooky bobbing. Urban
y'all
Dictionary. The
going
Alaskan
hooky
Tenor
bobbing
activity
this
which a
weekend?
sled is attached to the back of a truck. Oh, hooky bobbing. Okay, so that's where you attach specifically a sled to the back of a truck and drive
Almost
it.
like tobog.
So it is a North Idaho thing then.
I have seen people do that up here. Yes,
I know you have.
Yeah,
You've done
It's
it
like
before.
it's
But
like
it's more of an
wakeboarding,
Alaska
but with
thing.
a truck and a sled. I love
Yeah,
it.
yeah. It's basically no. You just
Winter
tie a
wakeboarding
sled
with
with
the
a
truck.
piece of rope to the back of a truck, because if you don't have a hill to sled
That
down,
sounds
you just
dangerous
drive.
and awesome.
What you do
it's
is
Alaska.
you
There's no safety.
just get an old
anything up there.
mattress and hook that to the back of a truck and pull it
Yeah,
around
an old
people on it.
mattress.
Okay, well, I'm down for that too. We've ridden them down staircases before. That's
But anyway, so yeah, the guy was doing that, and I saw the wheelchair like doing that with the semi down the road. I was like,
what happened?
I was like just imagining the actor from Hackers. I'm like, dude, he's still doing it. He's still the coolest net security guy ever. I was like, dude, is he gonna grab a 3.5-inch floppy? Although nowadays he'd be like ready to grab that CD-ROM, like,
or no, grab the mini.
Well, no, those are
Mini
new.
SD or
Oh,
something?
yeah,
What are you
the
talking
flash
about?
drive.
Oh my god, that would be so funny.
Be like an NVMe or something.
Just have like a Hackers 2, but have them all the
Nice.
same old, like old men. and
Manic is
old-
having a revelation, guys.
What if we do like a
Manic is having a revelation.
I
Tune in.
think I can do this.
What if we do like like a fan?
Did you figure
a
out the
fan movie
fanfic
where-
sequel?
So
Like that fake Mortal
so
Kombat movie that was really good?
years ago, a couple of years ago, I made a Reddit upvote GIF from that scene where Dade is lifting up the floppy disk and the Plague snatches it out of his hand while on the skateboard.
Oh, is that his name, the Plague?
I remember that. Yeah.
What's his username?
So I did that scene, but Dade holds up a Reddit upvote, and
Yeah, I saw that.
along and snatches it. So that's the GIF. I think I still have the template for it, so I think I can I'll have to do some masking and shit, but I think I can make him holding up a micro SD card.
Oh, I thought you meant like an idea like we're gonna do like
Dude, you
a
didn't zoom in hard.
fanfic movie production
imagine
of
that
like a
scene.
old men hackers, like all the old hackers, but like
I'm
today
thinking, like
they're
hackers in the modern day. So
hacking
instead of
someone's
holding up a
Reddit or
floppy
something.
disk, he would hold up a micro SD card, but holding up a teeny.
Is he
tiny
gonna
micro
hoverboard
SD
off like
card,
Marty McFly?
It doesn't like have the same impact as if he were holding up a floppy disk. Like holding up a floppy disk looks cool, and that's like 90s hacker floppy disk. And then you hold up little micro SD card.
Yeah, or like there's the hoverboards, but there's one of the people in the neighborhood here. He's got it's like just a single like tire.
Single wheel. It's on a gyro. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on a
It's very
gyro,
cool.
and why is my camera like
they're
getting
pretty
10
fun.
frames a second? What the fuck is this?
It's because you're not on your fiber yet.
Oh, I can't wait till I get
What
fiber.
are you doing, dude?
I mean, I don't know if that's why.
You're
but it
freaking
is
me
fun.
out, man.
I
freaking me
don't
out.
know what I did. It's
Yes,
probably when I played
you are
that
freaking
Twitch
me out.
clip. It's like it doesn't like two Twitches up at the same time.
Oh shit, guys! We dropped from 27 or 28 to 21.
That's fine.
So we think
Nobody
we
It,
can
it
start
goes up
cares.
and
Nobody cares.
yeah, it goes
Oh,
up
I'm
and
keeping
down.
track of it now.
Dude,
I got a
circle back on
graph.
this multiple times
Stop,
to have fun
stop
with it.
looking at it. It
I
doesn't
got a
matter.
graph.
It also
We're not here for the numbers, man.
yeah.
I like recurring jokes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if there was 6 people watching chat, which would be us 6, I'd still be doing
I'd still be doing it.
Yeah.
Because you know what? I think I'm pretty fucking funny. And I laugh at the shit
I'd
I say.
still be in the trenches with you.
No, but it goes up and down. It'll drop to like 21, then go back up to 30, and then down. It's just sometimes like users. It's not them actually leaving.
It's whether I'm licking my lips
It's not
or
them
not.
coming and going. It's
I'll
just
lick
like
my lips more. That brings them in.
it doesn't track well.
Dom's touching on it. He said, "My lip licking brings all the boys to the yard."
It does.
I don't know why my camera is just. It's.
I
dumb.
do know why.
It's hot.
It's
Oh, I
sexy.
wonder if my computer's getting hot. It's hot in here.
It is hot in here. It's hot in here too.
Oh, it
It's
could
hot
be
in here.
just slowing down your
I might be on drugs.
hardware.
I've had that before. For some reason,
If your shit gets hot, it struggles.
Subnautica.
That's a fact.
I was playing Subnautica a while back, and apparently that I was like, well, that's an older game. I mean, I don't have like a new graphics card, but I have like a 1080. It's not bad, and I was like, I should be able to like. That was like the new hot graphics card when that game was still being made, so I was like, it should be fine. And I've had turning all the graphics up to the top and going in areas where there's like a lot of like foliage and all kinds of stuff on the walls, and all of a sudden like I've had the game crash before, and I was like,
What's Subnautica? I don't know.
it's like a. If you've seen the game Ark,
A survival sandbox.
it's a
game.
survival sandbox deep ocean game, and it's fun but also terrifying if you are afraid of sea monsters like I am. But yeah, I was like, when it crashed, I'm like, why? What the heck? And I like felt like the air come out of the fans of my computer. It's like, that's hot. Like normally it's like just room temp air coming out of there. It's like that's feels like I'm got my hand over a furnace. So damn, that's hot. Like
That's
it
not good.
crashed from like actual heat, which is
You
not
throw
good.
some ice in there.
No, I just didn't run anything graphics intensive for like
The ice
5
thing
minutes,
doesn't
let
work
the
for
fans
CL,
do
I
their
tried
work,
it
and then played something else for a while. But I also need to probably blow my computer out though a little bit. It's been like 3 or
Yeah.
4 months since I've took a
You
can of
should
air
blow
to
your
it.
computer out.
That's a great looking.
She appreciates it when you do that too.
What
At least
does?
I'm
I
assuming
like how
it's
your
a
computer's
she.
a she now. Like that's how like boats are. Like you,
Yeah.
like anything like with a motor, it's like it's a she is how I was raised.
Well, mine's an asshole.
I forgot the
sure
outfit
it's
that.
not a
Does all right? Does anyone else name their cars?
Nope.
I
No.
named some of my early ones. I
I've
haven't
tried.
named my last few.
I name my cars. I am that
I
man.
know people who do that. It's
Mine
okay.
is mine have
Yeah.
the same name. It's usually the piece of shit or that hunk of shit or the big pile of shit. That's the
My
three names I
current
use.
one is her name is Fiona.
Okay.
Fiona.
She a bitch?
No,
How do you know?
she
it's-
treats me good. I'm not gonna
I don't
lie.
think that's
She
true.
treats,
I know
she treats
Fiona.
me good, and hey,
She's a
she gets
bitch.
like 39 miles to the gallon on the highway, which I'll fucking take right now.
You should
That's
see what she
solid.
does when you should see what she does after you park her. She is a bitch.
Wow.
I mean, you know, when if I don't see it and I don't know about it, I really don't care.
Well, I'm
Wow,
telling
you are
I
a
got video.
very open-minded
Oh,
car owner.
my car's named Steven. Damn it. I was like, the Tevet? Oh, no, I get it. Steven.
God, I love you, Traden.
Hmm.
Make me feel so good.
Mm.
Kind of like climbing the gym and the rope and gym class, right?
That's right.
I'm a rope.
You make
kinda-
me feel
it's
like
kinda-
I'm climbing the rope
Kind
and
of
gym
like climbing
class.
the rope.
Yeah, it's funny. My car's alright. I get about like 32.
Mine's a Mercedes. What's yours?
I mean, when I went to Salt Lake City and back, I think it was about 3 tanks of gas round trip. It's not bad.
Mine's a Ford.
12,
and
12
it's
gallon tanks. That's pretty alright. I mean,
Mine's one of
nowadays
the
I'd be like $1,000, but you know,
Mine's a Sprinter.
Mine's one of the just little smaller
Sprinter?
Fords.
a Sprinter
Forder
van.
sedans.
I was
Yeah,
trying to buy a Sprinter for a minute. That my company
Dude, those
was
are
getting rid of.
huge ass vans.
They're fucking
that's what I
sweet
drive.
as
That's
hell.
why I went to
Is
that
it-
van.
We
is
had
it a
one of those.
manual,
I have a
Dom?
white panel van. I have a white Sprinter panel van.
Turbo diesel.
We
Does
had
anyone still
a.
have manuals other than me?
No, we had an automatic.
I
we
drive
had
a-
one for
I
work.
drive a manual. I drive it like
Mad
a four-wheel
props.
drive Tacoma,
I
and my
my
other
li-
vehicle's a Forerunner. I
Yeah,
drive
I think
Toyotas
that's
because they're phenomenal vehicles and you cannot kill them.
I
Yeah.
specifically
Not
bought the
true.
car that I have right now
I
because
try my
it's a
best. That's all I'm
manual.
saying. I disrespect the shit out of my vehicles, and they are so good to me.
I have a Bonneville that an owl puked up a fucking dead squirrel, not squirrel, mouse on it.
Is it
And
a
it was
what is
really
it? A Buick
gross.
Bonneville?
No.
I think is what
No,
it
it's
was.
a Mercury.
Mercury
Bonneville.
Mercury Bonneville.
Mercury.
So
made
my
Bonneville?
stepmom had one that was supercharged when I was in high school, and that was a sweet fucking car. That was
Oh,
like
it's
a
a good car.
sleeper.
It's a nice car, but it
It looks like
it's
a
got a big
grandma
stain.
car,
It has
but
a
it had
big
a
stain on the
supercharger.
trunk lid from this owl puking up a fucking.
Oh, it's just like
a
melted
dead
through the
mouse on
paint.
it. That's ridiculous.
Like stomach acid.
Pontiac. That's what I
bile
meant. I
and
said
who knows?
Mercury.
Pontiac Bonneville. Yeah,
Jesus
yeah. I was like Mercury. I don't
Bonneville.
think so.
I'm on drugs. Leave me alone.
Dude, my stepmom had an I think it was SSE or SSC Bonneville, and it looked sleeper as fuck. Like you would think it was a grandma car, and it was supercharged. That was sweet as hell.
I had a friend that had a Bonneville in high school.
My favorite car
Was
I
it
ever owned
supercharged?
was a
No, it was
78
just like
Mercury
just
Bobcat.
a general
station
town car.
I had a buddy with a Taurus SHO, if you guys are familiar with, like a show, super high output. It also looks like a sleeper, like just boring ass car, but it's got like an amped up engine in it.
I think one of the nicest cars I've been in was I had a friend. It was after high school, but I had a friend that he had a '69 Nova, which would have been a nice car, but it was old beat up. Like the paint job looked nice. It was like
Rough.
blue with the thick white racing stripes, the engine sounded nice until it started backfiring all over the place. It was all torn up inside. It was not a good car.
Just an old car.
His
man.
dad though was into like not just muscle cars, but like into nicer cars, and he was like a bit of a gearhead. And his dad had a '67 Chevelle that he had just completely overhauled, and just everything brand new, chrome, shiny. He had like the chameleon paint. It went from like maroon to purple, like and shit. It was that.
My dad used to have a Firebird Trans Am that had a Corvette LT1 engine in it, and that thing was a blast to drive.
Sure.
Like I remember just being that moment when I was a senior in high school, and like there were a few events where my dad was like, "All right, you can drive it to school today," and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm the fucking coolest person ever right now."
I have never owned anything fast, and I've almost exclusively ever owned beaters, like
Yeah,
used
same.
cars that are rough.
The car I have
But
now is the 1st
I've
one that's
had
not
some
beat.
pretty fun vehicles.
I consider myself a pretty reckless individual, and I've put myself in like what I would definitely, were like borderline life-threatening situations before. But the only time that I've ever been freaked out in a car as a passenger is in that car going down a highway out in the middle of nowhere in fucking Iowa, and I look over at the speedometer and I realize my dad's going 145 down a 2-lane highway, and I'm like, oh, okay,
Goodness.
I don't like this anymore.
I've been in some scary stuff as a
What? That's
passenger,
awesome.
but I'm surprised.
Oh, that thing would top out at 185 according to the dyno. Like, it was
Yeah.
fucking scary.
I surprisingly, I've never been in a wreck as a driver my whole life. And I started looking at it, like, with as much as I drive for work, and I started doing some, like, rough napkin math, and it's like, I've probably driven about as much as the average person has by the time they're 65 years old, and I still have not been in a wreck as a driver.
Knock on wood.
That's good.
Knock
Yeah,
on the closest wood
Watch
chip.
out
Right, yeah.
next week, man.
Well, I'm just saying, because I drive about 60,000 miles a year for work, and I've been doing that for almost 15 years. And then, like, another 12 to 15,000 in my own... So it's, like, 75,000 miles a year average for, like, 15 years, plus probably about 150,000 to 200,000 prior to that. And it's, like, if you average an average person that's not, like, a truck driver drives about 15,000 a year, times that from, like, how many years from their, like, yeah, so it's like people in their mid 60s. I've driven about as much as them.
So he's going to hit a deer is going to hit him, then he's going to get rear-ended all this week.
I've bumped a deer, but not enough to, like, hurt it. I saw it cross the road, and I slammed my brakes, and I like kind of nudged it right in its ass at about like 4 miles an hour, and it kind of like bounced and like turned back, then looked at me like, what the fuck? And then it like took off. I'm like, whew, okay. Didn't hit it. I mean, like, I hit it, but I didn't, like, wreck into it, so.
The only time I've ever been in an accident driving was actually also in high school.
Oh my God!
And it was on
I
a
just read that. How?
Yeah, no shit, dude. Fuck that.
Oh, ow.
What are we looking at? Everyone's looking at the
Chat.
same thing.
Called Dari Prime's post. That's awful.
Oh, I see.
Shots
Rayo.
shots to Caldari Prime for surviving that.
Wait. Where's his
That
post?
sounds
in chat.
excruciating.
Yeah, it sounds
Oh, you
awful,
good.
doesn't it, Manic? It just sounds awful. It's like a scene from fucking Saw.
Oh,
It's like, yeah, that's like some Final Destination shit.
yeah. Okay, now I
That's
just
what I
read
was
it.
Yeah. So on a happier note, my dad had a 29 Model A street rod growing up, right? It was chopped and lowered, had a 327 in it, open engine, just a 2-seater. And that fucker, he could get the front wheels off the ground if you hit it hard enough from first.
Nice. Yeah, hot rods made out of those early ones are really impressive. I remember seeing a lot of like T-buckets as a kid.
It wasn't
That's
real
whatever
fun
they
to go real
called it.
fast in it, though, because it had no suspension. Just springs on the front, no suspension in the back. So it was like just boom, boom, boom. Every bump just beat the shit out of you going fast. It
Great
was
for a
not
drag
fun.
strip, not for a regular road.
Not for a regular road. Yeah, he went slow on the regular roads. Well, you're supposed to. I didn't. I got in trouble. I was allowed to drive it, then I got banned from it.
I was
See, nowadays these silly cars have those stupid speed limiting chips in them.
governors.
Well, we
whatever they are.
eventually we put a suspension
cars.
on both the rear and the front, which made it a lot better. But I was
Just
adult
take it
then, so
out.
didn't matter.
Just go find it.
Yeah,
We
just
sold-
have your car
we
tuned.
actually, the person who built the car originally, my dad bought it from him, and he did a lot of stuff to it. And a few years before he decided he wanted to stop doing cars, he found the person who built it originally and sold it back to him. It turns out
That's
that
really
that
cool.
guy had asked his wife to marry him in that car, right? It was their 50th anniversary that year when he sold it back to him. So
That's sick.
it was a pretty fucking cool story. He's like,
Yeah.
just happened to find these guys and got their car back to him.
Probably
And
like
look,
sold
and-
it because he was starting a family and shit, and like
That's
whatever.
exactly what
Probably,
happened. Yeah, it's exactly what he did. yeah.
probably like lit that guy up for like 5 years to come.
Yeah,
Yeah,
do-
exactly. Well, he got his car back, and in better shape than
that's-
when he sold it, right? So it was, there you go.
Just based on talking to people around my age, and I'm sure it goes more so as you get older. Like, there's so many people I know who they're like, some of my first cars were like fucking dumpy as hell, but God, I wish I still had that car. Like, for whatever reason, nostalgia, whatever. And I feel that way about a lot of my early cars. And I'm like, if we all just had a storage unit where you could just park all your early cars, yeah, we would love to keep them around for various reasons,
I feel that way about my 6-speed Celica Sport. That
There you
thing is
go.
fun.
I wish I still had my 78 Mercury Bobcat station wagon.
I ruined my first car. I had an old 85 Ford Tempo was my first car. And this is not when it was.
Most of the United States had one of those.
Well, and this is in like 2003, so this is an old car, even for back then. And I was driving. It only lasted about a year, and I started driving. It kept I was like, man, every time it goes to try and shift, because it was an automatic, but when it would try and shift, it'd be it kind of
transmission.
And I just wouldn't get it checked because I don't have money to go get this fixed. It's probably whatever. It still drives, and then eventually
it'll fix itself.
I was just like, well, it still goes, so whatever. And then eventually I heard this Google, and it didn't I could push the gas, and no matter how much I gassed it up, it would only go about 2 miles an hour. And so I parked it, and I called my dad, and he's like, well, it sounds like someone's did you check the transmission fluid? I'm like, transmission fluid?
What is this you're talking about? Yeah.
He came and there was a leak in the transmission line, and I was just driving with no transmission fluid for weeks. And that doesn't work like that. So yeah, he looked at his bone dry. There's yeah, your tranny's dropped. I mean, the car is worth maybe, well, before the tranny dropped, the car was worth maybe $1,000. He's like, it's gonna cost more than that to fix the transmission. So he's like, this car, it's not worth fixing. It's toast.
But it's worth $400 in parts.
Not back then. Maybe $100.
Yeah.
What we did is we had the towing company. They came and towed it, and it's they're like, we'll pay you $50, and then we'll just come and grab it. So it's all right, deal. So it's they'll tow it for free and pay us $50.
They took it for parts.
Yeah, they took it for because it's a big junkyard. So let's throw it back there for parts. It's all right, yeah, $50. All right, I guess I need a new vehicle.
My first car was an 88 Crown Victoria.
Nice.
So the boxy version of old cop cars. And it was, if you can imagine the color of coffee when you put, decent amount of cream in it, so just a light
I put
tan.
a lot of cream in my coffee.
I do too. It was an ugly light tan color. It was my grandmother's car, and she upgraded vehicles at some point, and this was early 2000s as well, so an 88 Crown Victoria LTD in the early mid 2000s.
Whatever. Boat?
Oh, it was a land yacht.
Yeah.
And it makes me really sad because I've reflected on it a few times over the years. I'm like, at the first point when I first started driving, I wasn't using my vehicle as a hotel room yet, as I did for some of my upcoming years. But I was like, man, that car had a great huge back seat, and I never did any of those things in that car. I only had it for about 6 months before it also took a dump on me, and then I moved on to bigger and better things that did become hotel rooms because, as a young person, that's just where things happen.
Yeah.
Sometimes this shit happens, right?
I'm glad I got it fixed last year. It was only last year I got it fixed, but so my car that I have now, it had a recall on it for the airbag. It was a Honda. So there was a range of Honda from 2004 up to 2012. I think it was only any Honda Accord, Civic, because mine's a Civic. It's a 08 Civic, and they had a recall on the airbags because they used I forget the name. It was a Takanashi airbags or some company like that. And those specific airbags in that specific time frame, they apparently used too powerful of an, because it has to use an explosive to blow the bag out. They used too powerful an explosive. It was military grade explosive, and so not
you got
on
a Claymore in the middle of your
basically, yeah. So the vast majority of them worked normally, but there were instances where the explosive force blew through the metal plate that's supposed to protect the explosion. And it blew through it and just shot steel shrapnel into people's faces and stuff. And so some people died from it. Some people were blinded for life because it just ripped their eyes apart. And people were.
It was bad.
Yeah, there was a lot of, and it's I had this in my car for a long time, and I kept getting notices here's a recall, come down and get it fixed for free. I'm like, I'll do it at some point, and I just kept forgetting and not doing it. So for 8 years I had this Claymore pointed at my face driving. I just never got it fixed, even though it was free to get it fixed.
Have y'all ever seen that?
And then last year I finally did it, and I went down God, it's gonna be all day, and so I took the whole day off work. I brought it down there, and I took it down there, dropped it off, got a ride back to my house, and right as I got back to my house 30 minutes later, they're hey, it's done. I'm like, is that fast? I thought replacing the airbags was an all day thing. Fuck! I could have
It's
just
a module. It
I
just
could've
comes out of the
just
center.
dropped it off,
Could've done this
sat there for
earlier,
half an
yeah.
hour, let him fix it, and gone back to whatever. But I was like, oh, whatever. All right. Well,
Hey,
now it
day
won't
off.
kill me, so cool.
I think we've all done something like that in our lives where we've
Sure.
procrastinated it and
Yeah.
then we actually do it and we're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, this one's particularly bad because it's like procrastinating on something that's like getting in a wreck.
Safety
The thing that's
related, yeah.
supposed to save my life could
Could
actually
kill
be the thing that kills me.
I mean, I
Yeah.
have an open
So-
recall on my car right now that I haven't done anything where apparently the door latches may fail at speed.
gonna
And
fly out
so
of your car if
yeah,
you're not
so
wearing a
like,
seatbelt?
yeah, you know, no, just like I'll be in my seatbelt, but like, you know, the door just might open.
That's
while
what I'm saying.
rolling
If
down
you
the
were
highway.
gone.
That's you know, I was wearing my seatbelt for this reason.
Sure.
Everything will be fine.
There's a meme floating around somewhere where some kind of witchy individual from like Tumblr or something posts a picture of their steering wheel and it's like, look, I like super or hot glued all my crystals to my steering wheel.
I've
So
seen
like,
that picture before
you know,
too.
blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah, so you know I can control the
On the
energy or
airbag
whatever
thing,
or
yeah.
something. And then the comment is like, you turned your airbag into a claymore.
I've seen that picture. That's funny.
People are idiots.
Some people, and I mean
No, a
most of
lot
us.
of
So
people are
there's a lot of
idiots.
things that most of us
It's a
just don't know.
self-correcting
People are
problem,
people.
though.
It
People
can
It is
be.
a self-correcting problem. You are correct.
We live in a very soft society too that will
Very soft society.
struggle it. Slow down the progress, and that counts for all of us. We've all done something boneheaded that we probably shouldn't have been
So
able to. or not
Crown
done.
Vic you had, my dad had a '75 Ford LTD Crown. Yeah, the big
Okay.
4-door fucker, just monstrous
Yeah.
car. So when I'm in high school, well, he's the chief of the fire department, so people know who he is, know his car, fine, whatever. So it's me, 4 other buddies in the car. It's full of apples. I mean, full. The trunk's full of apples. The inside car's full of apples. We're driving around throwing them at people.
Is that
'cause we
one of
thought-
those weird Midwest things?
Yeah, we're just throwing rotten
We're
apples
just
at
got
people. It's
apples
funny.
coming out of our ass.
Yeah, what the? We was having a good time. We
Yeah.
have 2 of my buddies are in the trunk with a bunch of apples. So we honk the horn, beep beep. They pop the trunk open. They throw apples at people, and then we laugh and tear off down the road because it's funny.
Sure.
Well, cop goes up behind us. We're like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Buddy in the back seat thinks it's real funny. Reaches up, bam, bam, beeps the horn. Trunk opens up. Trunk goes closed. Lights come on. Pulls us over. Like, so been throwing apples tonight? No, sir. I mean, I got like apple leaves in my hair, right? The
Why
car's
would
full
anyone
of-
throw
full of
apples,
apples,
officer?
right? No, sir. He's like, get them out of the trunk and get your ass home now. 'Cause he knew who I
We're
was.
being compensated in apples for our
He knew who
labor
I
on an
was. So he
orchard,
sent me
sir.
home. So we went home and transferred all the apples to my buddy's truck and went out and kept doing it.
Yeah.
'Cause we're not
So here's a question for David Ackroth. What is the most number of people you've been able to fit in one of those full-size cars? Buddy of mine in high school had a Caddy, early 90s Cadillac sedan DeVille, and we managed to fit 9
the same
people in
size,
that
yeah.
car.
I said, I know
That's
you had
same size
8
as
in
a
the
Crown
LTD
Vic.
once. That was it. 8.
I never tried to max that out. I did not have that
We
many
had
people
room.
riding
You know
around
what,
with me.
Vlad? We still
A
had
lot of my
room to
friends
go.
drove too.
I could have gotten at least 10 in there.
I think we did.
I was never like the oldest driver.
It would have been awful, but we could have.
No, we did 3. We did 3 in the front, 4 in the back seat, and then 2 in the trunk.
Oh, not counting the trunk.
I've not
Yeah, yeah.
counting trunk, which really isn't even a trunk on a hatchback. But my hatchback I had in high school, I crammed 6 people, including myself, into 4
Damn.
people in the back seat, and then me and someone else up front, and that was
couple-
excessive.
My high school best friend had a Toyota Matrix, which you could pop like that. It was a hatchback. You could pop the back windshield while you were driving, which is unsafe, and I don't think it's still a thing possible in many vehicles. But we did a road trip when we were all 18 to California and back to pick up a vehicle that I had left in California many years before. And so we all rode up in the Matrix and we rode back with the Matrix and my truck following. And somewhere along the lines, my best friend and the other guy, another good friend of ours who was riding with us, and we were all just rotating drivers initially. They had stopped somewhere, or they had gotten fireworks somewhere we stopped, and they had gotten like Roman candles. And so my best friend climbed into the back, into the hatch, popped his thing, and we're driving through like the desert, somewhere through either Nevada or like I-10 in Arizona or something. And he started shooting Roman candles at me on the freeway, like driving behind him. And it was fucking horrifying, but also really awesome at the same time, being just young, stupid people. But like watching fireworks shoot out of his vehicle at me, and I'm like, oh God, like don't let them hit your radiator. Like what? But it's like super dark and nothingness, and it was silly terrible idea fun.
That sounds like a great time.
It was pretty entertaining.
Mooning was our
Nothing bad happened, so it was cool.
Mooning is what we did because I had an old
Mooning?
early '90s Mustang, so everybody would want to take my car because they thought it was fast.
It sounded like you said mooning. Yeah.
Yeah, mooning.
Yes, mooning.
Like sticking your ass out a window.
Yeah, I was like,
Or
like,
against the window, like a pressed hand.
oh,
Yep.
okay,
per se?
okay, okay. I was like, I don't know what
Windows
mooning
down,
has to do with a
axes
car. I thought.
You ever throw out like the bat wing or the goat?
I was driving.
The goat. Yeah.
On that specific topic.
Yeah, but oh, go ahead.
The sailing club that I used to be a part of in Madison, Wisconsin, this is a tradition that I believe they still continue. On Friday nights, there's a little mini cruise ship that goes by. So everyone at the sailing club lines up along the dock and moons the dinner cruise ship as it's going by.
That seems fair.
I like it.
We should carry laminated signs that show
They
your
keep
kids.
driving by every week. They're asking for it.
Right?
As I
But, imagine paying, be out on your dinner cruise and you're going by, along downtown shoreline and then you just see a bunch of asses lined up along the docks.
Fucking punks.
I was like
This is my
the
anniversary
goat, the goat against like a car window, like a I don't know why.
It's a pressed ham. Oh wait, not with the goat though. That's different.
Yeah, so I was saying like a friend of mine, like what he called it was against the goat against glass is a pressed fruit bowl is what he called it.
Interesting.
What?
So it's a modification off the pressed ham.
Well, it's like your nuts and then the tip of your dick like pressed. Yeah, it's, just
That's a
But you
fruit
also
bowl.
got your ass
it's a
pressed
pressed
up,
fruit
so-
bowl. It's like a
So
it's-
somebody else's ass, and then your junk is a.
Oh, not
No,
someone
your-
else's
your
ass.
own
No,
ass.
it's just your.
It's all.
Yeah,
your,
it's just
your
your ass.
cash
But
and
yeah,
prizes.
just, yeah.
Oh,
up
that's
against
not
the
as much
window.
fun if it was somebody else's ass and your
I
junk.
don't know
That'd be
how
fucking
you would do
better.
it. with
I don't
some-
know how big your car windows are or how many people. You
I
can
think
stack
that
on
would
top of each
that's
other.
like some Kama Sutra maneuvering
Yeah,
to get
I
everything
didn't
in
say
place
it
there.
would be easy. I just
Look,
said
I
it
don't
would
do
be
yoga,
awesome.
so I can't wrap my head around.
I can see it happen.
What
I
are
can
those
see.
people doing, Mommy? They're playing Twister in the car.
That's right.
Manic, wake up.
Very quiet. Manic, you were supposed to be drinking heavy tonight.
Yeah, get that Canadian Club going, baby. That shit's good.
Whiskey, I'm like, no.
Don't be down on your whiskey. It's just a whiskey. It's fine.
Just Canadian Club.
It's not good, guys. Like I
I've
don't
had
know
it
if this
before. I
can
know
go
exactly what it
bad,
is.
But this
It's
is.
not good.
I'm pretty sure this has gone bad.
Put
Like,
some Coke in it.
Can
I
whiskey
think it was
go
in a
bad?
barrel.
Well, whiskey can go bad, actually. Yeah.
This
Put
is
some
where
Coke
you
in it
just
and be fine.
just do it college style. Start taking shots. Just knock it back.
No. No.
Manic,
more-
you,
well, I would
you
hold on,
said
hold on.
you were getting hefty drunk tonight.
I would say
Let's
the
go.
more
did,
you
you
the
promised
more you
us.
drink, the better
Because
it
of
usually
the
tastes.
bullshit that was going on today, but now I'm just.
And
I'm,
it's still today.
I
You
know
were
it's
excited. You were
today.
excited
yeah.
about that Canadian
I'm
whiskey
done.
too.
I'm done being mad. So
You were excited about that
Well,
Canadian
no,
whiskey.
I want to
Now,
get
here's a
into that
question.
later.
I don't want to get
don't-
drunk off this.
Don't be done being mad, but you don't
Well,
have to
okay,
get drunk
no, no.
off that.
Yeah, I do want to get into that later because that is
I'm
it's-
Exhausted my frustration.
I haven't.
I
I haven't
smoked
even.
away some of mine.
I haven't
About
even
what?
been able to vent it yet because like I've been just.
I've been venting
I don't really.
mine.
What do you-
I'm going to be honest. I've been venting my frustrations with that topic all day long by engaging freaking knuckle draggers in the local comment section on local news on
Yeah.
Facebook.
Talk about the upcoming
Oh
fight.
man, you
No,
probably got
we're
some
talking about the-
right
I'm
wingers.
talking about the
Oh, I do.
the,
Here
the
in-
Roe v.
here in
Wade
West
overturned
Michigan.
today.
Yeah, the upcoming fight.
That's what he's
It's a
talking about.
welterweight bout.
Yeah.
I'm just more
I thought it was
pissed.
I'm going with Wade. I think Wade's going to take
Is
Roe.
it not a featherweight thing, Dom?
Featherweight? I thought it was welterweight.
You might be right. I don't follow it real close.
Wade's, Wade's the
just-
fucking challenger. Roe's the fucking champion.
I know that.
Still 12-1.
I was gonna say I know that Vegas has it 12-1, which is a fucking just blowout.
That's huge, right? Yeah. How could you not
Like,
take
that is
Wade?
silliness.
I need some
Ridiculous.
more mixer. I'll be back.
I don't know. I think anybody is a fool. Like if you do sports betting, you're a fool if you don't throw some money in. That's all
I
I'm saying.
agree. Yeah, I mean, Wade's a fucking sure in. He's absolutely going to win.
So important thing to note to anybody who doesn't follow featherweight.
Big
boxing.
fight coming up.
Welterweight, featherweight.
Welterweight.
Damn it, I don't know.
Welterweight.
Welterweight boxing.
Championship fight in Vegas, 2 weeks.
So is it Roe who's the
Rose
reigning
Rose
champion?
champion, right? Reigning champion.
Roe's the
Wade-
reigning champion. It's
Wade's the
12
number
to
1
1
contender.
versus the reigning champion, which
Yep.
is not seen
But
very often.
Vegas odds are 12-1 in
Right,
favor of Wade.
against the reigning champion. So that means
Against the reigning champion. The guy's a madman.
fucking Wade is an up and comer. Like
It's welterweight. That's what it
monster.
is. It's welterweight.
He's a monster.
The monster. I mean, it's like the king in his fucking whatever.
I don't know how many people do like pay per view or whatever.
Eve fight. There's no Eve fight. It's boxing. 1v1.
Is
I'm
there
not
any
taking on the
fighting
sun.
going
The
on
sun's
in
bigger than
Eve?
me. What?
Is there any fighting going on in Eve?
Yeah, there actually is.
Somewhere.
People are
I read-
deployed and stuff.
I read comments about a big fight in I think
I
it was
just saw
UALX.
pings for fucking capital fleets, so
There was
something's
apparently
going
a
on.
big fight today, like fleet fight with like 700 on each side or so.
I wasn't involved, but my people were. I got
Fair
people.
enough.
I got peeps out there.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
You know a guy who knows a guy.
I know a guy who knows a guy. Exactly. Yeah. I'm
And
counting
by
on Manic to
extension,
keep me
we
fucking
know a guy
posted on
now.
this shit.
What?
He's in the mix. Isn't the fight all about your station?
What?
I thought it was all about you. This big
What?
fight.
What fight?
700 versus 700.
It's about me?
Yeah, it's
In-
about your
in Eve.
your
Cool.
Keepstar, isn't it?
Yeah, okay.
Manic's
I'll take
Keepstar.
it.
Manic's got a
Sure.
Keepstar. Where's it at? Is it in Tenerife,
I
right?
don't know,
Right?
man. I have so
pretty sure
many,
that's where
I
it's
have
at.
so many. I lose
You,
track.
you have so many. You do lose. Yeah, I
It's
get
called
it.
the Velocity Star, which is pretty
But
cool.
I mean, my people. I mean, my people.
It's a
motherfucker.
Veloster. It's a Hyundai Veloster.
Veloster. The Manic
Lockgar.
Veloster.
Lochnar.
It's a Hyundai Veloster. It's pretty
is-
impressive.
This
It's
is
got a little
dumb.
turbo in it. No
This is
big deal.
dumb.
It's a hot
We can-
hatch.
We
The
should
Hyundai
drop this
Lochnar?
joke. This is a bad this joke. Isn't
Don't
going
you
anywhere.
judge my joke as it on goes.
No.
Oh, you got the tuba. You got tubed.
I stinks.
Wow. I'm being heckled by
What? Go
one
back to
of
sleep,
these
man.
21
You're
people.
just gonna make fun of us. Go back to sleep. Go picking on us.
Can I go back to working on my project now?
You can.
Oh,
We're
is that
sorry.
what you're doing?
I'm
No.
sorry I
Dip it out
interrupted
early?
you.
Request denied.
Wait, you're working on your
Is
other
this your
job
really
while you're
good
on the
room
clock
one?
here?
No,
He hates
this
us.
is what-
He
I'm
hates
I'm
us.
working on.
He's working
my
on
play
Hackers
stuff.
too, the fanfic.
Let's be honest with ourselves. We know he can do that in his own time. We know this.
He's done it before.
I
He's
don't
done
know.
it
Oh, it's in
before.
perimeter. Rain said it's in perimeter.
When you
Not-
get the
not to
the creative juices
The
going, you gotta
juices
just
flowing.
yeah, you just gotta let them flow.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, Manic, I'm
Did
looking
you just
forward
yawn,
to.
Drayden?
I think he did.
No,
Oh
it was
my
just
God.
it was just a deep breath.
Not to
Drink.
put you on the spot
Drink.
or anything.
No,
Manic,
take a
but,
drink. You owe us a drink now. Take a drink.
Go ahead, Skyhawk.
Owe us a drink.
Not to put you on the spot or
I'm
anything.
putting him on
Manic,
the spot.
But I am looking forward to seeing another banger come from you, like the cow video
Very good.
for CCP.
Oh God.
You
Uh,
set the
I-
bar high. You set
I
the
think-
bar
Thanks,
high.
Trippy.
Yeah. Well, I
You're welcome
I
anytime,
can't
buddy.
do anything after that. Honestly, I think I shot my wad with that one. There's
Whoa.
nowhere else for me to go.
You gotta be careful with that in this day and age.
See a triptych.
That was
Shooting my wad. That's true. Be careful now.
Are you
My
guys
bad.
hearing
no
music?
quick fixes
Take
now.
responsibility.
Are you guys hearing music?
What?
Yes, the hills are alive with the sound of music.
No?
So I just looked over my browser. So I had I googled hooky bobbing earlier, and I just now realized that there was it shows like, oh, if in case you wanted an image search, and this was like the image that came up.
What's that?
Pretty hilarious.
Oh, wow. I mean, it looks kind of staged there.
I
Looks
think
like
it. I
he's
think
got
it's.
his tongue out,
I think it's definitely staged, but it's just like,
but it's kind of funny.
oh, you want to know what hooky bobbing is? This.
There's not enough impact.
Fucking their boots
Yeah,
off.
they were
too many, too many boot print.
Yeah, no, it's obviously staged, but it's still,
But it's pretty cute.
I was like, wait,
Yeah.
that doesn't help me with letting me know what it is, though.
Look at these
So
wholesome
that face she's
northern
making-
memes.
That face she's making is called positive Q, right?
Is that a lady?
Is this like?
Oh,
Oh,
it
are we?
might be a lady.
are we
Don't
having
assume
a?
here.
It looks like a lady's coat. It's called the positive Q.
Can
right?
you guys zoom
Are-
in?
are
I
we
thought
ha-
it was just like a.
Open tongue out.
kid.
It looks like a Q, right? That's what that's called.
I was gonna say like, is this Dominark Medical Science Hour?
It is.
We're having.
So
Oh,
do you want to hear the positive Q story?
Yeah, let's hear it.
So
Do you
I'm
have your-
driving
Do you have
the
your
am- I'm-
glasses?
I'm driving the ambulance. I do have glasses.
Oh hell yeah! You gotta put those on.
Hold on,
And,
where's
and your
the,
lab coat. Where's your EMT coat?
No lab coat, but I got glasses.
Okay.
So
It's now.
I'm driving
now
the
time for
ambulance.
Medical science talk with
Buddy
Dominar.
Biden's in the back
Mother
with the
hen
patient.
Dominark.
With the patient, right? And
Yeah.
she is awful, just bitching about everything, every bump. Oh my God! Oh, just bitching about everything, and he's getting irritated with her, right? And says to her, she's like, "What do you want from me?" He's like, "You could be nicer," right? Turns back around, she's dead. Positive Q. She literally, he's last thing this lady heard was, "You could be nicer," and it fucking killed her.
Like she actually
I'm not
died.
familiar
She
with the
did.
positive
Swear to
Q.
God, he said, "Oh my God, she's positive Q." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "She's positive Q." I'm like, "God," and she was old, like do not resuscitate old, right? But
Is that like an industry term?
Wait,
What does that mean?
Is that a Star Trek term?
positive Q. Her mouth is open in an O with her
with the tongue out, so it's like a circle. With
looks
the,
like a
with
Q
the,
if you look at her face.
Oh, a Q.
Oh, positive Q. Okay. Now,
what's
now
the
get it.
positive part of it?
He means capital.
No,
like a capital
positive,
Q.
because finally she's gone. Give her that bitch. I don't know.
I
That's what he called it. I don't know.
It as capital Q.
He called it the positive Q.
That's. I mean,
you could be nicer. That's the last thing that lady heard.
I mean, that's
obviously she couldn't be. It killed her. She tried to, and then she died. She
so
couldn't be.
so on
She
both
started to
sides, like
reflect
I mean,
and it
yes, that's terrible. That's the last thing she had to hear. But if she
fucking
was
awesome.
being really horrible to deal
Yeah,
with,
she
I mean,
was.
like that seems
Bitching
like
about my
that seems like at
driving, she's
least
bitching all kinds of
a
shit.
professional way to say please be more courteous. It's like
You could be nicer.
You could be nicer is a lot better than like, you know, like shut up, you dumb bitch, and then she dies. You know, like
Or what can I do for you, honey? Are you okay? Like,
there's ruder. There's
Could be
ruder.
nicer.
There's a thing called compassion fatigue.
Right.
There is.
Right?
It's real.
I don't have any
Working in the medical field, I'm
It is
sure
real. Yeah.
you've
Yeah.
experienced
Yeah,
it.
there's
At a certain point, you stop giving a shit about being nice to people, and you have compassion fatigue. You're like
Oh,
you
yeah,
don't
yeah.
have the energy to be nice anymore.
I was gonna say there's ruder.
Sounds
There's
like
a
some
lot
defeatist
ruder things
bullshit.
to say than you could be nicer. Like
I had
that
a
seems like
crazy
just a
old lady.
that seems like a pretty mild statement to make about someone.
She called me a dirty
What?
gypsy. She looked in my eyes. I mean, she just glared at me.
Dirty gypsy,
You
wow.
dirty gypsy. Because we were taking her from the nursing home to the hospital, and she's an Alzheimer's patient. She didn't know what
She had some preconceived notions
He
about
just,
various
oh,
cultures.
just that was the worst thing she could come up with was you dirty gypsy. I'm like, yep, taken to our magical wagon, powered by children's tears. Let's go. She didn't think that was
That's
funny.
racist.
Yeah.
On that front, there is one skill I think is very important for professionals to develop, and that's how to be a professional dick.
Oh, I'm
Because
there
there's
for
sometimes when you
That's
have
me.
to do it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's times when you have to say no and you have to shut people down, but in I would say in most like business contexts, there's a right and a wrong way to
Sure.
go about that. But it's people in like the medical field and
Emergency medicine, it's harder, I think. To stay
well, I mean,
compassionate.
because I have family who all work in medicine, and
Oh, okay.
they've all got stories, and
Yeah.
and you hear them talk about it, and you're like, oh gosh, this
Hey,
sounds
Miss Wayne.
horrible, and they're like they've seen so much of it that it's like it's almost funny to them.
You just get, well, it is
It's
funny.
weird.
Alice do it, yeah.
I've heard some
How you,
discussions.
how
in
you
break
cope
rooms.
with all the bullshit, right? That's how you cope with it.
I've heard discussions in break rooms because I'm in. We have a lot of medical clinics as customers, so you know, I'm in break rooms working on the machines, and I just hear like, you know, there's either nurses or doctors or you know various people that are just in there, and I mean they generally are in there just gossiping about work for the day. You know, like that's what people do, I guess, in the lunch breaks. Like talk about like, I mean, sometimes they talk about like whatever stuff at home, but I mean like they'll be talking about like, oh, this person was doing this and this, and then you start hearing just like, it's kind of funny some of the stories you'll hear. It's like, fuck, damn.
It is damn.
It's
I once wanted to say to a lady, "Have a nice death," but I didn't.
Yeah. The most awkward is the ones in the office.
You want somebody to have a nice death, though.
I do. I was dropping her off at hospice, right? And we
you
were
want to
joking
be-
about Princess Bride and about storming the castle. And because that's what she was talking about. I love that movie too. We were talking about it. All I kept thinking in my head as I'm dropping her off at hospice was,
fade in, man.
"Have a nice death."
Have fun storming the castle.
Did you just fade in, man? You have a fade in,
I,
fade out
I
button?
I faded in a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
Did you do something naughty? Oh, look at his eyes are crossed. He did something naughty.
It's all
Yeah.
good. Don't worry about it.
I am worried about you.
I'm fine.
He's living his best life, Dom.
I'm living.
That's the best
my
life to
best
live,
life.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
He can't be not doing fine. I mean, look at that shirt. It's amazing.
That's a good point. Look, he's a fucking
It's a
sexy
nice shirt.
motherfucker.
It's one of my
There's
favorite
palm
shirts.
trees and everything.
I see
Is it
white
palm trees on his
dots.
shirt? Is that what it is?
Those are
Oh,
palm trees, yeah.
yes. Oh man, if I look at the actual like
Or fireworks.
holy shit! If I look at the actual Discord video box, that's way bigger than on. I was just watch on the OBS.
What are you talking about?
So on
the
stream-
size of everyone's
Talking about-
cameras, the size of, like,
On the stream, you look like it's just like a polka dotted shirt. on.
No, I don't look on the stream. I'm because I use OBS, but the window it's not maximized window. It's like it's like half the size of my screen,
okay.
and so like everyone's cameras is like fairly small, but that's just usually what I watch. But then when I look on the actual like Discord window, I'm like, oh, I can actually see resolution on these.
Oh,
It's one of the things I like about having 4
Man,
monitors.
I've been doing this shit for 7 years. I just now figured that out.
Just now noticed.
Just
I
now
just now
noticed. If you
noticed
look at the source, it's bigger.
It looks like
A lot.
it looks
better.
like Malcolm
That's
has
what
some
she
palm
said.
trees on his shirt too. That's right.
Yeah,
Neon
it's,
one.
it's palm tree shirt day.
So it might have been the rest of us who
You
fucked
guys,
up
you guys didn't get
by
the memo.
not dressing that.
Hmm.
I have
I
that
don't-
exact same shirt.
I don't think I have a tree shirt.
Really?
No, not really.
I didn't. Think
I don't know if
so.
I have one either.
I got one similar to it though. It's like got a collar on it and buttons.
That's a real low bar.
It's got a collar and
close, though.
buttons.
It's
Whoa, it's such a
close, right?
nice shirt.
And it looks similar to that one, but it's different. It's a different color probably.
I mean, some of us just have kind of semi-uniforms that we tend to like to dress with. Like Malcolm has collared shirts, and I always wear khaki shorts.
I don't wear shorts always.
I don't
I'm wearing
believe that,
shorts right
Tom.
now.
I think like
It's been shorts weather.
It is shorts wear. It's
I
really hot
generally
here.
wear jeans most of the time, but
It's got to get above
they're not like
70,
thick. They're not
right?
like thick, tough like denim jeans. They're
Oh, they're wimpy, skinny jeans.
no, I don't like skinny. I like freedom, but
Well, they're not thick, tough jeans. You just said that.
Well, no,
They're
I'm saying like
wimpy
that.
jeans.
So it's I get them from American Eagle, and it's like somewhat stretchy. It's not like jegging material. It's not like full on like spandex, but it's like
They put fucking elastic in jeans
it's
now.
yeah,
weird.
it's like an elasticy
love
jean.
those.
Yeah, it's so comfortable because it's like durable like jeans, but like
I don't
when
know
you
if I would
move,
say
it doesn't like catch and chafe your legs
Yeah,
and
I
your
mean,
and your
if they-
quads and stuff.
If you're like kneeling down to pick something up or like,
Yeah, they stretch with you. Like they
They
move. It's
stretch
like they're
really
comfortable
nicely.
but durable. Yeah, they're
Sure, they could
See,
stretch.
that's-
I don't know about durable.
I
I just
was
got
on
some of
the
my
ball,
first pairs,
baby.
and I have like a tear in one of them.
Do you see that?
They are. I think they
Scott,
are
I
kind
can
of
see that.
softer.
yeah,
But if
they're,
you get,
they're
like-
soft. Too,
Welcome,
yeah.
Mace. Welcome.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
fine.
I get no
it's
credit
yoga
for that at
pants
all.
for men, I guess. I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, I'm
That's
just saying,
really
like they're
good.
comfortable, they're soft, and as opposed to like like you get Levi's or Dungarees or something. It's like
You know
those are
what, though?
they're so rough.
I like a really stiff pair of jeans.
Did you say dungarees?
Like
Yeah, he did.
Lee Dungarees.
like I want to
I don't know
hear
if they make jeans.
pants crackle
I
when
don't
I
think they make
bend
those
my
anymore.
leg.
Oh
Do
no,
you
I
get 'em,
don't.
like heavy starched.
Oh, I love that.
My old man
I
used to get
don't
his
like it
jeans
because it's like
starched.
it like
It feels like those jeans will outlive a nuclear blast.
I know,
I
but
Like
agree.
you get them
Yeah.
starched well
Love
enough, they
that
will
feeling.
stand.
but
by
every time I
themselves.
bend my
Yeah,
knees, they
yeah.
get
I don't
tight
like
on
that. That
the
ain't comfortable.
they get
I
tight
Have you ever
on.
tried the Duluth pants made out of fire hose?
No,
Pants made out of fire
Duluth
hose?
Yeah,
does
I
all-
swear to God.
Yeah, I've heard of
Duluth
it.
Trading Company has
Oh
these
my
pair of
God.
pants made out of
Duluth
repurposed fire
does
hose.
some weird
material,
stuff. Although I do
Those
have a
make
couple
people
pairs
I've
of
never tried
their
them on,
just
but
work
they
clothes.
sound cool.
I do have a couple pairs of their buck naked underwear, and
They have good quality.
Yes, you
shit.
do.
quite
Do you
comfortable.
feel like you're naked when you're wearing them?
Well, yeah. So they're like boxer briefs. I don't like I normally don't like boxer briefs. I usually just wear boxers because I don't like tight fitting underwear. But
He doesn't like his balls to be
these
cupped.
the buck naked underwear, and also it's almost the exact same as the Manscaped boxer brief, like the really stretchy, soft, comfortable things that they give you there for the Manscaped thing. Because I have one of those when I got my Manscaped package. And like it's like I don't like boxer briefs, but those are really comfortable because they're really soft and they're like they don't like it doesn't feel like something's just constantly like constricting on your shit.
So like with my jeans when I put them on, they're so tight, incredibly tight. But within 5 minutes, they're falling off of me.
Yeah,
When you put on these incredibly tight jeans.
Incredibly tight.
Then how are they falling off if they're tight?
I told you,
don't
man,
get
it's
I
like
don't know.
men's cologne.
Do
It's,
you
it's
put them
what it
on
smells
one leg
like.
at a time?
No, sir. I jump right
You
in
jump in?
those suckers'
Oh,
two
yeah,
legs.
he's a man. He's a real man.
I guess you would have to because they sound so tight.
Dude, they are. I swear. It's like they barely go on, and within 5 minutes, they're falling off of me. And I have
That
to
makes
let
no
'em melt.
sense. It can't be.
I
falling
know.
off.
Wait,
I agree.
How is it? How is that?
I
How does
don't
that-
know. Like
Physics doesn't work that way, does it?
So I
Oh,
know once you
magic. It
wash
could be
dry
magic.
something, when you're wearing it initially, like it's got kind of a snug thing, and then it usually kind of relaxes.
oh
throughout the
yeah,
day.
yeah. But like
It sounds like this material is just probably pretty weak, but I like that it makes for very good like innuendo anyway. So
So these
Like,
pants are
I'm
made out of
Just talk
paper, is
about
what you're
these
saying.
Failing jeans.
no, they're not. They're like either Levi's or like Wranglers.
No,
Wranglers.
Yes.
That's what I was trying to think. Not Lee Dungarees.
I'm thinking they're
Wranglers is what
Walmart
I was
brand.
thinking.
They're not.
Walmart
Justin
sells
Roper's?
Wranglers.
Is that okay? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, they
Walmart
do.
brand. I get it. I know
Well, it's
exactly
not
what
Walmart
you're
brand.
No,
It's Walmart
but
sold.
but still, it's a blue
Wranglers
jean.
brand.
It should not be
Fall
so
right off,
tight. Yeah, exactly. It should
I
not
don't
be
know,
so tight when I first put them on, and within 5 to 10 minutes, like they're falling off of me, and I have to wear a belt to keep them up.
My old man wore Wranglers all my
Quit
growing
bearing
up life,
down.
and they were
You're
they
going.
were always fucking nut
"Grrr."
huggers,
Don't do that.
dude. They were super tight.
Yeah.
They're not that.
He
No,
was
they're
big
not.
on like fitted pants, and
Do
my
I need
development
to
period
go
was when
get
we had
like
loose pants.
get my pants on, video record it?
Yes,
You
of
do
how
whatever you
tight
feel like
they
you gotta
are.
do.
I'm on board. I want to see this.
Um,
I just want to see you jump into them and wear them
See
afterwards.
the jump in, and I
And
want
if
to see
you
him fall
can't-
immediately off.
I'm gonna be incredibly disappointed. That's what I'm
Yeah,
I'm
I-
just
I
putting
was
that out
Where
there.
promises were made here.
the other thing about about my clothes, I would say 80% of my shirts are either black or maroon colored. I don't know why. It's not like I just
My,
I've
most,
got a
just
dark
tend to
blue.
always get
wardrobe.
those colored shirts.
most of my wardrobe is black and blue.
Okay,
I've
yeah.
got
So
a dark
I
blue
have a
thing going
couple.
on myself.
Bruising from
And
your wife.
bruised all over.
Like I have a couple gray, a couple navy blue, but like it's like most of them are black, and then like probably half are black, a third are maroon, and then the rest is like a mixture of like 3 or 4 other colors.
There's nothing wrong with knowing which
It's not
colors
much
work
when your
best
wife
for you.
change it, right?
I like
And
those
leaning into
colors.
it.
I feel like I look good in black and blue. I've got some whites. I've got one or
Identify
two.
your strengths and lean into it.
Yeah, like I just
Well, of course. I mean, you get smacked in the face enough, you start looking good in black and blue.
I feel like there's just
Sure.
it's just I mean like black is just like a solid, like it just works with everything. Mainly I get those colors because like they generally go with everything. So I don't have to
Black's
worry
a
about
very
matching
versatile
because everyone's like, oh,
absence
you
of
got to
color.
match this. It's like I don't have to match shit. I have black and
I'm colorblind,
reddish.
so I let my wife
I have
dress
black
me.
and maroon shirts and like
Safe.
pretty much any kind of pants that aren't like green or yellow are gonna work with those colors. So
Who's in hell? Man, you're not in hell. This is not
no,
hell.
no.
He said
this-
the hell. The
I
hell?
was replying to Rain.
Rain's talking about making herself horny with her.
Yeah,
You
well,
put
it's
fucking
turning me on,
lotion
too.
With her
over
man-
it.
She's got the Manscaped Balder. It like all their products that are like, so they have the ball deodorant, they have the foot spray.
Does it make you horny too,
I
Drake?
was gonna say, is this where
No.
you're leading? Is it?
No,
does it
no.
make
I'm
you
saying
horny?
it has.
That's what she's
it
saying.
smells
If it
really
does,
good.
I'm just
You're agreeing with her. Yeah.
No,
I see.
what? Hold on. What I'm getting at is that it has like just a generic just a generic good cologne smell to it.
It
It
has
turns you on. We get it. It turns you on.
Does-
And
It
that's
has
does it make
alert
you
and-
tingle?
I'm assuming that's why she's getting
Is
turned
there
on.
some
'cause,
tingling going
you
on,
know,
Drayden?
it's like the whole thing. She's like, I love it when my man puts on his ball spray and I smell his colon. You know, it's
Who's
one of
your
those
man,
things.
Drayden?
Oh, it's stolen.
Why would you smell his colon? What the fuck?
It's a meme.
It has an
It's
alert.
a meme. There's no meme of
Cologne.
people smelling each other's
Yeah.
colons. I'm sorry. Rain, what did you start here?
She's just starting trouble, like
Wounded
normal.
him up.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're not gonna put cologne on the lady bits, but
You can't put it on the lady downstairs. Oh my
She
god.
did,
what?
and that's what she's saying.
Well,
It makes her
also-
horny.
I'm sure
It works
Goop.
at work.
I'm sure.
Why does it
Goop
make you horny?
sells
I'm
a
sure-
cologne
I'm
sorry.
for
I'm
down-
sorry, Ray.
sure,
I'm sorry.
yeah, I'm sure
Can
it wouldn't
you
be
not
comfortable.
put it on there?
Well, I'm sure it wouldn't be comfortable because here's the thing: they don't like they say don't
Just go.
make sure you don't get
Little
it
bit.
inside the pee hole when you put it on yourself down there because like it stings. I've done it.
Don't squirt it up your pee hole.
No, not on purpose,
Don't-
but
don't
it
apply it to
stings.
cuts or
It sti-
wounds.
so I would assume that the lady bits downstairs,
But
since there's a
couldn't
lot
you
more
do, like-
open things, it
Couldn't
would probably
you do your
sting
sides,
a lot
like
more.
the crevice of your
Man, you
of
need
your
to come
Sorry,
back down
man.
here and explain
Sorry,
lady
man. We're
bits
going into
again.
biology hour.
No, I don't care.
Oh.
Like whatever. Who
I
gives
just-
a fuck?
Couldn't
I'm
you
just saying,
do
I
on
would
the
assume
sides?
I would assume it's a much easier way to make things sting down there. Than,
Manic, are you getting this? Are you taking notes?
Rain, real quick, couldn't you do it on the sides of the labia?
you
Yeah,
could.
I
Near,
bet-
near
yeah.
the vagina to thigh region, and you'd be just fine, I'd imagine.
Yeah, no, that would be fine. But also, she probably doesn't want her stuff smelling like men's cologne.
She sounds like it makes her horny. Why wouldn't she want to smell horny? Like I love
wanna
the
be
smell
horny
of
all
her
the time.
smells.
Wait, so you whoa.
Whoa, what?
That didn't come out that
Can-
right. Yeah, I meant
Can
to-
you go? Can you
I
go
don't-
Why
from
don't you
crack?
want to smell like horny all the time?
Can you go from crack to crack?
What have we
I mean,
done? What are we doing? Let's talk about Eve.
Yes. I
Wait,
can.
we already talked about Eve. We're done.
We're
I want to smell like horny all the time.
We're slowly segueing towards discussing
What does
the
horny
events
smell
of the
like?
day.
It's smelly. It stinks. Horny
Crack.
stinks.
What
It's a
happened
bad
today? I've been under a rock. What happened?
Nothing happened.
I was
Oh.
talking about it crosswise, front to back.
Crack, crack,
What's wrong with
baby,
you
that's
people?
Goons
right.
won. Deal
Crack,
with it.
crack.
Goons won. Deal with it. That's what happened.
Wait, Goons won what?
Did something happen?
Everything. Nothing. I don't know.
There was a big fight. We won. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
been at work all day.
I heard. Wait. Was it you, Ackroth, that was saying there's some possible upcoming war? There's like a bunch of shit talk going on right now.
There is
Yeah.
allegedly a war just kicking off right now. I say a war.
They
Goons-
lost. Yeah. The other
Goons
team
declared
lost.
a war.
Goons won. The other side lost.
Bullshit, Dom.
Goons
Yeah.
declared
You guys
a war
brought-
as of the last week.
What?
You guys ran out of Eagles last night because we murder zoned all y'all's asses.
Well, there
It's
you go.
not
You
the way
heard
it happened.
first.
Oh, now we
That's
I'm not
not
even
how it happened. I
slurring
was
fleets.
there.
I'm letting
That's
Goons
not how it
soften Pappy up.
The way I
How
understand it,
teams that you
we
guys-
were destroying you so much that we made you feel good. We felt bad for you, so we had to throw you a bone. That's the way.
Oh,
that's what
it was
told
a
me.
bullshit.
It was a sympathy fuck.
That's what it was told to me. We felt bad for you. so we threw you a
Tamber's
bone.
saying that he was
Remember,
watching
the
Goon streams
Matani
yesterday, and
is
even they said
so
they lost.
Truthful what he posts on when he pings or posts on Reddit.
Yeah, why would he not be?
Goons
That
lose
was
one battle.
sarcasm.
Pappy cheers for a month.
yeah,
I like how that's unique to one side or the other. Like that you didn't.
Are you
describe
talking shit about
anything
our
unique
side,
just now.
Ackroth? Don't
Yeah,
make
but
fun of
but
me.
Talking shit about all
I have literally been an FC for both sides. So yeah.
Okay. I've seen the
Essentially,
same things
Wait,
coming out
UFC
of both
both
sides
sides?
for
Our side's better though,
6
right?
to 7
Yeah.
years.
I was
here's-
FC for Pappy during the first war, and then after the war and tested all their bullshit, I left Pappy and test and everything, and I went over to Goons, and I'm now with Goons.
When you say the first war, which one are you referring to?
Not the first.
The
one.
the first
one in the
Goons
game.
won.
So you're talking about the
World War B
recent
won.
That doesn't
talking
narrow
about-
it down.
The first one,
That
Goons
doesn't
won.
narrow
About
it down.
World War B II.
Yeah, oh wait, that's not the first war Goons won. The first war Goons
No,
won was
it
before I
doesn't
even
narrow it
started
down.
playing
We
this
win all the
game.
wars.
No, the one where the
One
game
Goon.
declared war on Goons, and Goons said, "Screw you
That's
guys."
twice now.
So
Oh.
World War B, the original one.
World
where
War
Goons
B and then
lost.
World War B II or Casino War and Vietnam.
World War B
or
II.
however
So
you-
what are we
Where-
on? Part
you
3?
mean World War
No,
B2?
this isn't a World War
where
yet.
World
True.
War B2, where Goons lost
It's
all
not
of their
extension.
space except
I
for
like
four
Vietnam.
systems.
I think
No,
Vietnam
that's
was
so-
probably.
Please
And a
You know what's
shitload of
terrible?
Keepstars.
You know what's
And-
terrible?
and took
Goons
it
are
all
still
back in
around,
one month.
and Pappy's not.
because everybody
So
literally
we,
left.
we won the whole thing.
Oh, 2B,
It's
2
amazing
Furious.
that
Yeah, I
they
like that.
reset when nobody was there to stop.
I think that's. I would say like I liked Vietnam, but I think
I'm
two-
with
two-
Randy.
I do
Yeah,
like
2B, 2
Vietnam,
Furious
honestly.
seems
I'm-
pretty
I'm-
solid.
I'm with you on the Vietnam thing. I do like that name.
The funny thing about
The beach
Vietnam, and I've
rift.
had this conversation with a few people over the last week or so. The problem with the narrative around the naming of wars. So, the last major war, and
Doesn't
not the
the victor
last,
get to pick?
two major wars ago,
Apiary drift.
was World War B1, and there was a lot of going back and forth about the name of it, and the general thought was, in general, in history, the victors name the war. You know, victors write history, whatever.
True, but
And,
well,
and it didn't stop any goons from
We
calling a
did
casino
a lot
war
of
for
history.
still. However, that's a general historical fact, and we can play in our own space submarine game and ignore real world history if we so choose. Who knows? It's a sandbox. You can make your own rules, right? But
do all the
now
time.
that we're going through the current aftermath of the most recent major game-wide war, which is another world war, World War B2, depending on who you talk to, or Vietnam, the problem there is that despite the fact that it was very similar to the first go-round, where a lot of people, like most of the nullsec blocks, banded up against Goons, another world war, Goons called it anywhere from like 3 to 5 names throughout the war, while all of the Pappy side at the time was calling it the same name. And then they finally decided somewhere between like 3 to 6 months after the war to pick one of those names and to go with it. And that's become their thing from then on, which is perfectly fine. Goons won the war. But now they're crowing, the winner names the war after like 6 years of being like the Casino War, which they obviously lost, and wouldn't accept that the winner names the war. So it's
I don't
just
get it.
it's been really entertaining for me.
I mean, no, you're not wrong. Honestly, you really are not wrong at all on any of those points.
I feel like he might be.
Which ones, though?
He's not like coming.
I wasn't
like
listening.
I'm in Wrecking Crew. I personally don't have any interest in like the giant block back and forth, which is why I'm not in any of the the huge blocks. This new war though is interesting for me because it's happening effectively on our doorstep.
It's pretty close to y'all, yeah. I don't know. I think it remains to be seen how much of a war it will be because it started
Turn
out
your
kind of
cam on, miss.
mostly crowing and not like, I don't know. Usually things kick off pretty hard, and I feel like this one hasn't necessarily shown that it is. But
No, I don't.
we'll see if it
I don't
builds.
have a cam right now. I need to get a cam.
Yeah. Also,
Why wouldn't you have a cam?
shirtless is not
How
allowed
are you
by
making
TOS.
your OnlyFans money, bro?
Oh shit.
Still photos from my
I got-
phone, Doug.
Oh, that's the way to
I mean,
do it.
come on.
yeah.
You gotta step it up, honey.
Oh, you
Like,
got
I
you
mean,
got, you got the
that's starter level
OnlyPhones
bullshit.
account.
Subscribe.
I mean,
It's okay.
Skyhawk, you are my only sub.
I can see
Well-
your avatar, and clearly you're wearing like a cloak or something.
Why you gotta
Like,
out
should be
me
fine.
like that?
I'm not wearing a cloak. My avatar doesn't have a cloak.
How do I
He's
sign up?
definitely
I'll be
wearing
your
some
second,
sort of
I'll be
cloak
your
of some
second
sort.
sub.
It's
I'll
kind
be
of
your
like a
second
sandy
What?
colored.
Oh. Okay, yes.
Yeah, you're confusing Discord versus Eve Avatar.
This nice gentleman with his sandy colored cloak.
There we go.
I can see his picture. I know what he looks like.
And he's got the lightsaber that says "bad motherfucker" on it.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Oh,
That's
it's all
me.
fucked up. There's two Mannix.
No, I fixed
Yeah.
it. I'm fast
Yeah,
on this.
Samuel
Don't
L.
worry.
Mace
I'm
Window.
I am doing my producer duties.
We need Southern version. So
Said
it's
dude.
Mace Windu.
Winder.
I
Is
am
that how you
based
say it?
south.
Mace Windu?
Yeah, that's it.
Mace Winder.
Mace
What about that
Windu.
war?
No, I think that would be British if the next word started with a
No.
vowel.
Winder.
I don't know, man.
British.
I've heard it
Mace
called
Windu
Windu
on
all
that.
the time.
Yeah, like that's it was the thing for the longest time. I heard it every time you hear anyone with a British accent. I think also Australian has it too.
Sure.
You would
They have
hear
an
it.
accent. They do. You're right. They
Yeah,
have an
you would hear it,
accent.
and like
You
you'd
are
hear the R, like they'd use an R in there where there's no R in the word, and I always was like, and I couldn't figure out like in what instances do they use that, and why is that there? And I had to find. Eventually, I found out it's called
Mace Winderp.
It's called. There might be another name, but I think it's called the intrusive R. And
Of course
when it
it's
comes in is
intrusive.
when the
Came from the Commonwealth.
well, no, it's just a British and
Motherfuckers.
Australian thing. Like, so when a word ends
always
in a vowel
intrusive.
sound and the next word starts in a vowel sound, what us in America do is we will, like idea of is like
Fuck shit
a
up.
good example. So like if I say I have an idea of this, like America's like idea pause of, we have that hard pause in there.
We know how
British,
to
British and
enunciate.
Australian, they
Yeah.
like to, and
pretty
they like to like just smooth it out into one sound. So they'll be like idea of, and they'll put that R in there, so it adds a consonant sound to just smooth it over into a very smooth transition instead of having that hard break in the words.
You heard it
Very
here
smooth.
first tonight, folks. The British are lazy rednecks, and that's why they merged
Well,
their
it's not
words
just
instead
British,
of
it's British
enunciating.
and Australian and
come
New
on.
The
Zealanders.
Australians are British. We know this.
Ask
They
Tam,
know-
ask
they
Tamber.
have a
Tamber,
queen.
is
So
that
which one's the
is that
most
what you guys
lazy
do?
of the three?
They have a queen.
The British
They're
are
still
just
British.
fancy Southerners.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
like, to be honest,
Yeah.
it's
that's
their
all.
language.
That's all I'm saying.
We changed it. We added that hard pause. We didn't like that hard pause used to not be
enunciate
there.
our words, and
We
they make it
decided we were going to
ignorant.
make a hard
Yeah,
pause.
You're right, Drayden. We do.
We're like, you know what? We're tired of adding this letter that doesn't exist. We're going to take it out. And what are we going to do instead of it? A gap.
Cry.
Yeah, we're just going to make a gap.
We're gonna say the words
We're
as they're spelled,
gappers.
and we're gonna enunciate because we're not
Yeah.
fucking ignorant and we don't, drink
Who
tea
are,
all day.
who are you talking about?
I'm
I know
just
you're
being
not
real
I know
inflammatory.
you're talking about us because we
No, no.
are ignorant.
You
I'm
come on if
talking
you
shit
want.
about the Brits just for
Oh
fun.
well, that's good. That's
Oh,
easy.
it
to
was
do.
it was just for fun.
That's easy to
The
do. We
intrusive
can't-
R,
it's easy to
Tamber.
pick 'em
The
down.
intrusive R. So like when you have a word
I love
end
that
in a
phrasing.
vowel and the next
Yes,
one start
you
in a
do.
vowel,
Tamber, you, need to come
you
on.
add an R in between. So instead of idea of, you're like idea of. Yeah.
Can you tell
Well,
me
that's
about
it.
the nation?
They don't
Can you
notice
tell me
it.
about the nation that's colonized more countries across the planet than any other,
Well-
and how they have the intrusive R?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't. I don't think they really notice that
Tell
they
me the
do it. It's
history
just
about
it's just a thing to do. Because I remember what
Come
was
on,
the
Spain,
no
Portugal.
Not quite.
no the England.
Oh, England. Yeah,
That one.
they're
Oh.
awful.
So
I hate those fuckers.
United Kingdom.
Yeah, that's
just
what
say
they'd
you
like you to
hate
think.
England.
There's
Yeah,
nothing
yeah. So,
united
so
about
yeah.
the
So,
kingdom.
Tamara, it'd be like idea. I have an idea of this thing. You'd be like, I have
Reynolds
this.
and
I have an
Scott, I don't like
idea
either.
of this thing. Like, you'll have that R to transition the two words together because you have an end vowel sound and a start vowel sound, and to have that in there, you have to have a hard break. But instead of putting a hard break, you guys just add an R in there, and it just like it smooths it over. So,
Are you an English teacher?
no,
And
I
here's
just.
You should.
Here's
be.
the weird thing is
You
that
know a
the
lot of
rest,
shit, dude.
the rest of the world doesn't respect them because of that.
Well, no, and that's what I said.
I know
It's-
that's hard to believe, but that's
well,
how it is.
that's how it was, and we decided to change it. I'm just saying that's
Sky
just
Hawk, that light behind
I've
you is
noticed it.
really
And I've always noticed, like, why? What is that? Why do they do that? And I looked into
can
it, and I was
fix
like,
that.
oh,
I don't know.
okay.
It doesn't bother me. I'm just pointing it out. It's really bright. I like it.
And it's-
Every
but-
time I hear idea, it makes me think of Paul Senior from Orange County Choppers because he always fucking
That's right.
said that.
Right, but
Yeah,
they
idea.
won't say idea
Understand.
if that's the end of it, and if they're like, oh, they'll say idea. They won't say idea. The only time they put the R in is if there's another word right after that starts with another vowel sound. That's the only time it goes in there, and it doesn't
I don't
on
know
anything.
about that, Drayden. I feel like they intrude upon everything that they can. Like, I think they intrude whether there's another word or not.
Or like if you say to me like, I saw Amanda on this thing. Like we'd be like Amanda on. They'd be like I saw Amanda on this thing. Like they would have the R in there.
A Mandarin.
Yeah, I saw Amanda on this thing. Yeah. So I'm saying it's any word that ends in a vowel, and then if the very next word starts with a vowel, they will throw an R in between there. Subconsciously. They don't even notice it happens. Because the guy that ran, I think, Angry Games.
Because they're trying to take over the world?
I think it was the guy that ran Angry Games that came on our show.
Dirk?
No. I forget his name.
Sothersail?
Wow.
Sothersail,
yes.
It wasn't
Dirk,
Sothersail. Oh.
Well, Sothersail does
Or
run
no,
Angry
not Angry Games. The big 5v5 thing, where they had the
Hunger Games.
No, not.
It was Dirk Satil.
Geronix.
Dirk
So
Satil.
Geronix came on. Geronix is British, and he came on, and I was mentioning this thing, and he was like, "What are you talking about?" And I started giving him some examples. He started doing. He's like, and he like what? So they don't hear it themselves, but when you point it out, and then he heard it, he's like, "What the fuck?" And it's like, "Yeah, you guys do that." He's like, "I never even really noticed we do that." It's like, "Yep, well, that's just a quirk that you guys have with the language. It's just how it is."
It's just your ignorant.
And the
take on
only
English.
reason I notice it
all
is
it
because
is.
it's different than what we do here in America. So I was like, that's different. Why do they do that? So
This message brought to you by the back-to-back World War champions. Undefeated.
the more you know.
You mean goons, right?
Oh, actually, I was going real meta with that one and talking about the real world.
Well, yeah, and I was even Tamber did like he didn't know it because I told him, he's like, give me an example because he didn't know what I was talking about, and then I told him to do that, and he's like, oh, like in chat, he like it just
Like,
you
son
can
of a
see the
bitch.
chat the light bulb on his head, like the realization. He was like, yes, I do that. Like so, yeah, it's but I find it weird.
But I find it weird.
No, not the fact that itself is weird. I find it strange
Just a
that so
funny way to end
it's
that
a
sentence.
it's a British thing. Us in America, we've been separated from Britain for 300 years almost, or close to 300 years, or no 200. I don't know, whatever. A long time, and so our
Dude, we
language,
beat them almost 300 years ago.
our language has.
Impressive.
Although so probably
I'm
even
probably
more
wrong.
because even though we were subservient to England, we were a separated colony for like probably half a century.
It was like 200 some odd.
Or I mean half a millennia. So our language evolved differently from theirs, but things like Australia and New Zealand have been separated from the UK for a long time too, but they still have that. So that's
since Pangea.
that is a
Crazy.
thing. That is an inherent thing in the language that they kept and we didn't. And so I'm just wondering, like, why did we stray away from that little quirk of the language and they didn't? So I don't know
Because
the
they
answer.
stayed under the Commonwealth and we rebelled against the Commonwealth.
I don't think that really matters though, because like
I think it probably was
'cause look at Canada.
At least a small
Canada
contributing
is in the Commonwealth.
Canada is still in the Commonwealth, and they still do speak in some ways very.
Canada does not have that though.
Not with the same inflection, not with a British accent.
Canadians don't have the intrusive R. Australians
Well, yeah,
and New
they're
Zealanders
basically
do.
our top hat. We've influenced
So
them
that's
more
what
than
I'm saying.
we will.
So
Do you-
like,
do you
the
guys
North
know
America
when-
doesn't.
Canadians just have
Do you know?
a.
Do you know when the Commonwealth of Nations was actually formed?
I don't.
1226.
1931.
No, that's not right.
Oh, that's
It's actually
early.
the Commonwealth of Nations is actually very recent.
Recent. Okay.
That's
It's a thing
that's
it-
Wikipedia fake news. I want to have you know.
It's a thing that came about essentially because the British government realized that their power, like at a global scale, was declining in the aftermath of the First World War.
Post-colonialism.
Yeah, as colonialism shit, basically.
Real talk is 1226. Look it up.
1227.
No, 1226.
1226. Like the Crusades.
Obviously AD.
Obviously.
That's when the Commonwealth became a thing.
Oh. No, that's when the British Empire started becoming a thing.
No. I'm literally just talking shit right now. But I want to do it real, like, real stone faced and just like have fun with it.
Doesn't think Ego Proxy. Every time I read that name, I think Ergo Proxy, which is
No, see, in 1226, King Louis VIII leads the crusade against the Carths.
But that's aside because that's not what the Commonwealth was up to. You're talking about King Louis. That was France.
Yeah.
The Commonwealth was doing their own song and dance at the time. And that's why they made the Commonwealth. They were doing their own things. They don't need to base what they do as a nation and as a Commonwealth off what France is up to. Why would they?
Welcome, Tamber.
Hey, Tamber.
Hey, Tamber.
Tamber, will you please set these guys straight about when the Commonwealth was formed?
Yeah. I don't. He wanted to come on to prove the language thing.
Dom actually knows about this too, because Dom and I were talking about it earlier. But he's not wearing his headset, so he's not going to acknowledge it. And damn you, Dom.
Also,
I know you watch just as much History Channel as I. Ancient Aliens.
Also in 1226, Genghis Khan started his campaign.
That's right, and those were competing factions: the Commonwealth and the fucking
Genghis Khan.
His campaign against
that's well documented. And the fact that people refute that at this point is ignorant. Look it up, guys.
What am I looking up?
I'm talking mad shit out of my ass, Dom. You came in way too late.
Mad shit.
But I was having fun with it, and I was looking for you to wingman, and I looked at you, and I said something about you, and you didn't have your headset on, and I was like, Dom knows all about this, and you were not there. You were not there.
Failed you.
You left your wingman?
When I need you.
Dude, he's leaving you
I
right
feel
now
like
for his
Goose
phone
right now,
call.
and I'm dead, dude. I'm
Look at that.
dead.
He's half a wingman.
Holy shit, what the fuck? He literally, like, I didn't even finish my sentence, and he's already
just
gone.
like, yeah,
Dude, I'm Goose, and I'm dead in the water.
Hey, Liz.
I haven't seen Maverick yet, but I know that I'm Goose from 1, and I'm dead in the water right now.
Maverick was good. I actually liked it.
That's what Dom just did to me.
I thought it was good.
He crashed the jet, and I died, and now Meg Ryan has no husband.
Yeah,
And
so
you guys
I
have
mean,
to live with that.
I mean, I'm not going to give any. It's a new enough movie. I'm not going to give spoilers. But it was a good movie.
Yeah, don't.
Obvious. Yeah. So I wouldn't give spoilers on a movie like that without giving a warning. So it was a good movie, and this is not a spoiler. There were a couple cheesy things in it, but I mean, even the first one had cheesy things in it. But overall, it was excellent. I actually liked it a lot. I thought.
I just got to watch the new Doctor Strange. I just watched that.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet. I do want to see that.
It just came out on
enjoyed it.
Disney Plus on Wednesday.
It was okay.
I can watch it then.
It's not my favorite of the Marvel movies. I saw it about a week before it came out on Disney Plus in 3D in theaters, and I enjoyed it.
I mean, I liked it. Don't get me wrong, but like I figured it would, without giving any spoilers, I figured it would tie in something that had previously happened in another Marvel movie. But it didn't.
I mean, it tied in a TV show, so.
Well, yeah.
It tied into the TV show, and it referenced Spider-Man: No Way Home.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about the other Marvel movie that came out before.
They're right now.
Spider-Man.
Right now, they're laying the groundwork for the next big,
the big one.
You know, the next big get together of all the the superheroes in that universe. Kevin Feige was very clear about this kind of stuff. He said that they're intentionally taking a big break after Endgame, essentially. Before they do another big get together.
Yeah, but I don't think they'll bring any of the maybe Thor, but any of the other ones back. Maybe Spider-Man, but Cap, Iron Man.
Chris Evans is
Cap
done. Chris Evans is done.
What was that?
Cap, Downey Jr.'s done. And I think this is the last movie for Thor as well.
What do you
Correct.
have, Kansas?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah. That
So-
comes out in what, 2
I-
weeks?
I don't think so necessarily, because Chris Hemsworth has been very public in saying that he will play Thor as long as Kevin Feige will have him.
Okay.
He's not done. Like Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr. were totally ready to sunset their roles. Chris Hemsworth is not. He's like I'm enjoying this. Let's keep fucking doing it as long as you want me to.
Still in his
Cool.
prime, looks great in
Okay.
a towel.
Yeah.
Might as
I'm
well.
Yeah,
thinking of
exactly.
Guardians of the
You know what I'm saying.
Galaxy because Batista came out and said that after GOTG
He didn't want to do
3 that
Drax
he's done.
anymore.
He didn't like what
Yep.
was going on with
and
character
there's
Drax.
a-
Yeah,
But
Yeah,
when's 3 supposed to come out?
I don't know.
next year.
Yeah, the thing with Batista and Drax is like his reason for that was like he's like Drax is supposed to be a big buff dude with his shirt off all the time, and he's like, I'm getting old, I can't keep up that physique exactly in the same way. I mean, like he's still gonna be a big strong guy for a long
He's
time.
gonna look like a.
I know he's gonna look like a truck like for a long time, but I'm just saying like he's like I can't be like super ripped. He's
He
like,
probably has to put himself through a lot.
yeah,
So-
he's like
so
it's getting
this
really
year-
hard to have that physique and look, and he's like I'm kind of like done with that role. So he's it's not that he didn't
He
like
said,
Drax.
I literally just want to sit on the ship.
Yeah, he's-
like,
he's
So
not
there,
that-
like a
there are
little bit
three
guy.
more things coming out where you will get to see him in the role of Drax. One
Oh,
is,
shit.
briefly in Thor: Love and Thunder. Then
Cameos.
they are doing the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special for Christmas 2022.
Oh no! Is that like
Fucking
I
And
don't-
then,
oh.
and then next
What?
year
Did
we
no one
have
learn from Star
Guardi-
Wars?
Yeah.
next
No,
year we
they're
have
doing
Guardians
it
of the
as a
Galaxy
joke
3.
on Star Wars.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're
I
doing it
bet
as
it
a
is.
joke on Star Wars.
Oh, it's a
100%.
joke. Okay. I
As
guess as a
holiday special, they're making a joke about the Star Wars.
And you know what? I bet it makes $1 billion
okay.
fucking dollars,
Well, I'll bet
and
you
people
do
don't
really well.
realize,
I bet it'll
and they
be
just
really
keep
funny.
doing it.
Yeah. So okay.
Yeah.
So if it's actually
But,
meant to be a joke on the Star Wars special Christmas thing, I bet it would actually be really enjoyable to watch because they know they're going to be poking fun at it and messing with it.
So
Because the Star Wars holiday special was supposed to be serious and it was awful. Like Luke Skywalker in like drag show makeup, and then
So
the
I'm-
fucking Wookiees, the Wookiee household.
that
You're not
was
supposed to
fucking
say
ridiculous.
it like that.
Go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
I'm actually a huge Marvel fan. I'm one of those people that before each new movie comes out, I actually go back and I watch all of the MCU in chronological order because I'm just fucking obsessed, and it's a bit of a problem. But here's your release schedule. Later this year, it's actually going to be November of this year. You get the next Black Panther movie. You get Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania in February of next year, and then in May of 2023 is when you get Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
Does anybody else
and-
feel like this is like Call of Duty at this point, where every 6 months you have something new?
Oh, yeah.
It's less than 6 months,
here's
but yes.
Put it on an
Dis-
assembly line.
Yeah, Disney has enough money; they can throw hundreds of millions of dollars at like half a dozen projects at the same
Well,
time.
so
And people
here's
will
the
eat
here's the
every
reality
one of them
actually
up,
for
and they'll fucking gargle them, and make sure
Yeah.
to cup the balls. It's important to cup
The
the
thing
balls.
is, like, when you
No,
have
this-
that much
this
money,
is-
you don't just have
this
to
is
work on
set
one
up-
movie at a time. You can work on like this franchise and that franchise and this one and that one all at the same time. So you have these like every 3 months we have
and
something
you can
coming
make
out.
sure no one in Hollywood ever writes anything original again. It's amazing. It's a brilliant structure.
So speaking just within Disney's Marvel shit, Kevin Feige and his whole like leading team for planning everything for Marvel. So these movies are coming out, now or in the next year. They're planning the baseline of what's going to be happening and coming out in 2026 and 2027 right now.
Oh, that's
Everything
pretty
in
cool
be-
that they think
everything
Americans
in
will still
between
exist at that point.
You're not wrong. But it's basically a fucking assembly line. Like they've got the shit planned out, and the money.
I mean,
that-
Disney's already got a
that Di-
compound. They're gonna fence it off. They'll
Yeah.
be fine. They're gonna survive Mad Max. Disney will be
They
fine
got it.
throughout the
Yeah.
apocalypse.
Yeah. So Malcolm's bringing up Dune. Like I really like the Dune remake, and they're working on 2 now.
It was really good.
I never saw
And
it.
I never saw the original. I saw the new one, and I thought it was really
did
good.
not see the
Yes, it was.
old like Patrick Stewart one back in the day, but I did.
It's
And
not good.
I heard it was really bad. I did see the mini series from was it the 90s? I think it was the 90s. It was like the
Okay.
two-parter with yeah.
I'm back, sir.
So I saw that one. That one I liked, but the new Dune was great, and they're working on the second one. The second one comes out next year. I forget what month it comes out, but it is coming out next year. I can't remember if it's August or December. I don't know.
I do want to see an epic Batista versus Paul Atreides duel in Dune 2.
Well, I mean, yeah, because he plays Raban, right? And
He
then
plays Raban.
Yeah, he plays
Steve.
Harkonnen's nephew.
yeah, Raban, and then
not the one he duels. He doesn't duel Raban. He duels Fade.
Fade Ralpha.
okay.
Fade Ralpha.
See, I'm not that excited about Dune. I need to read the books, yes, because I have no idea what's going on. Like, I watched the movie. It was all right.
I've
But,
been
like,
actually listening.
I don't have that hype that other people do because I've never even read the books.
So I saw the movies before. I didn't even read the first Dune book until after
You
this
guys
modern
make me
Dune
wanna
came. Actually,
cry.
no. I actually had the first Dune book. I
Sorry,
got
Dom.
it on Audible. I heard it about a few months before the first Dune movie came out. But I watched the first Dune miniseries in the 90s before I read any of the books, and it was interesting. But like so Frank Herbert, great author. The books are good, but so he can get very long-winded. But so J.R.R. Tolkien. A lot of people they like Lord of the Rings, but like J.R.R. Tolkien can get long-winded when it comes to setting description, right? Like, oh, time to describe where the people are at, and it's like, okay, 10 pages later, back to the story. Frank Herbert is the same way, but instead of on setting description, it's like, let's go into like this person's having a philosophical moment in their mind. 10 pages later, back to the story. So it's like Frank Herbert is very philosophical about because he was an anthropologist and stuff. So he gets all into that. But so there is definitely some slow parts in the Dune books that are very tedious to get through when it comes to like just introspection on like just when people are going on their spice trips or just thinking about the future and the past and how it all melds together.
It's funny that you mentioned Tolkien because like when I went, like I didn't start reading books until my late 20s. So like I didn't know anything about Lord of the Rings when Lord of the Rings movies came out. So I went to see the first Lord of the Rings movie when it came out with my brother. And I watched the movie. And at the end of the movie, and they're going across the lake towards the mountain, and the movie ends. And I'm literally like, what the fuck kind of ending to a goddamn movie is that? You got to think that's when like trilogies and shit like that wasn't a big deal besides like Star Wars.
Yeah.
So I was like, what the fuck kind of ending to a movie is that bullshit?
Cliffhanger. It's a trilogy.
And, I died. Like I didn't know because I loved the movie all the way until that part, and I was like,
Timber, how dare
I was like,
you?
how is this the end of the movie?
Yeah. So
and my brother was like, no, there's going to be more movies. There's like books and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. So I remember when I was a kid, and I didn't realize until after. So when I saw the first Lord of the Rings movie, I'd heard of Lord of the Rings, and I was like, yeah. And I went and watched the movie, and I was like blown away. I was like, holy shit, this is so good. I want to read these books. And I was like, okay, the Hobbit is first, right? So I started reading the Hobbit, and I was like. And I remembered it. I didn't realize it, but this was a book that my mom read to me and my brother when we were like 7 or 8. And I remember certain part, like the part in the caves of the orcs and him finding the ring. I'm like, I remember. Oh, this is that book. So I read the Hobbit, and the thing is, I was so into it. I read the Hobbit and the entire trilogy in about 6 days. Like I was reading like 10 hours a day, just
glued,
just blasted through all these books. I was like, holy fuck, that was great. And I wanted more. Then I found out the Silmarillion existed, and then I just like dove in head deep into all that shit. But
I never finished the Silmarillion, but I fell in love with The Hobbit in 3rd grade, and then I remember in 4th grade, I got a ridiculous amount of like extra credit points because my teacher had a thing,
accelerated reading,
where you were able to like earn extra credit points by reading. So in 4th grade, I earned a shit ton of extra credit points by reading The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, fat books. Yeah, because they weighted them based on like how
Yeah.
big they were.
They're
and stuff.
big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just get. Why not get the hardback then? That weighs more.
So I think a lot of us did War and Peace once we figured it out, but you had to learn, right? You didn't realize right out the gate. You start out with the red fern grows, where the red fern grows, and then you figure out that it's about page count, things like that, and you start going. you start, hitting a little harder each time. It's
You look for the books with
it's
a
a
got The
slippery
Hobbit,
slope.
lots of pages.
Lord of the Rings, and Return of the King, all on VHS from the early 80s.
I at least once a
Might be
year will
70s,
still
actually. Yeah.
at least once a year I'll go through a binge where I will watch the extended editions of all of the Lord of
I'm
the
talking
Rings
about the
and the Hobbit
cartoons.
movies.
I only had the second one extended edition. I bought it on DVD at some point because I think I saw the first one in theaters and I was like, after the second one came out, I bought it or something. But then one night we did movie night on here, and Drayden put it on, and it was the extended first one, and I was like, there's 4 hours of movie here, and half of this I feel like I never saw. It was
It's
fucking
amazing.
amazing.
No,
I was
so
oh my god.
when
I
those
had
movies
to come back multiple nights because I fell asleep. I was drunk. But I had to come back multiple nights and work my way through that extended one because I was like, oh damn, there's so much movie there.
when those extended editions first came out in the early 2000s on DVD, my dad bought those, and I went through and I watched, of course, the full extended edition, as well as I've watched them with the director's commentary, as well as the actor's commentary, and it is just fucking gold. It is.
We're still.
I highly recommend going through. If you've got the time and if you're really into those movies, the commentaries for those are just absolutely priceless.
We're still talking about Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah, those movies.
No, actually, we were talking about Debbie Does Dallas 1, 2, and 3 at this point.
Such a
good
good
the history
trilogy.
sequel.
You should also go and look at some of the extras that were on the extended edition DVDs. They did a little special thing for each movie on the DVDs, and they're all on YouTube nowadays.
I don't even watch them without the extended editions anymore.
So, real quick, is it not crazy that most of those people did not get respectably paid throughout all of that? The Lord of the Rings that started coming out when I was somewhere in high school and ended coming out when I was somewhere in college age, early 20s, something like that. A lot of those people did not make a lot of money, and those were phenomenally huge movies, and it just baffles me.
I would say the person that came out of those movies long term doing the best is actually Andy Serkis.
Yeah, well, he was the best paid. Actually, that's on record. He was the best paid for the trilogy.
He was.
I would say the best person to come out of that was Peter Jackson, because I'm pretty sure he was literally the best paid.
Well, yeah. So the weirdest thing, of all,
he was the highest paid of all the people.
Yeah, and here's the thing: for the entire trilogy,
crazy.
And this is back in the day when
not terribly
money was
crazy, but it is kind of crazy.
But it's crazy, when you look at how much money was spent on the Lord of the Rings movies, you would think a lot of that goes into acting, and you think all the actors, it's huge actors like Elijah Wood and all these. It's they weren't as established back then as they are now. So Elijah Wood was kind of most people.
Elijah Wood was not small back then though either.
He wasn't
people
small,
want to make
but
it seem like he had never done anything. He'd done dozens of projects by then.
Yeah, but
things people saw.
It's he had done stuff, but not everyone. He wasn't a household name. He wasn't a household name. Not everyone.
Same thing.
It wasn't a Tom Hanks. Well, I'm saying, and then Samwise Gamgee. Sean Astin. He had done
fucking Rudy. You're saying he didn't do anything?
Well, no, he had done Rudy. He did the Goonies. He had movies
multiple
before.
Successful projects.
So I'm they had some actors that had some successes, but they weren't
Ian McKellen.
Ian McKellen was the one that was a big household.
Viggo
Everyone
Mortensen
knew.
was.
I don't know.
He wasn't huge at any point.
Sean Bean.
He'd done Hidalgo by then.
Everyone knew Sean Bean back then, but
Sean Bean's been.
Viggo, I didn't know who Viggo Mortensen was before that. I didn't know who Billy Boyd was before that. I didn't know.
Viggo Mortensen did blow up more after. Christopher Lee had been doing things
I
for
knew,
years.
but
Christopher Lee.
Look him up.
Actually,
he's been doing things always.
One of the coolest things that I like.
He was a
about
friend with
J.R.
Tolkien.
Is it about the stabbing things, guy?
No, just one. No, not at all. One of the coolest things that I like about looking at old interviews of Christopher Lee is he actually was a Lord of the Rings fan all the way back when J.R. Tolkien was still alive, and Tolkien himself actually gave his blessing for Christopher Lee to be cast as Gandalf if a adaptation was ever made on film. Just by the time the movies actually came around, the only reason he didn't get that role is because he was too old to physically do it.
Yeah,
and let's be real, Christopher Lee as Saruman was great.
No, he was.
Agreed.
So it wasn't just that
Christopher Lee and Peter Jackson. So real quick. There was a scene where I don't remember if it was when Christopher Lee was slamming Gandalf around or something. It was something where somebody got stabbed. Somebody got stabbed, and he was
Frodo?
he was like, no, this isn't what it would sound like. And Peter Jackson was like, what are you talking about? He was like, no, if they got stabbed, this is how they would react. And then they referenced the fact that Christopher Lee was actively involved in like World War II, and like he definitely knew what people sounded like as they died getting stabbed to death.
That was
and Peter Jackson was like, it was fucking chilling.
Yeah, so
that was for the Two Towers scene when they were filming when he got stabbed by Wormtongue.
Well, he never actually got stabbed by Wormtongue in the movies.
It didn't make the original cut.
Yeah,
it was in the extended.
cut.
Oh, and that's weird because like that actually doesn't take place in the books until like the end of book 3, like the Return of the King when you get back to the Shire. But the thing is, like Christopher Lee, it's not just, Christopher Lee was actually good friends with J.R.R. Tolkien. Like he
goes way back.
Yeah, like they knew each other and were on they hung out together. So it's not just that
England
he was,
is a small island, kids. Like I know we were talking, making jokes about the Commonwealth earlier, but like those jokers, it's so tiny. Like how can they even project their power?
And Christopher Lee went into the actual. So the thing with Tolkien is like the Elvish language he made that. Now it's kind of like a mixture of like Norse and various other languages, kind of all. But because Tolkien was a linguist, so he studied languages and so.
He was able to create a language.
He created Elvish for his books, and it wasn't just like I'm making enough words and some stuff for my book. It's like he made the full basis of the entire language, and that's why people can speak Elvish, even though there's words that weren't in the books, because they he gave enough here's all the roots of these words and the usages, and these are in various different grammatical usages. They changed this way. He basically did a whole breakdown of this is how my language is structured at the core, and therefore other linguists can take those core things and build the language. Even though those words haven't been specifically said in the books, they can construct his language from the building blocks he gave them and be like, this is how the language works, because this is how he told us it works. And so it's crazy that he built this entire language to use in his books, and it's an actual full-on, fully wrought language that's unique, and it's pretty fucking crazy.
Following up on that, supposedly a fan gave J.R.R. Tolkien a goblet that was inscribed with the One Ring saying in Black speech, and Tolkien refused to ever drink from it, as he said that Black speech was never supposed to be uttered or spoken by anybody except for the most evil of things.
Right.
What's crazy though is he didn't do that with just Elvish. He did that with multiple languages for that universe.
He was a trained linguist.
From a world building aspect, in the last 100 years, as far as I'm concerned, there's no one.
I don't think anyone else has
Tolkien.
ever done anything quite like that. Now, granted, people know Klingon and things like that. It's not
completely
completely unheard of, but to the same level, and at the time. Fucking mind-boggling.
Yeah. Well, and the funny thing is so that's the thing that Christopher Lee was really into the Lord of the Rings stuff, and so he had done all the research on the language. Now I don't know if I'm not saying Christopher Lee could speak it fluently, but as far as the pronunciations of things, so he actually was giving them things, because when you hear some of the people say, "Oh, Sauron," it's. And then I've seen interviews, and Christopher Lee is it's not Sauron, it's Sauron. He's trying to correct me. He's it's not Sauron, it's not Gandalf, it's Gandalf. It's
Gandalf.
It's he's all these very slight inflections of things. It's you're not saying it right. It's okay, nerd.
I can't tell if Darwin's trolling us or if this is facts he's dropping on us.
I don't know either.
Okay,
No,
now that he followed up.
No.
Okay.
So Tolkien actually played a lot.
Follow-up.
No. There actually a lot of D&D stuff was based on Tolkien's works, and
But
the things
opposite of what he said. He said Tolkien was based on D&D, and I was like, wait, what? And then he said Tolkien was a beast model painter, and I was like, okay, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Technically timeline.
And it's modern fantasy is actually kind of based on a lot of Tolkien's work, because you think elves were back before Tolkien. Elves were a folklore thing, and they were not thought of as that. What when you think of an elf, everyone thinks of the long-eared, tall, fair, long-lived folk. That was kind of Tolkien's.
That was Liv Tyler.
Tolkien kind of did a little twist on, because old Elvish things, they were more like a fair, almost like a fairy type thing. and not what
Like
you
Julia Roberts from Hook.
They were not the from Pan or from Hook or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Julia Roberts from Hook.
Yeah,
Oh,
so the modern
if you're not familiar,
and also
watch
Orcs. Orcs was another thing
Never
where
seen it.
I don't know if he invented Orcs, but like the whole like industrial kind of like just evil orcs. Those were kind of like in modern days. Those are just like generic staples of fantasy, but those are kind of like Tolkien's interpretations of those races that have just been accepted as the norm now.
Real quick though, if
Now
you
we're
never
talking
saw,
about Christopher
if you
Lee.
never saw Hook,
We were, but
Dustin
now we're on
Hoffman,
Tolkien.
Glenn Close, Robin Williams.
Robin
Like,
Williams.
Glenn Close was like a cameo. Dustin Hoffman, obviously a main character. Robin Williams, phenomenal movie.
We have to give him the
If
Hook.
you've never seen Hook, you need to watch Hook.
Hook is great.
I've
Hook is
never
an
seen it.
excellent movie.
I've never
and
seen
that's
it.
fine. And I'm not going to hold that against you. But
Dang,
you
you're
should
missing
watch
out.
it.
Yeah,
It is a phenomenal movie.
Yeah, like
I'll
Hook
put it
is-
on the list.
Hook is excellent.
Dustin Hoffman's in it, and if you don't believe in Oscar winners, then whatever.
Yeah, it's got Dustin Hoffman. It's got he does great. as
Shmee, do something intelligent.
Yeah, Smee was good.
Shmee.
Robin
Shmee,
Williams
what
is
about
Pan,
Smee?
and then you got fucking Rufio.
Rufio. The kid from like Angels in the Outfield or whatever, who was his son.
Oh, I don't know.
Skyhawk. I put the trailer in Twitch chat.
Who
Watch
else?
it.
Yeah, and then
I'm gonna watch that.
see some
Right,
people
I'm
that
gonna
it was-
watch
it was
that
a
right
good
now.
Yeah, and Julia Roberts was Tinkerbell.
Oh, and that's where we started here. Is
Yeah,
Julia,
Julia
Roberts
Roberts
was
was
Tink,
Tinkerbell.
which whatever. Julia Roberts, she's not a bad looking lady. Julia Roberts is Tink, a little bit of pixie thing going on. Choice.
She turns. She
If
turned.
you're not,
oh,
nope, that's fine. But if
never
you
mind. I'm
are,
not gonna
all the better.
spoilers. No spoilers. You haven't seen it. I'm not gonna say it.
She's a fairy. I'll spoil it for you. She's
No,
a tiny
no,
little person.
no,
She's
no.
a
I
fairy.
was going into a specific
flies
part,
around.
but I won't spoil that.
I'm just being
Wait, who did we lose? We lost Malkath.
I think earlier he was saying his
Yeah.
camera was
Oh.
messing up.
So I didn't realize I was into Pixie for many, many years up until.
You're into Pixies?
not
You watched that
terribly long
movie?
ago. No. I enjoyed Hook, and I also enjoyed Tank Girl and In the Army Now, and a handful of other things. G.I.
And then
Jane.
you realized it.
And
and
somebody
you
mentioned it
realized
to me, which was actually my ex, who was a short-haired.
Major
lady.
Pain.
And I was just like, oh shit, I do
Major
appreciate
Pain.
a woman with a shorter haircut. Like, yeah, that's pretty.
Let me
cool.
give you something to
Badass-
take your
badass
mind off
chicks
that
with a short
leg.
haircut. It's kind of fun.
Well, we got a video spot. Do we want to go into the? We want to get Rain back on here and do the SCOTUS venting?
I don't know, Minik, how are you feeling about it? You look like you're balls deep in your project.
I'm still halfway through the trailer, but holy fuck, Professor McGonagall is in this.
Ooh, McGonagall, she's a winner.
Oh yeah. That's
Oh
That's,
yeah. Oh my god, I
Wendy.
forgot
She's
about
Wendy.
that.
She's Wendy,
Yeah.
yes.
yeah. She's
Oh,
Wendy grown
goddamn.
up. She's Wendy
Yeah,
as an old
I-
lady.
I
I'm
thought about it,
watching this-
but I didn't realize she's also McGonagall.
yeah, I
just
forgot
didn't
about
remember
her.
who she was. I was like, oh, she was also
Yeah,
pretty big
like
too, but
I
couldn't
didn't
remember
know who she was.
McGonagall.
That's it. When I first saw the first Harry Potter,
That's funny.
that's
that
what I was like.
connected
I was like,
that
oh,
for
it's
you.
old lady Wendy.
I didn't
That-
even put that connection.
I
Like,
didn't
Yeah.
either. And I've
I'm
watched both
watching
of those
the-
movies, well, all the Harrys and whatever,
I-
like
I'm-
tons of time.
Yeah, I'm obsessed also with Harry Potter movies because like those were coming
Those are good
out. Like
movies.
I was first handed the book Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone when I was 10 years old, so like it just immediately created like a relation with the
Well, it
character
was a
for me.
phenomenon in that era. I
Yeah,
didn't read
like-
any of them.
I just
Yeah.
watched the last movie, The Secrets of Dumbledore, like a week ago.
Oh, I've never seen any
I
of the
was
new
so
stuff.
disappointed with that movie.
All the old stuff
I
was
am
really
too,
good in my
but
opinion.
probably
and
for
I
a different
never read
reason
any
than
of the
you.
book.
The different, like, I don't think the dude that played Grindelwald was as evil as Johnny Depp was.
We need Johnny Depp
Yeah,
back.
but Johnny
I'm
Depp
hoping,
had
I hope
his-
to God that after everything that's happened with the bullshit trial with Amber Heard, that he can maybe get some of those roles
Yeah,
back.
but,
I'd love
like-
to
Well-
see him come back.
Just the evil that he brought to that character.
He's not going to get Grindelwald
Yeah.
back.
No, he
they're
won't,
doing
but-
Mads Mikkelsen. Is that who's doing it?
Yeah.
yeah.
Who's also a phenomenal actor.
Yeah, no,
He's a
he's
great
great
actor.
actor.
Oh, yeah,
He's
a
a
great
great
actor.
actor.
So now I did hear that I think Johnny Depp has already gotten a role for something, so like he is gonna
I think so
be
as
back in acting. I don't remember what it was. It was a Google, like when you have the Google homepage up, it's like here's some ads for you, or here's some articles. I think it was a thing where it's like, oh, Johnny Depp accepts role for this, and I forget what it was, but
The Turdling.
It's probably another Pirates movie.
Yeah, I wouldn't know him from a kid's point of view either, Darwin. But I that was another thing. So Lord of the Rings, I didn't really read the books until I saw the movie. Same with Harry Potter. I didn't read them. I saw the first Harry Potter movie. I'm like, I'll give them a shot, and then I started. Although I wasn't a young kid, but I think I was in like junior high.
It was 1997. Wait, how old were you then?
I'm just thinking real quick. Darwin was 26 when
12.
the first one came out.
12, yeah.
He just had a kid.
I was 12. Yeah, so I was 12.
Oh yeah, Drayden, man, you were the same age. I forgot.
Darwin, your seed
Going
is
strong.
potent, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, so I was seed is potent. I was 12.
Seed is strong.
I appreciate that he's still able to like make
Ackroth-
offspring at
Ackroth
51.
appreciates Darwin's potent seed.
That's a fact. You can clip that.
Drayden.
I'll
he
stand by
is-
this.
What was that saying before? What is he? He's something unbreedable?
You're looking
submissive and breedable.
Submissive and breedable
Drayden,
today,
you're looking
yeah.
awfully submissive and breedable, baby.
Yeah,
you want his seed.
I was saying, I was like, it's like just how about whoever clip that and send that to Brisk. Send them a clip back. We'll have like a clip war. I'm down with that.
See, no,
Talking about how
51 in 12 days?
A
Oh, I got
51-year-old
you beat.
Darwin, CCP Darwin, who just had his most recent child. I'm going to drink to it. Congratulations
yeah.
again,
Congrats
Darwin.
again.
We already
Yeah,
drank to it.
congratulations.
I think
multiple
I've been
times,
drinking to it.
and that's not a reason not to drink to it. Because
congrats
congratulations again,
You know what?
Darwin.
Because it was
Now
last
that we
weekend.
have now that we have this information, though, I am convinced that Darwin chose this
He
year to
shoots
have
live
his
ammo.
life. It's because
Cheers.
so now he gets to troll his child because when his child is 18, he will be 69.
Nice.
Nice.
Either way, congrats again, Darwin. But
Also,
that's
Darwin's
crazy to me
child
that
probably-
he was 26 when the first Harry Potter book came out. Wow.
So I'm guessing Darwin's child also has to be 18. before
Yeah,
he
Rain.
will
We're
be,
yeah.
brought
If you
onto
want to
the
hop on,
show.
Rain, I'm down to roll that. So
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Bring that rant over here,
Is
Rain.
bean footage.
Yeah, come on, Rain.
Yeah, it's Boston.
I'm
baked beans?
about
No,
to start
it's-
pouring vodka shots for myself. I'm out of my
like,
bottle of wine.
We're about
It's
to
time
do
move
the
to vodka.
I don't know why my
Let's
mind,
all get
my
get
mind
shots
went
and
where
then we
it
can
did with
rant.
that. Like
Well, I'm almost out of alcohol.
it's a bush baked beans thing, but like
So real quick, Liz mentioned she's not ready to hash it out, but she also made a
hello.
what I'm
Hey,
not
Rain.
sure is a joke or not, but it seems funny enough. She said, "I think women in certain states should avoid that potency."
Oh
Darwin.
yeah,
And I'm like,
Missouri-
yeah,
you
no,
like
you're
Missouri?
Not, you're not wrong.
yeah. Rain, we can. I
You
think
want me
we
to
can.
click the button?
Yeah, click the
What button's
button.
that? Is there a button?
A
Push
button.
it, push it.
All right, hold on. Let me fix the name.
Wait, are we gonna make a play with the button joke? No, let's not.
Yeah, Daddy.
Rain, you can click my button anytime.
Oh my gosh. Manic, did you want to go first or do you want me to go first?
Huh?
Manic has been trying not to go, and I think Rain. I think
I feel like Manic has a bunch of pent up anger.
I
I've been
think you
posting on
need
Twitter.
to fire him up again because he's
I think
trying
we're
to
all-
he's trying to back away from me. He's
Listen,
trying to be like,
What
no,
are we
you know
mad
what?
about?
Yeah,
I'm done for the
guys-
day.
You guys are being presumptuous as fuck with me here.
What are we mad about?
Jesus.
Wait, I'm just going off of what you've given us.
Presumptuous.
What have you given
Well,
us tonight,
just
Manic?
Step back.
Manic, what have you given us?
Manic.
You told us earlier that you were tired and that you were not ready to, and things along those lines. Did you
Listen,
not?
I'm just chill, okay?
Yeah,
You did you not say those things?
Let
You
the
were like,
man
I
chill."
don't know, I'm kind of over
To
it.
be okay, we're gonna give a thing to
Are we
chat. If you
getting
don't like
into it?
If you don't like
That's what I'm
politics
asking.
in
Getting
Twitch chat, feel
Yeah,
free to mute
yeah,
us
we're
for like
we're
the next
we're gonna
5
go. Yeah, we're
3
gonna
We're
go.
hours.
going into politics zone
5
now.
to 3
so
hours.
5
Yeah,
minutes
that
to
is
3
disclaimer.
hours.
Yeah, we're
Look, I
gonna get into real
Well,
world
Five
politics.
minutes
I know
is
that's
3
not
hours.
everyone's thing because you play games to like.
I see
escape
that there's
life, I
20
get it.
viewers here, and I know that 12 of them are the people on the show because that's just how we do.
Well, no, I was yeah. So we're gonna get into real world politics with a Roe versus Wade decision today. So if you're
The
not
boxing
into
match.
that, then
I will
Let's be clear
listen,
real
but I'm
quick.
gonna mute myself.
But-
just-
We're discussing the pay-per-view boxing match.
But yeah,
I'm down with that.
Like I think pretty much everyone here is probably upset with
though, the whole fucking thing to be
Well, that's
said,
'cause
to be
I'm
said
not- I'm
light
not
to be
upset.
said to be
I'm
said
not upset.
lightly. I think everyone.
Yeah, I'm like flipping tables, fucking, pissed off and completely understand why people become radicalized.
That's
like
because Domino's
that was
betting against
that
me.
was honest to God, one of my first things that I
Betting
thought
against
about
you,
and
that's
felt
right.
today was I was like,
Well,
know
yeah,
what?
you're old. You're going
This
on the 1
makes
versus
me
12 versus 12
understand.
versus...
I was like, this makes me understand why people become radicalized.
Okay, wait.
Honestly.
Wait. Okay. Before anybody starts talking, I know
Well,
the
it's too late for
views.
that.
I know the views of most of you, and y'all know I'm from the South. And
Are you?
A couple of you do.
Please
And
don't
Are you
let me
really?
hate you.
yeah,
Yeah.
so
I'm kidding. I can tell based on your accent, but go on.
and I really like all of you guys, and I'm not going to get in an argument with you, but I'm semi happy about what happened today.
And
Less
why do you feel that
abortions
way?
means more dead women. I'm just gonna point out my best friend will be dead.
I know, Rain. I'm not.
Like, please
I
don't make me hate
completely.
you because I
No,
have
no,
no
no, no.
problem putting people out of my
I
life.
completely understand.
Come correct.
But yeah. I'm not trying to have an argument. But I would like to hear all of your opinions.
Okay.
This is just mine, and it doesn't mean it's right because it's an opinion. My opinion is, and I agree with Rain. I completely agree with her on that. But I think it should be on a case by case basis. I don't think it should be completely illegal. But I think like the rape thing, yes. The medical, if the woman's going to die thing, yes. But it should be case by case basis. And the other thing that I'm getting, this is just from people I know. Like the men have no say in it, and I think as a father, I'm a father. If I had relationships with a woman and she got pregnant, I think I should have a decision as long as it wasn't going to medically hurt her. I think I should have a decision in her decision to get an abortion too. All right, that's my opinion. I'm going to be quiet now. Go ahead.
So I'll pitch
so-
the
Yeah,
I'll
go
pitch
ahead.
the like case by case basis. The problem is you have to then determine like who makes that decision then, right? You're gonna say like a woman's doctor, a woman, etc. Because for example, so I'll use my best friend. So she one day, so she was pregnant. It was a wanted pregnancy. They were trying to have a child. One day she's like, "Yeah, I'm just sitting there and I feel like somebody's stabbing me with a knife." And it's like, "Okay, well that's weird." And she's like, "Oh, it's probably just cramps, whatever." Like it was kind of painful. And eventually the father in the situation was like, "You need to go to the hospital." So they take her to the ER. And as she's sitting in the ER and they have all the monitors hooked up to her, she's going into shock. And the nurse was like, "You need to sign this piece of paper." They put a pin in her hand, drop it on the paper, and they're like on the phone with the surgeon. And they said, like, she woke up and they're like, "Had the surgeon not been 5 minutes away, you would be dead," because she was bleeding out from an ectopic pregnancy. So for those who don't know, the fetus has to attach to the uterus lining. You have the what are they? God, I forget. Fallopian tubes.
Fallopian tubes.
So you have the fallopian tubes where the eggs are held. So when they release an egg, it goes down. In theory, attaches to the uterus. Ectopic pregnancy is when it attaches to the fallopian tubes.
Yeah.
Usually, you only find out because it explodes inside the woman and she bleeds out and dies. And so, in those instances, abortion is the only procedure to save a woman. There is no way to save the fetus at the time. So for your instance, when you say, okay, it's a case by case basis, well, in that instance, because abortion was legal, the doctor said, "Nope, we're going into surgery right now. You are going under right now. We have to save your life." She lost like 2 pints. I want to say 2 pints of blood, but I don't know what it is of blood. But she lost a lot of blood.
That's a lot.
That's
so
a lot.
so the thing is when you say, okay, it's a case by case basis. Well, so how are they making that decision? Because for her, she had the best case scenario, and she still almost died.
Well, and here's the case too. You're entrusting the government, who, no matter which side you're on.
Oh no! The government should not make anybody's decisions.
But when you're saying a case by case basis,
That's true.
The reality is that the government is determining the case by case, right? Nobody else will. It is
good
literally
point.
government who's going to mandate and determine. And you're talking about a government who has taken literally multiple decades sometimes to process cases of citizenship, of people who come to this country, decide and live upstanding lives, become part of our tax base and all these things, just upstanding citizens, and still take literally more than a decade to determine the case. that this is the government that we're trusting with a case-by-case basis when we're talking about a very limited window of time where people their lively, not their livelihood, their life is at risk. Case by case sounds good, and I totally agree that you shouldn't just blanket, I don't think that anything should be blanket. I think that everything has nuance. Every little thing in life has nuance. That is 100% fact. That being said, if you leave it up to the government to determine case by case basis, I think you're opening a whole can of worms for a very inefficient government, because that's what almost every government is. Some of them are better than others. Most of them will not be able to act in this situation in a timely enough manner
to
save a life,
to actually do anything important,
to save either life.
So
to do anything important.
For me, the thing that was most disturbing about today was the specific way that this got rolled back from actually looking at the logic and the critical thinking that those that voted concurrent on the Supreme Court with this, they focused in on the right to privacy and basically said, no, you don't have that right to privacy to make this decision. That same right to privacy was used in the Supreme Court rulings in the early 2000s that ruled against the Texas anti-sodomy laws that literally made gay sex illegal, and Texas was prosecuting people for that at the time, which is why it ended up before the Supreme Court. It's the same logic that was used in the Obergefell-Hodges Supreme Court ruling that gave LGBTQ marriage rights across the country, and explicitly in his concurrent opinion, Clarence Thomas said that he thinks that the Supreme Court needs to take a look at those rulings again.
All of those.
Yeah.
And I was like, excuse me, what the actual fuck? That for me was what just set me completely
And a funny
over
thing
the
that
top.
was brought up plenty of times was that there was one more thing that was touched on by one of those, and I can't remember it right now, and I've been drinking, so I'm going to admit that. I'm not here to convince anyone, and if anybody in this channel is listening and they wanted to have a counter argument, they're probably in the wrong channel. This is not going to be supportive
I'm
of an actual
venting at
good
this
debate.
point.
I'm listening, but go ahead.
Exactly. It's a vent. It's a vent. And that wasn't directed at you, Mace. That was just me thinking, I
No,
can't
it's
back
fine.
it up because I don't remember exactly which amendment it was.
I actually have a question.
It was
just real
one that
quick.
touched on interracial marriage, and it was funny that it was it's funny he mentioned these three things that were pretty important, but one of them has a slight overlap and he didn't mention. And that's because it's not necessarily because it's overlooking the fact that that particular one that overlaps easily and could be overturned very easily based on just today's trajectory is one that protects interracial marriage, which is something that Clarence Thomas actually does.
I have a question real quick.
It was just interesting.
So
the Supreme Court that voted today, I know there's one new member, but how many of them were also in these other votes back in the 2000s you were talking about, Skyhawk? Do you know?
Very few. Because
Very few. Very, very few.
Let's look at the current makeup of the court. So we've got 9 justices. I'll just go from left to right, and so we've got.
Yeah, how long have they been
not leaning? You're talking about it in a picture. Right?
Didn't Trump appoint 3?
Yeah, I
of
was like,
them?
do we have a?
Yes,
picture?
Trump
wasn't
appointed
sure.
3 in one term, which is
He said
extremely
pictured
rare.
from left to right.
Yeah. So if you look at it, you've got Breyer, who is retiring, and he'll be replaced by Jackson. Then you've got Sotomayor and Kagan, who are what's considered the liberal side, and they were appointed. Breyer was Clinton, and then Kagan and Sotomayor are Obama. So they've kind of been around for a while. You got Clarence Thomas, who's appointed by George Bush Sr. So
he's the longest acting one.
Yeah, by far, because the next one, you got Alito, that's Bush Jr., and then you have Roberts.
Stephen
who's Bush
Breyer
Jr.
was appointed by Clinton, so he was right after Lee or Thomas. I mean,
But Breyer's also retiring after.
those are the only two that are around when those 2000s were made. Those are the only two.
So they're the only
everyone
two.
came because
Okay.
they were all
Those are
made
the oldest.
prior to 2005.
That were around. The only case that I specifically mentioned from the early 2000s was the anti-sodomy law that went before the Supreme Court, which
repealed.
And
I grew up in
two of them were
Texas.
there. Yeah,
hello, internet, dox me. I'm from Texas. I grew up in Texas, and that was a joke when I was growing up. And I'm a dirty young man. I'll admit that. But that was a weird joke when I was growing up that like sodomy was illegal in Texas.
So
like doing
I'll
doing various
Yes.
things with the anus was illegal in Texas.
I'll
And you
point
know what?
out that it's
However your fucking religion feels, I don't give a shit what you feel. I'm
so
gonna play with
sodomy
anuses if I want to.
the sodomy law also
I'll be locked
helps
up over that.
fight against pedophiles, right? Because if you're raping a young man, you usually stick it in their ass, right? So sodomy
Usually.
laws also help fight against pedophiles. So while I get, hey, it's meant to target gays, it also has the benefit of, all right, dude, you're dinging someone for a pedophile charge. Well, now you can get them with more years if for whatever reason your state doesn't charge them all.
I get
I mean,
that,
a lot
but
of
my-
that,
my-
a
my-
lot
my-
of that comes from trying to like. That comes from the age-old tradition, though, of being like, "Oh, you're gay. That means you're also a pedophile."
There was a time, I'm
Well,
going to let you guys know, there was a time in Texas where you could not buy dildos. You were buying marital aids, and it was just like going into a
Marital
fucking head
aids.
shop where you bought pollen boxes and you bought tobacco pipes.
Yeah,
and
that's
you bought all
like
this shit.
tobacco
And it was
water
people-
pipes.
It was people skirting the
Yeah.
fucking law because they knew what the fuck they were going to do in their
Yeah.
own home, and they knew that it was their own fucking freedom to do it in their own home because it affects no one else.
So
But that's
oh.
a reality in my own lifetime. We're not talking about like ancient history or anything. I was in high school. This is like 15, 20 years ago.
You're
Where people were,
So-
you could not buy a dildo in Texas. You bought a marital aid. Like that's going into a head shop and saying, I want to see that bong, and they say, it's not a bong.
Yeah, you can't call it a bong. It's tobacco
Yeah,
water
that's
pipe.
that's tobacco water pipe.
Yeah.
And you say, what the fuck ever? Like,
Oh,
hand it to
like
me. I want to look at it. I
paperweights?
might buy
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Like,
No,
God
well,
damn
and
it.
they had to be careful with that
That's
because
the
I mean,
silliness that we live
no,
in.
they had to be careful
That's
because
what happened
if
to
they
shops.
sold a bong, that's meant for weed. That's illegal. Now they get their shop shut down. If they sell a
I
tobacco
smoke
water,
all
so
of my tobacco out of bottles.
I know,
Not
I
even
know, but
cigarettes that I'm holding right
the
now
cops.
in my hand. I'll have you know.
So in Spokane, they had head shops out there before weed was legalized in Washington, and the cops would constantly send people into these head shops to try and get the shop shut down by trying to like, let me see that bong. And if they're like, yeah, here's a bong, and they give it to you, and they sell you a bong that is a weed device, now the shop gets shut down for selling weed paraphernalia, as opposed to, even though it's the exact same thing, a tobacco water pipe, now it's legal. It's like, what? It's fucking semantics. It's
And
stupid.
that is 100% real.
Yeah,
Like
it-
that's
it was
and that's
stupid.
what we're talking here too. Like tonight we're talking like, hey, we're approaching some pretty heavy situations. We're gonna be skirting things and not in a good way. And like I've seen a lot of really distasteful memes, but they're real about how fucking abortions went throughout history because just like abstinence education, you don't stop fucking pregnancy by saying, well, you signed up for it by sticking it in, like that's
Yeah,
not how
it's-
you
so-
really
so-
change
So,
society.
can I call out that argument?
People fucking fall on their stomachs and they do terrible things to their body to counteract the things
And
that
I
can
want to
happen.
call out that argument too, because a lot of people just say, "Well, just keep your legs closed if you don't want pregnancy."
That's such a stupid
Nowhere.
argument.
So abortion is a medical procedure. Nowhere in the world do they stop treatment for anything a person does. So take for example, Drayden being a dumbass. Drayden's a dumbass. He goes out, climbs on a building, falls and
believe
breaks
it.
his leg. He when he goes to the doctor and says, "Yeah, I was an idiot. I fell and broke my leg." They're not like, "Oh man, we're not giving you a fucking cast, dude. I don't care if you can afford it.
Yeah.
You did this on your own. This is
Why
your
were you
fault."
jumping off that ramp,
Yeah.
Drayden?
You actually
Like,
make a
giving you
very
and
good
it's worth
point
pointing
there,
out,
Ray.
nowhere do we do that. People who smoke for their entire lives get lung cancer,
fucking
still
try
get
to
treatment
save them.
for lung cancer.
Yep.
People
It's
who
crazy.
people who shoot their
Hold
faces
on,
off
hold on,
with a
hold on,
shotgun
hold on.
still get treatment.
Hold on, you're
for
wrong
that.
about this one. If you smoke all your life, what you can't get though is a lung replacement.
No,
So you do
you're
get
lower
pen-
priority.
You do
You are
get
lower
penalized for certain
priority.
things.
But you
The
will
moment
just
we
if you
start
drink
having,
a lot, you
the
can't
moment
get a
we-
liver.
You
Right?
will
You're lower
You do
priority.
get penalized
The
some
moment we
places.
start, the
Not
moment we
everywhere.
start,
I'm just pointing
no,
out.
because
You said don't
you're
use
just lower
extremes.
priority. Same with if
Dom,
you're overweight,
you will
don't
still get medical
if
Dom,
treatment.
you're
you're
correct.
old,
You
then
will
you
not
have a
be put
family
on a
structure.
priority list. You're
You're
correct.
correct.
If you
If you
actively
continue to
abuse your
smoke,
body,
if you continue to
only-
you will
smoke,
that's
not be on a
only
priority
because
list.
of
you won't get
supply.
it.
Whoa.
Period.
That's only because of supply. The moment we have synthetic lungs,
I'm
everyone who
telling you.
gets lung
But
cancer
you're
gets
saying
synthetic lungs.
what you're saying though isn't completely
She's
correct.
not talking about
It is
all
no, it's
transplants.
100% correct.
It
If there
is
was
not.
nobody, if there was nobody else on the
If
list,
I drink
you would get
and I
you would
ruin
get
my
longer.
liver, I don't get a
If
new
there was
liver.
nobody else
She's
on
not
the
talking about
list,
transplants. Wait.
you would still
Yes,
get
she
it.
is.
No,
You're
no.
talking about
She's
different
saying
treatment.
medical
No,
care.
because you're
Some
talking
treatments,
about
if you do
priority.
stupid
You're
shit,
talking
you
about
don't get
triage
treated
and
for it.
priority.
You get
like,
medical
no shit,
treatment.
you don't get
Nah, I'm
priority.
telling you, there's certain things. If you're a dumbass, you don't get treated for it.
No, you
don't
still
liver
get it.
if you're a
somebody
chronic
dies and
alcoholic.
leaves a liver,
Period.
and there's nobody
Whoa,
else
whoa,
to get that
whoa,
liver,
whoa,
you get
Here's
that
a word.
liver.
Here, wait. Hey, wait. Hey, wait. Here's a word.
whoa.
Hey, wait.
So-
Dom,
Hang
what
on.
she's referring to is the priority list, in that those people still get on a list. I'll
No,
have
they do
you
not.
know.
If you drink alcohol, you do not get on a liver list.
Wait.
I'll have you know.
If there's no
those
other,
people
if there's
will
nobody
still
else
make a
to take
list.
the liver, then yeah, you
They
still
will
get
not
it.
be prioritized. They
You
will
will take it
not
off
be
the list as soon as they find out
prioritized.
you're drinking.
Wait.
I've had
Stop.
to deal with it.
Stop, Dom. Hold on. Listen to me. You're focused on organ transplant.
No. I'm focused on
Just listen.
medical
Just listen.
things for being dumbasses.
I know.
That's
Just
all my
listen.
point.
Hold on.
Well,
You're
but it
focused
is
on.
focused on
Wait.
medical
Don't use
transplant.
the
Can
word
we
all.
let each other
Stop.
talk, please?
Stop. Yeah, everyone, please stop talking over each other. Please. Dom, just listen. You're focused on organ transplant. She wasn't saying organ transplant. You get medical care. That does not mean that you get an organ replacement, but you are going. You may not get a new liver, but they are going to try and treat you in the meantime.
Like
they
they're
will do
treating
that.
cancer.
Like I said, don't use the word all. It's just that's my point.
Oh,
That's
okay.
fair.
They're
That's
not-
fair. And
that's
blanket
fair,
statements,
right?
but here's the thing, Dom. Blanket statements are tough, and right now we're having a venting session, and
Just
it's
trying to
not
keep
even,
things honest. Don't
and
use
that's
blanket
fair,
statements.
but it's
I'm just
not
saying,
even
the
full
moment they have
steam.
synthetic organs, everyone gets them.
It's not full steam, and
gotta be
she's
a
actually
vote for it.
correct,
If you have enough
because people
money,
will
maybe.
abuse themselves
Yeah,
worse because
my
there
point.
are replacements available. It is a supply and
Oh, we
demand
got
thing.
Darwin coming in.
And that's why I'm saying
And I'll go.
it's not.
Let me.
It's not that
let me
you will
get my
fall off a
points
list,
too.
because there are people who abuse themselves who have received organs.
Let me
I'll
get my
have
points
you
off
know.
too. Before we
But
get
it
too far down
is-
the road here,
It's all about money.
you brought the
It's based
topic.
on money, but it's also based on
pregnancy thing,
supply and
right?
demand, and if your demand includes funds, your
I want to
supply
get to a
is
couple
more
points before
real.
you move on. The
Go on.
topic pregnancy thing. Do you consider that a normal abortion? That's like
Yeah,
a
it's an
common
abortion.
thing. Is
It's
it?
an
Is
abortion.
it? Because I can
I don't
prove
know
you
if you would
wrong
say-
that it's
I don't know
not
if
an
you would-
abortion. It's a
I would-
laparoscopic
Isn't atopic mean
procedure. There's
Whatever
nothing
you
in
call
it.
it, it's still an abortion. You're
It's
removing
not.
the fetus. You're removing a fetus. Yes, it's an abortion.
It's not covered on the same thing. It's not an abortion. It's
an abortion.
It's a different. It is not. It's a
How's it
difference.
different? You remove the
We're
fetus.
playing semantics. We're
Wait,
playing. This
yeah,
is
yeah.
a
It's called,
semantics
it's called
game.
a
It is removing the
salpingectomy.
fetus.
Is what it's called. It's a laparoscopic procedure. It goes to your stomach, takes your fallopian tubes out.
Dom.
It's not the
No.
same thing.
No,
The
you don't
point is-
remove the fallopian tubes. You remove
my
the fetus.
my
Dom,
point
do you
is
speak Latin?
that's not a normal abortion.
Laparoscopic.
Do you
It is
speak Greek?
Laparoscopic is
salpin-
not the procedure. It's how they do the procedure.
Yes, salpingectomy. I know what it is. I've actually sat in on one before.
I've had 2 laparoscopic surgeries in 2 different areas of my
Salpingectomy.
body. Like,
You don't
I'm
have
not saying
ovaries,
that's
man.
the procedure.
that's what I'm saying.
It's a laparoscopic cut through your stomach for the salpingectomy. That's the name of the surgery I've been.
How
in.
you
know,
perform it?
But it's not an abortion.
couple worthy points here. First
Manic
is
may have
that
ovaries, I'm just saying.
the laws about these things, the states
Which
are passing,
we're establishing are fucked.
right, do not are not written with any specific medical procedure in mind. They're not written with knowledge of the medical procedures that are used in
It's
mind.
weird. It's
They're
weird that
written by
lawyers don't know about
legislators
medical
who do
procedures.
not have medical knowledge.
That's correct.
And they are written using language that is sufficiently vague that they end up affecting these other
Because they're
procedures,
fucking
whether
lawyers,
they're
not
medically
medical
equivalent
scientists.
or not. So that's thing number one. Thing number two, with respect to the male partner having an input, I'm going to point out, having just been through this myself and with my own family, that a perfectly normal pregnancy is a highly risky and damaging experience for a woman's body.
100%.
It is not something that, like, the idea that a male partner who's kind of had their 15 seconds of input into the
15
process,
seconds of fame. Yeah, that's what I call it on my
and
best
moved
days.
on, would be able to somehow force a female partner to go through that entire process is absolutely horrifying and absurd. Mainly because it is, going through that as a decision that risks the woman's life, even if it's a normal pregnancy. There are all kinds of things that can go wrong.
But here's the
and they
weird
do
thing.
every day.
Here's the weird thing. Doesn't God only care about that fetus's life? Because that's what I'm led to believe.
According to the Bible, no, because God routinely has killed children in the Bible.
Yeah. Look at the big
see,
flood. He
that's-
killed
that's what
all.
I'm
He killed everybody.
That's what I'm
No,
led to
see-
believe. Is
yeah,
that God,
but
God
I'm not coming
needs to
from
make
that
sure
perspective.
that
Right.
fetus
So
happens.
the Bible argument. I mean,
If not, so that you can fill your military soon, or that you can keep your tax base going, which is both
I
very
mean, with-
predatory systems. But just God needs to make sure that there's more disciples.
See,
that's,
you want,
see,
you
I'm
want
not
to talk
coming
about
from
it,
that,
no,
right?
if you're going to be disingenuous
Nobody
about it,
can
I can
argue
joke
that,
with
right?
the best of them.
Well, hold
right?
on.
If you be disingenuous about things, that's
I
fine.
am.
We can joke around. I can joke around with the best of them.
And
Just
yes,
trying to
I
point
agree.
out a few things
Dom, I don't
about this
disagree.
situation.
I don't disagree
Right,
with
so-
what you're pointing out because I don't know the medical terms for things, and I think that's what y'all were kind of
I just
pointing
want
towards.
to point out that the example that Rain brought up is a very extreme example. That's really not what we're talking
It's
about.
at least 200,000 women a year.
So that's the thing, though.
It's
We've also discussed, that we've discussed very broad
So-
legislator, and
I know,
we
but
actually
I'm
touched
just-
upon
that's
why
my
that is.
point. I just wanted to point out before we moved on.
So
That's a pretty extreme example.
But
That's not
real
the
quick,
common
One of the
example.
many extreme
let's make sure.
It sounds like an
if we're
extreme
gonna point out the
example.
extreme, let's make sure and point
2%.
out.
Don't tell me the stats. I already know them.
Let's make sure if we're pointing out the extreme that we're pointing out how broad the
No, I would not talk
legislation
about
is
the
going to be,
broad part of it. Yeah, I
and,
get
and that
it.
it's
Yeah.
seeking to be.
I also find it weird because it is extreme, but it's also something I have very
You
personal
have
experience with.
personal experience with it, exactly.
Like-
And I
and
get
it's
why
like-
that's important to you.
And
But that's really
I feel
not.
like this needs to be extremely pointed out that if you are a person and maybe if you have like Facebook and you have maybe like 200 to 300 friends, chances are there's somebody within your friend circle who has experience either one with miscarriages or two needing an abortion. And if you say, I don't know anyone, nobody's told me, that is because they do not trust you to tell you. Because there's
My stepmother went through 10 years
my
of
aunt,
multiple
100% you know someone.
miscarriages
You just may not
because of
consciously know it. Yes.
my
One of the
aunt,
things
who
that
was
I-
like
I-
my second
sorry.
mother when I was growing
Anecdotal.
up, she went through an ectopic pregnancy before she was able to finally have a successful pregnancy. And I mean, I
And I had
remember
a half-sister 10 years after they started trying.
that ectopic pregnancy ruined one of her fallopian tubes. So essentially, one of her ovaries was just toast. That was done, and she wasn't sure after that if she was ever going to even be able to have kids. The fact that she was able to have my niece,
She was very lucky, actually. Yeah.
yeah, she was very lucky to be able to finally have one kid.
And if
she
not
was
for
lucky
guys
to
like
survive that.
if not for guys like Ted Cruz, she may not have been so lucky.
One of the things that is
and I will
also
admit, right,
not
for a real quick second, I'm being a
something
piece
that
of
people
shit,
are
but it is what it is. I'm sorry.
really
go
on top of with all this. An awful lot of the people who support legislation regarding this, and I think also in a lot of other areas too, if you drill down and you say, well, what about these cases like, someone who has an ectopic pregnancy, or a case where someone has a pregnancy that, where the fetus has actually died in the womb, and
it's very unhealthy
and yet
to the
you
host.
can't remove it because the
As though
procedure
they're
has been
alien.
specifically banned by name in the law. You raise these things, and
Yeah.
and a lot of people will say, well, it's not going to apply to that because they're going to be reasonable about it. And the thing is, you enact something into law, it becomes a hard and fast rule.
Yeah, there's
no
no reasonability
reason
sometimes.
when it comes to this stuff. If it's written into the rules in explicit language, it's going to be followed. And
That's crazy.
if somebody
Real
dies,
quick, what you have to carry
that's
necrotic
what-
tissue to
that's what
term? That
happens.
could just kill
And
you inherently.
I think that there are a lot of people who shrug their shoulders and say, "Oh, well, this will be treated as a special case." Well, unless that special case is written into the law explicitly,
It will not.
It doesn't exist.
Right.
It's worth pointing
And
out.
here's the thing, too,
as much as I
a
know
lot
that
of
this
people will
is a
say
pipe
that is
dream,
God's will, and that is literally just how it's supposed to happen. And
This country was founded to separate
church
church and state. So anyone saying like, "Oh, this is like what the Bible says is what God says," that has no
God
bearing on
determined
our
that to be
law
the case.
system. It should not.
And it's worth
as
pointing
much
out.
as I
like
know that
Darwin's-
this is as much as I know this is a pipe dream, I would love to see abortion providers, just honest to God, trying to give state governments the bird, and just force the state governments to actually, drag them off to fucking jail for providing services.
The
Make
sad
a
thing
fucking
is that
push it to the extreme. Honest to God,
the sad thing is that they
continue
don't have
fucking
to. The
doing it.
private citizens will murder them.
I think what you're gonna
that is a sad reality.
So I wanted to call
people
out
will go
what
extreme
Darwin.
about these things.
I wanted to call out what
Abortion
Darren said, where
clinics
he
have been
said it's with the
bombed.
law,
People have been shot.
because there have been at least 10 states with trigger laws with Roe versus Wade being overturned. You can actually go and look it up in the law and see if they mention any of these procedures or any of these like extreme circumstances, exemptions. For example, Louisiana had a trigger law. They have no exemptions for rape or incest. So therefore, if a 15-year-old is raped by her father and forced to
It was a
carry a
blessing
child,
from God.
it's a blessing from God. She has to carry out that pregnancy, and
you
if she
need to live
dies
the rest
with
of
it,
your
oh
life
well.
raising
Yeah,
that
there
person,
was,
knowing
now
that
see,
that was a
now
blessing.
see, that's crazy. That's
Yeah, well, it's law.
isn't
It is
though?
written in law,
Yeah.
as
Oh,
Darwin
yeah,
was
I
saying.
don't-
There
yeah.
was over a dozen states that had
Yeah,
trigger laws. My state is one of them. So
Yes, they
literally, the fact they had trigger laws passed, like I think 3 months ago here in Idaho. So literally, because Roe versus Wade was overturned today, as of today in Idaho, it is 100% illegal to have an abortion now. It's like
I'm assuming it would
you
be in my
can't-
state too, but I'm not
It
sure.
is.
On the law.
I don't remember all the states, but it was Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, North Dakota, I want to say, and some states
Michigan's
in the,
another one.
some states in the South.
What
I can't
state are you
remember all of
from,
them.
Nate?
I'm
That's
assuming.
why I said,
I'm
because
assuming
I'm in the
Alabama,
South.
Mississippi are got to be in there. Maybe Georgia, maybe Tennessee. I don't know.
Many of the states
Yeah, I'm
in
in
the South
Tennessee.
don't have.
I'm not sure.
I don't think Tennessee has an automatic trigger law.
Yeah,
but
I don't think they
certainly
did,
may
but
pass
I
something.
don't
like
remember.
Georgia, Alabama,
Here
Mississippi. I
in
think did.
Michigan, we have the problem
Arkansas,
of
Texas did. I think.
we have an
Kentucky,
old law.
Louisiana, South Dakota,
Read the
Idaho,
list.
Tennessee, Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, Missouri,
Yeah,
North Dakota.
I remember
Our problem
Wyoming
here
and
in
Utah had
Michigan
those.
There's
is
13
that
of them,
we have an
Utah and
old
Wyoming.
law on the book. We have an old law here in Michigan on the books from before Roe v. Wade that was just never rescinded at the state level, outlawing abortion in most circumstances, and that law immediately became in effect when it
Did I
got
say whiskey dicks?
when
Whiskey
Roe
liquor?
got overturned
No,
today.
Kentucky,
But-
Louisiana,
Do
South
you think
Dakota, the
anybody
only
wants to
ones that went
enforce it, though,
immediately.
in Michigan?
Okay, as of
Well, yeah, the state government right now, because it's controlled by Democrats, is
So-
not going to do anything. And
quick-
the state government is actually already petitioning the Michigan Supreme
Michigan's
Court
not even on
to-
the list.
to
Quick
outrule
question.
that.
How many people think that just every state is just having wanton, unrestricted sex and just letting everybody blast up inside them and just being like, fucking, I live and let live. I just fly by the seat of my pants. In the
I mean,
year of
that's
our
the-
Lord,
we
that's
don't
been my
actually-
attitude.
Lord, 2022, where you don't know how to bust on a stomach or a chest.
we
I'm
also
just-
we don't have
many
sex in the
people-
South during the
How many
summer.
people
It's
think
too
that that's
hot.
just the widespread thing? That
We only-
everybody just wants to
We
cancel
only have
their
sex in the
mistakes
South in the wintertime.
because they are all just fucking god awful sinners. I'm
Akaroth,
curious.
Akaroth,
I know I won't find the answer here, but I am curious.
here's your answer from here at least.
My pullout game's
my-
strong. I've been successful, but I'm curious.
Well, isn't like 100. Jesus, you sure you
And
don't have
ten-
kids, dude?
And
I
Tennessee
didn't-
does
I
have a
didn't-
trigger law. I just
Call
looked it up.
Zane, what do you want from me? I won't know how to respond until I get the call.
I didn't even get the name for my last hookup, so I don't know.
Well, and
Are there? Sorry.
judge
there-
that man. I know all of their
There's another-
names.
There's another factor that hasn't come up here, which is that these laws are not going to affect the wealthy. They're not going to
Correct,
affect the
100%.
people who have resources.
Oh, they never did.
travel.
If
They
it, you know,
never
if
do.
you're
Any
if
law.
you're wealthy and your 15-year-old daughter gets pregnant, then
You'll do medical tourism
fly her
Or your
to
mistress?
California and
or your mission.
get it taken care of. But
So,
it will
some of those
it will
states are
affect all the
trying to
people
affect
who are
those.
poor, and it'll affect the people who are without power.
I appreciate that you brought that up, Darwin, because I've seen a handful of like just interesting thoughts over the past few months, and it was kind of in regards to this. One was based on inflation, and one was based on talks about this topic. And there's an interesting idea that, you know, young people, you know, I'm going to say people our age, and this is a broad spectrum because apparently CCP Darwin's like 84 years old and just had his most recent kid. And,
Get off my lawn.
you know, people like myself and obviously Dominark are, you know, in our early 20s. You know, we've got a really wide spectrum on this show.
Yeah.
But There's the
Young
idea,
bloods.
there's the thought process that one, inflation is a really interesting way for the government to transfer money between the people and themselves via taxes. And there's the other one that if we don't continue to increase our populace, which young people have trouble rationalizing
Birth rates
because
are
of the
actually
economy,
below a sustainable level.
because of the economy and just what they're going to do with themselves and just the way the world works and the way the world is, young people are having less children by choice now. Our pullout game is strong. I don't want to hear it. We've been practicing.
Yeah. Well,
But
so
so here's the weird thing is, what if you force people to have kids so that you can fill the ranks of the forces, which is a great thing that the American government does, to protect the entire world. America number one, obviously. Everybody on the show knows. We're number one. We want to make sure we have we want to make sure we have the full forces to defend the entire world and to sacrifice all our sons and daughters. Number two, we want to make sure all those not making just a ton of money people are part of the tax base, because that's pretty important too. Are we really seeing like multiple decades like chess plays right now where people are like, we can't let them stop having kids. We need to make sure that they have kids because one, we're fucking politicians and we get paid not necessarily based off the tax base because their money is not based off the tax base. It's based off stock market prices.
That's a lot of words to say. We should just eat the fucking rich.
Yeah.
This isn't a left versus
you
right
disagree?
situation.
Do you
This is a
disagree with the
Oh,
way
I
that
love
could be
eating the
played out?
rich. Let's go.
Well, so
They're
tasty. They taste
I'm
like
a
bacon.
train.
So
What I'm saying though is that implausible? Is what I'm
Delicious
saying.
long
let me.
Is there any
answer-
good reason that the government would want us to have less kids? Is there any good
No,
reason
so-
that
so
they
let me-
would want
let
us to
me-
not increase the tax base?
So my thing,
Just like, is there any good reason?
So
that they
Akraf,
would
I-
want
I-
those
let-
things?
let- I
But
wanna
if we
hear what
could
Greg has to say.
legislate those things.
But,
I'm
so
sorry, go on.
okay, so hold on. So I hate this decision. I haven't really been able to put my 2 cents in yet. But I'm just saying, like, I obviously hate the decision. But before we go further into that, on your specific point there, Akraf, I don't think it's that devious and that like evil long-term planned that they're like, we have to force women to have births to offset the drop in birth. I don't think it's that. I think it's honestly they just don't. It's like these hardcore people say like you can't get an abortion, you can't kill this fetus.
You think it could be?
I think a lot of it's just very
just
basic
knee-jerk
Christian
thought?
based, and it's also just
When
there
you
are.
say that, though, say that knowing that the legislators are not active, real Christians for the most part, and I'm not trying to say that as any.
I'm not saying it's
particular
just
jab, but we
Christian.
know
I'm
that
just
how
saying they
live
have
their
that belief, but I don't think that
They're
they are
playing
like
that
trying to boost. I don't think they're making the decision to boost birth rates.
You don't think that's an investment in the future of America?
No, because the thing's like if
You don't
they're
think
worried about
politicians
if
who
they are
widely use
actually
nepotism are doing
if
that?
they're the type of mindset you were just bringing up, they are selfish and interested in themselves, and they themselves are not going to see that financial benefit in their lifetime, so it doesn't matter for them.
You don't think politicians
Boosting the birth rate now, like by the time the kids being, by the time you boost the birth rate now, by the time those kids are tax-paying citizens, they're going to be dead. So it doesn't matter to them.
Drayden, you
But-
don't think politicians set up their families?
But the thing is, like, yes,
Not
the
at the level
birth
that
rates
you're
are down.
Dynasties.
No.
The
They're building dynasties.
The birth rates are down. So they did a study. Like generally, each couple has to have an average of 2.1 children to sustain the current population. The U.S.
the
is
American birth rate is 1.66 currently.
yeah. So it's down. So it's basically
So
we're at a
taxes will
level
fall?
now that in the future you're going to see the opposite of the baby boomers. You're going to see the opposite to
Correct.
where like there's
And they're
way
trying
more
to
old
curb that.
people and not enough young people. Or I guess it's the same as the baby boomers, but like the baby boomers was a massive surplus and now seeing normal. But then in the future, yeah, like 1.6. I thought it was 1.7. So yeah, 1.66. That means
So
that
you're suggesting that
population
people who are
drop.
looking at projections are not going to try to curb that?
I don't think they're going
Not
to.
in the
And
not
you
in
say
the
they're
grand
not gonna
no,
play
not,
that far
not,
ahead.
not
We
in the
have
grand scheme that you're
politicians-
trying to
well,
say.
so
Grand scheme, we have politicians.
I
who
think
do
they
it for
want to-
40,
Not-
60
not
years.
like that.
Well, hold on. I think
Not
they
like
want
that.
to
They do it for
curb.
generations.
I think they want
You're
to curb.
connecting dots that
Wait.
exist, but that are not
I'm not-
actually
I'm not
This
trying
is
to,
connected.
my
like,
favorite
tinfoil hat too
conspiracy
hard.
theory.
Yeah, yeah,
I love
so-
it.
so
I
I-
love you, man, but you're coming off
But
that
do you
way.
think that?
No,
that's
so-
fair. I'm sorry.
No, so hold on, Akraf. So I think they want to curb the population drop and they want to get the birth rate back up to a surplus, but I don't think they're doing this
That's fair.
To do, I don't think this is their answer to make that happen. I think they overturned Roe vs. Wade because they've been against abortion. The hardcore right has been, or just the right in general, has been against abortion since forever. And so
absolutely,
ever since Roe vs. Wade, they've been working and hammering it, trying to get it illegal,
Funnily enough, we've gotten more and more progressive the whole
it's
time.
just been
except for the
working,
Supreme
and the
Court
left
as
has
of
not
lately.
been working to counter that as hard. They've just been like, well, it's
They've been
abortion's
working
illegal,
as
so
if
we don't have to do
it's
it.
on
And so the
stomachs and
right has
chests.
just been hammering and hammering
They
and hammering
choose
away at
whether
it,
to
and
have
it's
kids in their own
finally
way.
getting to the point where it's paying off. But also, it doesn't hurt that Trump was able to put in 3 hardcore right Supreme Justices into the
guy
Supreme
that had
Court,
5 kids
and the
3
fact that this
wives and
vote was a
cheated on all
5
of
versus
them anyway.
4, if those 3 judges were not put in by Trump, I doubt this pushes through. The only reason this pushes through is because Trump was able to put those justices in. Now, I'm not saying that is the only.
It was 6-3, not 5-4.
It was 6-3.
It was
Well,
6-3.
still.
All the onion
it was
memes.
6-1.
All the onion memes said 5-4 about
I
other
don't
things.
know numbers.
Well, I'm saying, like,
saw
still,
that today.
I bet if Trump doesn't get to appoint any Supreme Court justices, I doubt this goes through today. I doubt this even happens at
I
all.
will agree with you on that, because if you look at the Supreme Court balance before Trump, the swing vote was Roberts, and Roberts has historically been very much a don't rock the boat person. So if you have a less conservative president that appoints maybe less originalist justices, Roe's probably not overturned because you have Roberts that basically says, I'm going to vote to stay. I don't want to rock the boat.
Yeah, but really,
So right now,
Trump
Roberts
only
is-
needed one, really, because of that purpose, because of that reason.
Yep.
Once somebody else will rock the boat, Roberts will go along with it. You're right; he wouldn't do it on his own. So Trump really only needed one, but he got 3. So I mean, that made a big difference. I mean, huge
Well,
difference in a lot of these stuff, right?
If you look at it, Gorsuch and Kavanaugh weren't really tipping points because Gorsuch is an originalist, replaced Scalia, who is an originalist. Kavanaugh replaced, I don't remember who he replaced. He replaced another
RGB?
conservative.
He did replace another guard. Yeah, another conservative.
That is
yeah.
Barrett. Barrett replaced RGB.
That's the one that.
Or
yeah.
Bennett. Is it Bennett
I was
or
thinking
Barrett?
the lights, but
Yeah, the lady justice. I can't remember her name is. Barrett or Bennett. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting it. That really tipped it because now Roberts is not the swing vote. Now your swing vote essentially moves to Kavanaugh, which is a significant right shift in what is your.
Did it
Yeah,
go
so
silent
it-
for everyone else? Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking in chat about how I thought that was a
what I
really
mean is-
on point joke about the RGB because I thought it was good.
I guess my point is that with Barrett coming on board, Roberts' ability to moderate and not rock the boat because he's the swing vote basically goes out the window. Because you have 5 solidly conservative justices that will vote how they will vote originalist. You saw that
Weirdly
with-
enough, a few of whom mentioned during their appointments that they had no intention in changing the status quo in that regard. But
see, here's
why,
my issue.
Why would we reflect on that?
Here's my issue with them overturning Roe versus Wade is if you look at Bruin, which was also decided this week, and that majority opinion was written by Clarence Thomas. He also mentioned that a lot of constitutional rights have evolved, such as the First Amendment covering the internet, Second Amendment covering modern rifles. Now the question is, does the Fourth Amendment implicitly imply a right to privacy and thus the right to an abortion? That's where we get into the super gray area.
There was also
And
some fun reflection this week about some things we can't touch, which was I think New York tipped it off, which I don't know the full details of the legislation against.
They
quote-unquote
basically made it to
assault
where like
rifles.
it was a thing where it wasn't a sort of the New York City
It's a
thing was
concealed
so
carry,
concealed carry used to if you basically if prompted you had to
You had to
show a
prove
good
why
you
you
had to
needed
prove a reason why you needed to have a concealed carry essentially,
which is wrong.
Which in that case was New
and
York,
they
but sure.
overturned that. So basically now like if you have a permit to conceal carry, you don't need to tell them why you have a concealed carry. Like I have a permit,
Which
and
I agree.
It's not really the
that's your
case.
I
freedom.
can conceal carry because I fucking want to. So
right,
yeah.
In many places,
So-
that's just your freedom.
So what?
So
what it
wait, real
overturned
quick.
is
Sorry, I'm just to finish that off. Oh, sorry. Goddamn.
yeah. So what it is now is the
Skyhawk's
Supreme
also
Court
talking
essentially
over his
ruled that you can't do may issue. You have to be shall issue at a minimum. So you can't be arbitrarily denied. It's not the burden of proof is not on the individual to say you have to have a good reason to carry a firearm. It's on the state to say you fall into some non-arbitrary statutory reason why you can't have a firearm, such as you're a felon, you have been convicted of domestic violence. It can't just be, oh, you're not a celebrity, no carry permit for you.
And so the interesting counter to that was that when they weighed in on that, they said, we don't want to infringe upon states' decisions and states' rights to determine this. And then when it came to Roe v. Wade, the featherweight boxing match, they said,
Welter.
We welterweight. I apologize. I'm gonna mix it up all night. I watch a lot of pay-per-view.
I like water boxing.
It's an addiction. But no,
Is that what you're calling on?
then they can't trust it to leave it to the states. They have to determine it on a federal level. So it's interesting. Like we don't trust the states to determine what they're going to do, but sometimes we do.
The thing that I hate. Sorry, real quick. The thing that I know it won't happen, but I would love to see. I was mentioning this in Discord. I would love to see an actual full-on nationwide popular vote on what people think about not just Roe vs. Wade, but like just the fact that like should abortion be legal or illegal.
It's 69 to 31,
and
it's been done.
Nice.
Like
it's been
nice.
done.
You're making that up, dude. There's no way.
But no. I actually think that if everyone voted, it actually would come out to a super majority over 66%. Well, 67,
Roughly,
whatever, if you want to round up. So it would be over. It would probably be a super majority of people saying, "Yeah, abortion should be legal." Now, there might be people like with stipulations, but in general, I think like it would be like a yes, it should be legal. But the fact that we don't have a super majority in both houses, because like the representatives and the Senate would, because to make an amendment, you need a super majority from both sides of Congress, and that generally doesn't happen. When was the last time we had an amendment? I don't even fucking know. Like.
It was early 90s, I think, and it was an amendment that congressional pay raises can't take effect until the next election.
Okay. So, but that is a thing that's not necessarily like a party versus party issue like abortion is. Basically, the only way you get an amendment passed legalizing abortion federally is if you have a supermajority Democrat in the House and a supermajority Democrat in the Senate, and I don't think. I don't think there's
Sounds
ever.
like you're telling us to vote at the midterms, Drayden.
Yeah, please vote the midterms. I'm not saying I don't think there's been a super majority of the same party in both houses ever. So
to answer the question,
basically
about the poll,
that will never happen. But the thing's like, well, hold on, real quick, Dominic. So I'm saying like, but if you had a popular vote, a true Democratic vote, I bet a super majority of the populace would say yes, abortion should be legal.
I could give you the numbers right now.
But because these, 100, 300 some odd people in the Congress can't agree, and they are split. They're split 50-50 most of the time, or close to. That will never happen. And so the fact that the majority of the people in the country want this thing to happen, it will never happen.
Not being represented
because
by their representatives.
that just shows to me. That just shows that is a false representation of the government. All right, see
man.
That just shows a false representation in the government, and therefore, like, why do we run this shit the way we do?
Well, you want to hear what the numbers are? I can tell you what the Gallup poll says. It says legal under any circumstance. Only 35% of Americans say legal under any circumstance. Legal under certain circumstances is closer to 55, right? Now, illegal under all circumstances is 12. Only 12% of the population say you should never have any abortion, right? That's not the majority. That's a low percentage, right? So, but we're saying legal under some circumstances, 55%, more than half of Americans say, yes, we should have abortion with some caveats.
Sure. Which is fair. Is rational. Yeah, that's literally just rational.
My thing is like, I'm fine with the caveat of like the was it
Can I ask for Manic's opinion? Manic hasn't said anything, and he's been seething all day. I want to hear his thoughts.
And he doesn't want to contribute because he's being shitty right now. Manic, come on. You said you were gonna drink heavy.
You can't pressure the man.
And you
don't pressure.
Wait,
him.
I'm gonna because he said he was gonna drink heavy. And
Manic,
have an axe to
Manic.
grind.
Every other man has a pint on my fucking vagina. I want to hear your opinion.
Yeah, we've all laid our own. Claim
I'm
is-
not talking about you guys. Even the ones.
Oh, I was saying like.
I'm not talking about you guys. Even the ones who disagree with me. I'm talking about the fucking
claim
world.
is the wrong
even
word.
say it. You just make that statement and you walk
Although,
away.
Rain, technically, if we want to go technically, it's not your vagina, it's your uterus we care about.
Well, so here's the thing.
and your fallopian
Men
tubes.
don't know the difference.
Yeah, it's in your fallopian tubes. Like so, that's what we
Trey-
care about. Your vagina is just a hole.
Rain and I spoke about this earlier. Can you bring up?
I'm sorry.
I don't want to preempt
Rain-
science hour, but if you
Rain-
could bring up a
Rain,
vagina
gay men-
diagram, I
gay
can tell
men
you
know the
exactly
difference.
how the baby chamber works. I
Yeah,
know
bring up the
exactly how the
diagram,
baby chamber
Trayden.
works.
Oh,
Show
the
us what a
diagram.
uterus
It's
looks
important
like.
to let all the people know.
Do I draw it?
No.
no. Just
Get
bring
out
up
your little pen, your pen thing, and draw it.
Yeah,
for
draw
us.
it. Draw
Draw
it. Then
it.
it's
Yeah,
safe for work.
Let me
I actually
draw
would appreciate you
let me
Draw it for us.
And I'm sorry, that wasn't to
You're
cut you
getting
off,
ready
man.
to draw this.
do
I
hope-
I
wanna point
didn't
out-
think I'd ever say this on the show, but hold on.
Please do.
Let me draw you a vagina.
Yeah. While you're drawing the vagina, I want to point out though that that Code the Gallup poll, about 60-40 is where the United States 64% say yes, we should have some
Under
abortion
certain circumstances, right.
under certain circumstances, and about 40% are kind of no-ish. Category,
Which seems reasonable.
It completely reasonable if you point out that the number of states that are going to have bans and or some type of controls on abortion are 26, right about half the number of states.
Oh goodness.
Right. So
Which means you'll never pass an amendment to.
I agree.
No,
No,
that-
you're
that
not wrong about
doesn't
that.
mean
But
that,
I'm just pointing out that the Gallup poll shows about 60%, and then the states are 26 against versus 24 for. So that's about where it should land, right? If you send it back to the states.
I'd be
this is
curious
about
what
right.
the actual population counts were for that, because I think we're kind of falling into the same aspect of like
This
senators.
is
Oh,
a
you're not
topic.
wrong, 'cause some
This
of
is
them
a
are very
topic
high
that
population.
South
honestly,
Dakota equals a state like California, which
You're right.
is
No, yeah.
This
it's a
one
real
is
crazy concept.
honestly. This is something though that honestly, the amount of people that are in favor of it or against it doesn't fucking matter in my calculus of how I feel about the topic. It just comes down simply to you ain't got no fucking right to dictate it for another woman's body. Like it's just I completely
That's at
don't
least
give
a
a fuck
10% view.
what other
Like, people are like,
yeah, I
I
don't,
don't
give
engage
a
at
fuck.
all. This is the blanket. It's just
I
like
don't-
there's at least
I
a
don't necessarily
population
disagree with you,
that's like,
Skyhawk. It isn't my job. It isn't my place to tell another person what to do with their body.
not your job, not your
It's
place,
not my
anything.
place. It isn't, right? But it's also not my place to tell other people how to feel.
Well,
Right?
that was never anyone's place.
Well,
though.
but the thing
But
is,
yes,
here's
you're
no,
trying
no,
to. You're
Dom,
trying to tell other people
here's-
you can't feel that way. That's not fair either. They can
here-
feel that
no,
way.
wait,
How are
Dom,
people trying to tell people they can't feel that way? It's whether they can legislate that way. But how?
Akraf,
I don't know that
I
any.
want to respond to that. I want to
There we
respond.
go.
Quick.
There,
No, how
there's
are
the
we
picture.
Talking about the feel. Sorry,
I
guys.
want to respond to what Dom said
Yeah, please.
specifically.
That's an
No,
So where does the baby come from?
Which
The
one is
little
the baby
want-
chamber?
Oh my god!
Right there, Rain. That's
Oh,
that's
my
right.
Liz says she wants the whole diagram.
Oh, hold on. That's the
Dom,
perennium.
Dom,
Then we got
can you repeat that one more time? Because I want to
Drayton,
reply
can
to
you
it
please
fresh.
tell me how
I don't
we
remember
should
what I said.
legislate uteruses, please?
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm really high. I don't remember.
You're
what
good.
Did I
I
say?
am too.
What did I say?
Oh my god. I wanted to reply to it so bad and I lost it.
I'm sorry.
I will say.
I
so
lost it.
interrupted.
There we go.
I
I
agree
cleared
with
it.
your statement. I don't feel I have the right or
To
to
legislate
tell
other
anybody else
people's,
you were
what to
talking-
do with
other
their
people's
body.
bodies.
So,
But I also don't have the right to tell anybody how to think. or what,
right. How
right?
do
yeah,
you
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
if
yeah,
you
they
got
can
something
think
about
what they
being
want
a
to
I
do.
got it back. I got it back. You made a comment about how you don't have any, other people don't have the right to tell other people how to feel. And you're right. Like, I don't have the right whatsoever, nor do I claim it, to tell other people how to feel. However, when other people's feelings are getting to the point where they're telling me or someone else what they can or cannot do, at that point, their feelings are fucking invalid and they can go kick rocks because it's passing past feelings and they're telling me what I can do based off how they feel. And how you feel has jack fucking shit to do with what I'm gonna do with my life.
I don't disagree with you there, but the reverse works too. You know, we can't say, okay, you can't tell us what to do. They can feel however they want, and
They can
because
sit in the corner.
because we're
Absolutely.
a republic, we get to vote on shit like that, and unfortunately, sometimes we lose those votes. Now, whose fault is that? That's not anybody's fault.
Dominar's just saying, hey, it just so happens that Rain has less body autonomy than a corpse. It's worth pointing out, by the way, that now I can be forced to have a pregnancy, but if I die, I can say, no, you can't use my body parts for donation or science or whatever, and you have to respect that.
I changed your thing already.
Nope.
I'm changing
if I
yours.
say no, I don't want to be
Nope, I'm
an
changing.
organ donor, you
gonna
have
tell
to
him I'm gonna
respect
lie. I'm
that
gonna lie
if
to
I'm
him.
dead.
I'm
But if
gonna lie.
I'm alive, though, you can say, Rain, you have to use your uterus to give birth.
All I'm gonna say is any friends and literally anyone, I will fucking help get them to where they need to be to get an abortion.
That's
any
so-
kind.
Talking about camping.
100%.
You're talking about
All right, so if you guys want to take
I
a
like that
second here and listen
analogy.
to something, take a second and listen to something.
Sometimes people go to
And of
national
all
parks.
people here in this room, maybe Rain, I have direct experience with this. I got a girl pregnant in high school, and she got an abortion. That's right, and that's affected me my entire life. I'm not gonna lie, but I would have never told her she couldn't, because she wasn't. We knew one of us ready. We were 15, she was 16. Weren't ready, right? And it was the right decision to do the thing. It still affects me to this day.
It
I
affects
think
you,
about
but
it all
you
the
probably
time.
don't regret it, right?
And you mentioned you wouldn't have been told her she couldn't.
sometimes
but
I
now
do.
the national government is trying to say
I
that.
bet she doesn't.
I don't. Well, I hope she doesn't. I hope not. I hope she
taught.
doesn't
I've
think about
so
it.
when my
But I'm
sister was
telling you,
pregnant,
it does.
That's
make a
between you and her, though. That like the,
Yeah.
if I'm hearing you correctly,
It's
that's
not.
what
It's
you're
yeah.
saying.
It's not
I
our. It's
supported
not
her.
our opinion.
I support her.
But
I
that's
took her
not
to the
the
appointment. I
Supreme
was there
Court,
for.
or that's not your local legislator, or that's not
Absolutely.
the guy up on the hill.
That's because I
between
live in a
you and
state,
them.
and I choose to live in a state that's going to continue to do that. Right? It may boil down to.
And you're fortunate.
because
I
of
would venture
this
to say you're
ruling.
fortunate enough to
I
live in a
agree,
state that
but because
would
of this
remain to
ruling,
choose that way.
the only choice may be you have to move. If that's honestly that important to you, there's certain states you may
A
not
lot
be
of
able to live
people
anymore.
saying
I know
people
they
should
can.
move is
I'm just
not an
saying this
option.
is my. I know it's
Okay.
not.
Okay.
I just say that's what we're being put in. That's the position we're being put in by this
Well,
decision.
and I know people
Sometimes you're gonna have to make decisions on whether you want to stay places or not. It's awful. I mean, like you
People
said,
are
some people
keen-
just can't. I can't move to another state. I couldn't right now. But what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to point out is, this decision is going to force people to do things like that. That's
well, and
unfortunate.
again, people were talking.
But
You know,
it
it was
is what it is. It's our
silly
country.
earlier, but people are talking about putting tinfoil hat. I have some theories. I've read some things, and it's not about whether it's real or not. It's
How
just,
big
it's a
is this
theory.
vagina, dude?
I'm sorry. I'm bad drawing with a mouse, but
This Rain's vagina? Jesus,
This is
Rain?
literally
No.
worse.
It's a very small vagina.
This is worse than what we talked about, Ackroth. Look at that picture.
This is awful.
so worse.
I'm sorry. Like,
Why are you finishing it? Erase
It looks like an
no,
alien.
I'm sorry. Like, dude, I'm bad at this. Like, I say, like,
vagina.
yo,
Why is there a box on the bottom
Trade
of it?
what? Trade,
No,
what does
that's the
labia
legs.
look
Have you
like?
seen a vagina before?
What is that? What's that little square thing?
Have you seen a vagina?
in,
before?
in the middle
alien
here, that's
vagina.
that's the cervix.
How do you,
It's getting
Well,
worse.
I know
dude.
this.
How do you
Hold
feel
on.
about the
Like,
bulb?
I'm trying to over exaggerate.
Man,
So you got
what
the
are you
you got
doing
the
to this guy?
you got the ovaries here. You got the fallopian tubes here. You got the uterus here.
You can't see your mouse.
I know,
But
but,
see,
I'm drawing it. You see the delayed. So ovaries, fallopian tubes, cervix. Then you got the cervix, which I know is not that long.
This looks like a terrible alien drawing.
I
Trey,
know,
just-
but
Trey,
We
I-
need
would
a
you just
t-shirt
bring us
of
a
this.
picture of
This is
vagina?
why men
We need a
can't talk
t-shirt of
about
this.
women.
We should draw this as
come
that
on.
one thing. To get
Yeah,
the-
sorry.
We're-
Zanis
just
is
since
here.
I know we're so obsessed with
And then
with
this is like the
viewer count,
this is the
we're
fun.
up to 30 right now, so we're clearly
No,
on
so
point
hold
now.
We
on.
need to continue to talk about how the vagina actually works.
This
and
is
make
the-
sure everybody's clear on it.
I know the cervix is not
Otherwise,
that
we're
long.
gonna drop down to 21 again.
I know the cervix is not that long, but I wanted to accentuate the cervix because, believe it or not, a lot of people don't know what the fucking
You need
cervix
a
is.
banana
It
for
is a thing.
scale.
It is a thing. And so, like, a lot of people, they see the diagram, like the uterus and the vagina are like directly connected. It's like they don't know that. Like, yo, that there's a thing there in between there. Like, you
That's
will not
fucking scary
believe
shit.
how many times. Now, I don't visit Pornhub on a normal
Liar.
basis.
Hey, you shut your
Fucking
dirty
liar.
But
mouth.
you see the comment. You see the
Pornhub.
comments on things where like it's like
Drayden, I've been
You
single
know,
for a few
I
years.
believe him. I don't think he has seen a vagina.
now I've seen a vagina.
What color is it?
The
Neon
outside or the
green,
inside?
apparently.
The outside varies. The inside
It
is
should
usually
look
pink.
like hamburger.
Ackroth, Lucy.
But I'm just saying, I mean, like, there are people that don't know what a cervix is. You see pictures of the people like, what the fuck is that bulbous thing in there? It's like, that's the fucking cervix. Like, how do you know what that is? Did you not go to fucking health class as a kid?
Bulbasaur.
Like, what is that bulbous?
I hit it every time. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
Do you and your guy friends talk about
bottom
that
out of the
bulbous
cervix every
thing
time.
inside a vagina? Like,
No.
how huge are you,
Also,
you guys?
Dominarch.
And like,
No.
Real
do you
talk,
bash-
Dominarch, real
I'm
talk.
talking
Yeah.
I've had two
comments.
experiences. One, I had to use Plan B. Two, when my sister was pregnant at 19, I said I was
Yeah,
the only one to
Draken.
sit her down and said, "Are you sure you want to keep it?" And I just wanted to make sure. And she said, "Yes, I couldn't live with myself and I had abortion." I said, "Okay, that's fair." Now, granted, she did. So, what Darwin was saying earlier, she did literally almost die in childbirth because they fucked up the anesthesia. So, like, she was like, "Why is my face numb?" And my mom's like, "Your face should not be numb with an epidural." And
She's
like,
that's not right.
No,
they had like 3
Uh-oh.
different anesthesiologists come in to check her out. She was only on it for like 5 to 10 minutes maybe while delivering. It was really bad.
I mean, what you just said though, when you said I sat her down and asked her, when she said she didn't want to, and you said that's fair, that's the right response.
Exactly.
Right,
I said
because
it's
it's
your
her choice.
Well, because I knew nobody
And if
else
she
in my
doesn't want it,
family,
yeah.
nobody else in my family would ask her. And I said, if you want it, I will do whatever it takes to help you, but it's up to you.
See, that's where people get really upset, and I think they don't understand. Abortion doesn't mean forced abortion,
No.
right? People
And
think
and
that.
I
think,
know, I
on this
personally
side, on
know.
They think
that
that
side.
everyone
I mean,
in
I
their life
personally
is a
know
whore.
like
I
which is
dozens
not
of
the
women.
case.
I know dozens of women who consider themselves pro-life, but I am pro-life for myself. They don't say I'm pro-life because you, Rain, need to give a birth. They say I'm pro-life because I could never personally have an abortion unless it was my life or the unborn child's, like in a ectopic pregnancy. And that's fair. I completely respect
That's
that. But
the
they're
whole thing of
Absolutely.
choice.
That's the right way to
That's the
look
thing
at
of choice.
but
If you-
that in theory makes them pro-choice because they're saying it is my choice and my choice is pro-life. Your
Right.
choice is your choice. I don't care what your
right,
choice
and,
is.
and I think that's a big misconception. I think across.
So here's where you
Whoa,
lose
whoa,
me on it.
whoa,
Here's
hold
where you
on.
lose me. I don't believe in abortion with no restrictions at all. I don't believe in partial birth abortion. I think that's wrong, right? And I think that at a certain point, it's too late. You should have gotten it done sooner. I that's my personal belief.
I agree.
That's
And
So
my-
I agree.
I think
if
those
it's,
are
if
so-
it's viable outside of the woman's body,
That's a tough
that
one now.
is
'Cause
usually-
that's getting when I
So
was in
those are
medical
very
thing,
rare, right? Like,
25
when
weeks, but now you're
when-
looking at 20 weeks.
But
to
no,
survive outside the body.
when most people have abortions, it's literally like first trimester, like the thing
within
doesn't
a
even
few
have
months.
vital organs, right?
Yeah.
Very, very, very rarely. And I'm gonna say like very rarely to the point where like it's the medical necessity thing where you have like the third trimester abortions. And those are women who said, look, I'm pregnant. I know I'm pregnant. I want to have this child. I've given up caffeine. I've given up like seafood. I've given up like deli meat because there's all this
But it's
crazy
like
shit
if you
women
give
can't
birth,
do.
you might
They
die.
picked out a name. They have everything set up. They did the gender reveal party and all that bullshit. And then one day they get the news like, hey, by the way, ma'am, your child's organs are sitting outside of the body. And they're like, what are you talking about? They're like, yeah, the lung, the heart, the stomach is all developed outside the child. If once it's born, it will live for maybe an hour and then it dies. Or the opposite of maybe it's not that specific like medical circumstance, but it's like, hey, your child has like no brain activity, it has no heartbeat. Like it's all these very extreme circumstances. So I agree. Like if I like me, I know I don't want a pregnancy. If I get a pregnancy, it's gone. Like 100% no matter what. I either get it done legally and safe or I get it done illegally. I'm not having a child. So for me, if after all my steps have been taken, I still somehow end up pregnant, I'm the first trimester. I'm not one of those women, like I think of my best friend, where she wanted the child. She would have done everything possible to have the child. If she could have somehow relocated the ectopic pregnancy back into her uterus, some shit, she would have moved hell and high water to have that child. And those are very, very, very rare to the point where it's like that's just devastating to a person. I don't know. This is hard to explain because I know you're a bunch of men. But like to a woman like who wants a child and you fail a child out again, like if you've ever had a child and lost a child, it is
cultivating inside
like
your
there's
literal
no
body.
pain I can ever describe than losing a child. And that happens to women who miscarry and to women who have to lose it in the third trimester or even late second trimester. It is the worst pain you could ever describe. And it is like the most horrible thing. Or I'm going to get really emotional if I keep talking about it. But that's one of those things, Dom, I agree. Like those should not happen. And those are so rare that it absolutely sucks for every single person involved. Like they're so rare, they're just so shitty that when someone describes that to you, it sucks. Like there's literally nothing you can say. And I agree, those should never happen. If we're gonna have legal
For
abortion,
just birth control. For saving
yes,
somebody's life,
no, I
different
agree.
story. Yeah.
And honestly, if you are a doctor and a patient shows up to you with like their second or third abortion, and they're like, "Yeah, man, I don't know, I just got pregnant," they'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing? Do I need to put you on the pill? Do
Yeah,
you need
that's
to get your
probably-
tubes
yeah.
tied?" Like that's what a doctor should be doing.
Right.
Like same with me.
These
If
are
I'm gonna
recommendations. Health professionals.
Yes, because
trying
for
to
real
protect
talk, an
you
abortion is
society.
terrible on the body. Even if you're just taking the pill that forces
Plan
the
B?
uterus
Poison-
lining to
it's
shed,
poison. Yeah.
it's so
Oh,
bad
yeah.
on the body that at like even the second abortion, the doctor's got to be like, "What else can we do? Like, do you need to get your tubes tied? Do you want like should we put you on the shot or the pill? Are you
Get an
forgetting to take the
IUD
pill?"
or-
Like yeah, like that's like. And if your doctor's not doing, like for any women or men out there with women, if the doctor's not doing that, you need a better doctor, because doctors should be questioning that every single fucking moment.
So
And that's
my
my weird
abortion.
concern is that people
Yeah.
do people think that everyone in America is literally just trying to whore themselves out? Like I get it, like we're on the internet.
I
People
am.
will just be like,
Not.
saying some terrible
Abortions are
things.
terrible.
Let's
I
be
took
honest.
Plan B.
Is
Plan B
everyone
fucking
literally just trying to be
terrible.
like,
Yeah.
I fucking throw my seed
What's the
everywhere it
matter?
lands?
Yeah,
and I
so
don't
so
give
the
a
things
fuck?
like I mean like people
That's not a reality.
people
I
It's
do.
not,
I
it's
whore-
not,
I
it's
whore
not
myself
completely
out.
off base, but
Tom,
it's
you're
not the
married.
reality.
I mean, I sling my shit everywhere. It don't matter.
Oh my
Open
fucking-
marriage?
it's like
I-
the ladies.
Oh
it's,
no.
it's like the
So
I'm gonna
I,
hold you to that.
I'm shooting blanks.
it's
so.
it's the ladies' man. It's like the magic happened on that couch. Magic happened on that windowsill.
Dom's like, I'm infertile. Who gives a fuck?
Magic happened over on that
That's
counter.
right.
That
I
was
can
an
get you
old. That
pregnant.
was a long
I'm
shot
shooting
for
blanks,
old
baby.
Leon. But no. So my thing.
Yeah, I didn't say I was having sex with people. I just said my shit goes everywhere. Fucking
Yeah.
thing
It
that's
just
everywhere.
goes off. It's like an unloaded or like a
Well,
fucking
hello,
hair
Clarice.
trigger. It's just
Exactly.
But anyway,
when
so
you're a
so
chronic masturbator, what do you do? I
it's,
mean,
yeah. What is that like?
Sorry.
Weird
question.
silence.
You
No,
like
anyway.
the-
yeah,
weird-
I did like
What-
the
what
little
silence
could possibly
movements
be like
they
to
had.
be a
people
chronic
who didn't
masturbator?
Oh
We've
my
never
god,
found it.
I can only imagine.
Who's not a chronic masturbator? I am.
No, I would never. The thing is, so real quick.
Oh, maybe I'm a manic masturbator. No, that'd be weird.
Well, hi there, Hyper.
So hold on.
I'll be the only manic masturbator.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
That's probably why.
Let's not call him manic velocity.
What's up, buddy?
It's manic velocity.
Hey,
like,
I don't
it-
think it's gonna help.
Haven't
Oh,
seen
you
you
guys in a while.
Yo, Hyper, what's up? Real quick. So real quick. So my thing is like,
We're talking about stupid shit right now.
Hyper,
No.
are you pro birth or pro dead women?
yeah, just an easy
let's
question.
stay
when you
out.
come in. Like, damn.
Completely neutral question.
He just leaves.
Is it dead all women or just dead some women? I'm not,
Yeah, Ray, way to kick him out.
That was
I'm
great.
so sorry, dude.
Did he leave?
No, he
No,
left.
he left and came back. It was a joke. It was good. That was solid. That was solid performance.
I just came here for the dank memes.
No.
Fair.
Well, so real quick. I was just gonna say. So I don't know if it was a federal law, but at least the laws in a lot of states. I think it was. I don't know the exact. I think it was 26 weeks. It's like it was like right around the end of the start of the third trimester type of thing. And the main thing was like why they gave that as the limit for the time for abortion is because that, and I actually agree with this. So that is the time frame where past that the fetus or the baby can usually survive outside of the womb at that point. So
Pre-me kind of thing.
so the things like before that,
If I'm
if you try to do you can't do a pre-birth, even a C-section extraction, like the baby will die. Like, it has to be connected to the mom at that point. So before that point, you have to do an abortion. After that point, so I'd be down with
it's a dice roll.
I'm
It's tough, but
of the opinion where it's like after that point, it's like, well, the baby can survive outside of you at this point, so we don't have to kill it. We don't have to do an abortion, but maybe we do a C-section. Pre-birth, put it on. They have to do like a bunch of extra work, like
I
incubators
say
and all,
parents get 6 months.
all that stuff. So it's like
Parents should get 6
it
months.
would
If you decide you don't want
be-
your baby,
it
5 gallon
might-
bucket of water. Bam. Done.
now the thing's like it does not guarantee the survival.
Technically, you get 18 years. You just send them to school if you don't want your kids.
Wait, well,
That's right.
hold on. So I'm
You
saying
can
like
pay for that,
your
though, I don't
taxes
think.
already
Wait,
paid for it.
Not if
No,
it's public
no.
school. Public school has a higher chance
Hello?
to
Dude,
public school worked for me.
abortion.
Can,
If there's a
about the
few
rain-
bad
what about the
apples in
rain
the police
that-
Raiden
department,
would like
you
to
get better.
finish his thought.
Let me finish real quick. Then you guys can go. I was saying, so before that point, abortion, yes, and I don't think there has to be it does not. I'm of the opinion that you do not have to be a rape victim. You don't have to be an incest victim. It's like, if you want an abortion, before that point, you should be able to have one, not because there has to be a significant reason. It's because you fucking want one and you don't want to give birth to a child.
Because you realize
you should be able to get an abortion. Period.
Years, but also
there does not need
child that is
is
also terrible.
I am of the opinion like you do not need some precondition or anything. If you want an abortion and you do not want to give birth to a child, you should not have to be forced to do that. Period. If you want an abortion before that, you get an abortion. No questions asked. Just go do it. Now, I'm not one of those people like everyone should get an abortion. No, I'm saying you should have the choice. If you want to, then you should be able to. If you don't want to, then don't, obviously. But if you do, you should not be questioned. You should not be like ridiculed. You should not be demonized. You should be able to fucking get one. And after that point, if the baby can survive outside of the mom, then maybe do like a early C-section thing, because at that point the baby's probably big enough that you can't just do it through the vagina. You have to go in through C-section anyways. And at that point,
a partial birth abortion. You know what that is, right? They
no.
still go through the vagina. They crush the skull inside the there.
Okay, but if the baby can survive out,
that's what I'm saying. I don't like those. I don't think those are good.
The problem is this
right,
sounds kind of
but
like
I'm
the
saying,
state
like,
is
but
gonna subsidize this sort of thing.
Well, I'm saying, like, but at that point, you don't have to do that kind of abortion and crush the skull. You go in through a C-section, remove the baby. Now, C-sections are rough. That's rough, but you know.
So who takes care of the baby now? The mom? Fuck, she gets to take care of it. Fuck.
Give it up for adoption. That's what women do if they don't want the baby when they give birth.
Or the abortions.
Oh yeah, the adoption
give it-
market's so fucking
Well,
good, right?
I know it's not a great system.
C-sections are so bad on the body too in a country that doesn't give mandatory maternity leave.
I know it's not a great option, but I'm saying, like, at that point, then you take the baby out, and if it can live, and now it doesn't guarantee, because that early...
Send that fucker off to the slave camps.
If you're at the early third trimester, it may not live, but if it does, and you take it out, and it lives, then you bring it through the adoption program, because women don't have to accept the kids if they can give their kids up from adoption at birth if they want. They still have that option. So
it's also it's also worth pointing out, if you have a child, you can leave them at a hospital or a fire station. You don't have to kill them. You just leave them at a hospital or a fire station, and they will take them in with no like repercussions or backlash to you.
Yeah, but you don't even have to lead them.
Liz,
I'm saying that because there are a lot of women who get like postpartum depression. They don't want this kid, and they're like, I don't know what the fuck to do, so they throw it in a dumpster, and then they go to jail because they're like, well, I didn't want the kid. What am I supposed to do? It's like, no. You can leave if you do not want your child, and you just have it. Like I think it's like with up to 6 months.
I honestly thought you were memeing, but like if that's a real
it's
thing,
real.
that's
It's
really
a real
inspiring
thing.
because
You
those
can
are
leave
like
your-
historical like. Whatever.
Movies.
That, like I dropped my kid at the whatever, and
it's at the
if that
Catholic
honestly
Church.
translates to a kid living and not having a bad life. No, I'm not gonna say not having a bad life. Life's a struggle, and if you come up through the system, it's gonna be a struggle. I will not fight that at all. But, if that's a real thing, then that is incredibly cool.
Real.
Hey, Hypervisor.
Because you should not drop babies in dumpsters, and that's a reality. But
Drop
you should
them in
also
dumpsters,
not.
drown them in a bathroom,
You should also
etc.
not force
Well,
people
you
to
should
have
wrap them in a
babies
towel
to where
first,
they
probably.
feel the need to drop them in a dumpster, and so that's its whole bag of
Yeah,
worms.
you can
know?
unironically just like go to your hospital, like leave it in a waiting room, or just say, hey, I'm a mother. Here's my child. I do not want it. I'm leaving. And then like
Take it to the Animal Rescue League. They always need chew toys.
Sure. That's PetSmart, not Petco.
Wow. Oh, sorry,
Make sure,
PetSmart, yeah,
make sure you know.
Well, Liz says up to 1 year. So yes, there's that. I know, like we're talking about pregnancy. So like for those like providing like this is more context / more politics than just like the abortion discussion. But we live in a country, so I say we. This is an American specific topic. If you're not American, congratulations.
Fuck you
So-
if you're not American. Sorry. go
So
ahead.
in
America,
America,
fuck yeah.
maternity leave is not guaranteed, nor is it paid. So when you go through this traumatic procedure of giving a birth or having a C-section, you don't get any recovery time mandatory by state or federal
That you're
law.
now forced to do.
Additionally, we don't have free healthcare. So I don't know if you guys know, children in America are like $80,000 conservatively. So good fucking luck. If you want to hold your child after you give birth, it's like literally an additional $300. Like
I
thanks
spent
America.
like $7 on my kids.
You're a
Were you in the
dude.
military?
No, I just don't pay.
When I was born, I was my mother. My dad was in the military. I was born for like $41 or something. But like my mom was like, "But you weren't born on a base because fuck all that."
Yeah. So
You were born in the basement? What?
Those are
I
the two
wasn't
big
born on
things.
base.
So no free healthcare. So pregnancy is extremely legal. There's also no like maternity leave, nor is there like you have to buy baby formula, you have to buy diapers, all this stuff. So usually there's a government program called WIC, but it's extremely tedious. So it's women, infants, children, but it's extremely tedious to deal with. Like you have to buy very specific foods, and if you fuck it up, the state fucks you for it. Super tedious
It
stuff.
literally comes to your house and fucks you.
Yeah, like super fucked up. But like there's all these things you don't get in like a third world country such as America. So like not only are we talking about like abortion and the fetus and the woman's body and birth, but we're talking about like everything else behind that. So like you don't get sex education, you don't get like I don't even think you get
Wait,
education
Rain, are you
about
telling
how
me
to
that
actually have
abstinence
birth.
isn't the
No,
only way to make it all work
no,
out?
abstinence does not work. They've actually
Oh,
proven
okay.
that.
Just making
If you
sure.
Google it, it makes
Oh,
me
actually,
mad.
abstinence actually does absolutely mean you won't have kids. If you don't ever have
It
sex, you'll
does.
never have kids.
Abstinence
education.
education does not work because
Okay,
young people.
but abstinence itself
young
actually
people
works.
are a large
It's also worth pointing out
population.
there's no free education of how to give birth. So in normal countries, you have all this stuff about like prenatal care. So there's certain vitamins you have to take, all the
I
doctor
think we have,
visits you have
we
to
have
do.
prenatal care here. I'm pretty sure. I remember paying.
It costs a lot of money. Yeah.
It costs. I mean, it costs
we have
money.
that.
That's the thing. It's
We
not
do
free.
have it
It's not
though. You're
provided.
saying we don't have
Yeah.
it. We do
If
have
No,
it.
no,
if you
it's
pay
not
for it,
provided. It's not provided.
It exists.
You
if
get
pay
anything
for it.
you want if you
Aldara,
pay
your
for it
mic
here.
is not working if you're talking.
But like,
We
so
we
there's
have everything in this country if you pay for it. There's nothing in this world
we also
that we
have
don't
a
have
really
in
high
this country if you pay
mortality
for it.
rate for mothers and infants. So if you actually manage to make it all the way through, I'm sorry, but you might still die anyway, like my sister almost did.
That's crazy. This is Rain. Real quick though, I'm not trying to be controversial, but isn't this the richest country in the world?
If you're part of 2,000 people, yes. If you're
oh,
not
I
part of
think-
those
I think-
2,000
I think
people,
China
you are
is actually the
literally
richest.
one cancer diagnosis
China
away
is absolutely
from
not
being
the
broke.
No, the things
I
that
really hate to tell people that.
Not-
Thanks, Santy Pants.
China does own a lot of our debt though.
Well, hold on.
Where do you get this 80K? I didn't get the fucking
Debt,
80K. That's
debt
ridiculous.
debt doesn't matter. The weird thing with debt, I'm not going to go into it, but everyone focuses on national.
Was I supposed
debt.
to get 80K from somebody?
And he's like, national debt.
Than 80K for
National debt is fine as long as you can make the payments and you can still have a GDP.
Right, you're talking about offsetting
Then you're
national
fine.
debt with GDP.
And the things like so taking debt. Sorry, hiccup. Taking debt can actually be a good thing if you get things out of it. If you get infrastructure, if you get
Okay, I super
investments.
overestimated. Average cost of a vaginal birth is $13,000, including standard pre-delivery and post-delivery expenses. And then it says C-section is $22,000 in the United
We
States.
got lucky on that one. Our
Damn.
second
Yeah.
one was C-section.
If you don't force it out
I-
yourself,
But
Liz,
I'm saying,
you know,
I
I'm
think
gonna be
China's
completely
GDP
honest
is
with you,
probably
I
higher than
don't
ours, so
know.
that's why I say they're the richest because
I've
their
got a
GDP
wife
is
to
higher.
take care of that for me.
So that's the.
I feel bad, but she.
Now I understand this is just like just retaliatory statements, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, you're not going to let women get abortions? Well, then how about? Why don't we just say, okay, then women that we're going to get an abortion because they can't afford to have another kid? Because kids are fucking expensive. They're really fucking expensive. Not just giving birth to a kid, but just raising a kid. How about the state funds that? How about all of us taxpayers? So all the people like, oh, women can't get abortions. How about you pay for their kids then? They don't want to have a kid. You want them to have their kid. You fucking pay for it.
I really
Has
hate pointing
nothing
this
to
out.
This has nothing to do with the welfare of children.
I know, but I'm
really hate pointing this out.
I'm mad and I want to get back at them and it's like you fucking pay for these kids if they don't want them and you want them to have them.
So fucking naive.
I know.
I also want to point out that
obviously
we
covered
already pay for it, by the way. So when you're like, oh, it's so expensive, it's like, yeah, because a lot of
It's
people
not the
don't actually
cost,
pay
though.
it. So the state still pays for it anyway. So congratulations, we live in a world with the highest medical bills, and we still pay for everything. So you might as well switch to like Medicare for all or whatever the
thing
fuck
is, like,
buzz name you want to give it.
The point of the abort, it's not even the cost. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that was a dumb statement in my opinion because on my part, and what I said, I'm just saying like that was just a retaliatory thing.
Yeah,
but I'm saying like it's a dumb statement because like it's not the cost. That's not the problem. The cost of supporting a child is generally not the problem. Sometimes that's why someone would get an abortion, whatever. But That is not the problem. The problem is more than that. Sorry.
That big
Go-
ass head
go-
coming
man-
out your fucking poop chute.
It's $14,000 a year to raise a child. by the way.
But man, go ahead. You were about to say something. Sorry.
No.
Oh, I thought. Oh no.
Wait.
He said it.
I thought he was. Sorry.
Come on, man.
I feel like I cut him off, and
I know you have thoughts, man.
I feel like I cut his feng
Just-
shui.
Just let us know what your thoughts are.
There's not a lot that gets me mad. I think I'm a pretty happy guy. I don't know. This is one of those things that my blood's been boiling all day, and it's not a good feeling.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know, Nick. You always
you just
made an impression of you being angry.
I'm not trying to be
all the time.
shitty. I'm trying to ask
No,
you
I
to elaborate.
get
That's
it.
all.
It's
And if you choose not to, then you
laugh,
can.
keep from crying. Seriously, like I'm sick of being ashamed of being an American. And
Yeah?
this today was just like it's add one more thing to the fucking pile. God, fuck.
Check out how we're leading the world through regressiveness.
It's such a fucking. It's such
not
a fucking
progressiveness. We're the
Such
richest
a
nation in the
fucking
world.
joke. I'm
Despite what you might think about China, the metrics do not match up. We are still the richest nation in the world, wholesale.
There's
so that being
2,000
said-
Amerians that are the richest.
So-
I want
so-
to clarify.
well,
It's only
okay, that's
2,000
okay.
bullshit.
people.
We're the rich.
America, on
Dude,
paper,
if
is
you
the
have
richest
$1
nation in
million,
the world.
if you have $1 million,
You're not even
you
rich.
are broke. If
Yeah.
you have
That's
$1
fine.
million
That's fine.
in the bank right now,
I'm
you
not
are
rich.
fucking poor.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
not
the
rich.
relative gap
No one
of
on this
wealth in this
dais
fucking
is
country.
If you have $2 million, you are one
But
cancer
America is the
diagnosis
richest
from being
nation
fucking
in the
broke.
world.
Yeah,
That is
that's the thing.
easily
People used to think like $1 million, like, oh, I'm rich. It's like if I had $1 million, I could buy a house, buy a new car, and then have to keep working for the rest of my life because now I have only $500,000 left at best, maybe 300,000, and
I
that's,
really
that's
don't know
like
how to
maybe like
convey to people
5 or
that
6
like
years worth of income, and
that like you
then
get
what?
one terrible like you're in one car crash, you're in
As
one
an
like
American,
you have one like really
your
bad bout of
life is
pneumonia.
reset.
You literally have nothing. Like I really don't know how to convey that
My
to people. But go and
father's
read stories
appendix
about it.
burst, and he was in the hospital for roughly a week, and I think he owed something roughly around $130,000.
Yes. So even
And
if you make millions of
he'll be
dollars or
paying
six
that off
figures,
till he dies. Like
you
it's-
will.
that's
It take you are
phenomenal amount of
one.
money.
Yep, you are one emergency away from losing literally everything. And
And people would say,
pains-
like, why wouldn't insurance cover that? Well, wow,
Well,
that's
and-
amazing.
that's
in America, we have
with
so many freedoms
Well, and
that
so
a lot of us are not insured because of all the freedoms that we're afforded, and that some workplaces decide that you aren't deserving or worth making sure and offsetting that. And it's not even like offsetting that. That's not out of their bottom line. Like that's the money that you bring in. You create value in a company, and they can either choose or not to choose whether they also, subsidize some of your insurance. That's part of your salary. That's part of your pay. But some companies will choose not to. And that's our freedoms in America.
Here's the thing with
What's
income.
your benefit
so,
package?
well, hold on. Here's the
Nope.
thing with
benefit
income.
package
So
is nothing when you lose your job because you're out for 2 weeks because of health.
yeah, so here's the thing with income. Inflation has gone up enough. It was like, back in the day. Like now, I know income here is different from other areas like larger metropolitan areas. But
Yeah,
like,
we're pretty poor.
up here.
I hear you.
Back in the day, $30,000 a year used to be like, oh, that's totally livable. Like a teacher's salary, like career job salary was like $25,000 a year. So, 10 years ago, $30,000 a year was decent pay up here. I'm now making $52,000 a year. I'll just say like $52,000 a year,
Which should be respected.
which like up here, it's like, oh, that's like good money.
Right.
I can't even afford to buy like a mediocre small house. Like it's like $52,000 a year. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, would have been like, oh, that's some good wages. Now it's like
Drayden,
that's
that's
enough
before
to like
taxes,
live,
right?
I guess.
Drayden, $52,000 before taxes.
Gross. Yes.
That's $26 an hour. That's barely above like an actual thriving wage in the United States.
Right, which is weird because like it's the most money I've
worked for
ever
the
made in
same-
my
Have to
life.
drink a couple times a week, you become below the
It's
thriving
like the
wage.
most money I've ever made in my life.
You
10
could
years
only
ago,
thrive if you
10 years
save
ago, I
it
was
all.
making $12 an hour.
Drayden, how long have you been working for that company?
No, this is
Well,
before. This is before
that's
the
just-
company. I've been working for my company for like 13 years.
You are making well below what you should be making. So, for example, somebody reached out to me on LinkedIn. I said, "How much is this job offering?" I said, and they said, "What are you looking at?" I said, I'm not paying, taking anything less than $50 an hour." They said, "Deal." That is double
Wow.
what you're making, and this was entry level for me.
I know, but I
You are
don't have a
getting scammed,
college.
dude. You
I don't
gotta
have a
eat your
college.
father,
I don't
dude.
have a college degree.
I don't care.
So-
You don't have to.
All
have
right,
a
I'm gonna
college
throw this
degree.
out there. You do not need a college degree to make living wages in the United States.
But here's the thing, in this area, if you don't have a college degree or skilled training in a certain field,
you are
if I-
skilled, Drayden. You do like water stuff with old people. I don't really know what you do.
I do.
HVAC is definitely a
The
skill.
what?
It was
Water
so
stuff
good.
with
All I
old
know is you
people.
go to
It was
nursing
so good.
homes and you deal with water
you have
coolers.
valuable
Okay.
skills. You do water
Drayden,
stuff with old
it's-
people.
It is important that you lead the revolution, and just
No,
hear
so
me
so
out.
so.
It is
Drayden, I'm gonna
important that
send you a
do,
guide how to build a
because I know you're
guillotine.
highly
Okay?
skilled.
No,
and you know
so
where
here,
water
here-
comes from.
so here's the
That's
thing.
the most important thing we're all
I
going to
was
rely
able
on.
to work
Kevin Costner
for
told me so.
my dad's company. So
It was at Waterworld.
so what I do, think of like Culligan water coolers, like the bottled
Yeah,
water coolers.
Ozarka, Nestle, those
We
assholes.
we do that, but there's no bottles. It runs through reverse osmosis and carbon
you got a
filtration
good heart.
inside the machine. So basically, it takes your building's
It's a lot of science, Drayden, that you need to be
it
paid
takes
way
your
more.
building's tap water and it filters it
If
through.
you showed up in a lab coat, could you
We have
negotiate higher
it's
pay?
it's a 5-step filtration. So it filters through sediment filter,
Drayden,
What if it
what's
was
your
6
title?
steps and the 6th
No,
was
Drayden,
you,
what is your
and
title?
you said, you know,
service manager,
Of
water.
wait, HVAC, water.
service.
Like
he's the manager of service.
I don't know,
Service.
water filtration, water coolers. I don't know, like
You're basically a water distribution service.
I'm like the
manager.
Culligan man, but instead of me coming and delivering bottles to you, I come and change the filters on your machine because we don't use bottles. It takes your tap water and filters it through reverse osmosis and carbon and all that stuff, and fills your tank up,
Drayden,
and
you
it
should
just
be
stays.
making 60 to
But
80,000
here's the
based
thing:
on
Rain just plugged you into
$30 an
LinkedIn,
hour,
and she said
100,000 a
you're-
year.
You're
You should be
hydration
making
tech.
We
way
don't-
fucking more.
Well, we don't.
You're a H2O.
The thing is that we haven't raised our
technologist.
prices in 12 years.
Drayden,
so-
inflation, now's the best chance. Just like triple them, like the oil companies
Dude.
are doing.
Yeah, we haven't raised
Here's
our
the thing.
prices because we can
Inflation-
still work on the prices we had back in the day, and like we're not a greedy fucking company. We're like, oh, we'll charge you what we need to like.
Which means
work as
if
a
you
company.
raise your prices by 2 to 4%, you would still be very respectable because you were like, look, I get that everybody's raising their prices by 10 to 15%, if not crazy amounts. We're going to try to raise them very minimally because we are a company of the people, and it sounds like your people would
We're like
receive
a
that
mom
very
and pop
well.
shop, and we're like,
It
yeah,
sounds
we
like
get
they
it.
would
We
receive
get
that
it.
very
people,
well.
People have
Drayden,
hard
it's time
times.
to eat
Like,
the
look,
mom and
we
pop.
were taking care of ourselves
No.
because we're a business.
Well, my
and we
dad
have
retired.
margins,
It's me and my
and
brothers
we're not
running it
trying
now,
to
but-
gouge you with our
You
margins.
gotta eat the rest.
Although,
Osmosis, dude.
my-
you know
my-
this.
my-
Absorb
my-
them in their salaries.
She's actually talking about reverse osmosis.
Yeah,
which is
I'm
very
basically
important
Bobby
to your water
Boucher.
treatment
I'm Bobby
regimen.
Boucher, teaching people how like the best H2O
He
is
said
the
that
best
is a
H2O.
finely tuned automotive machine. You can't hit him
Like
with
the-
your ladle.
Rain thinks of like
I have been called the water boy on
Rain's
multiple
trying to teach
occasions.
you
absorb
Guevara
and for salary.
Although
But Rain thinks
a carbon
if you
filter.
eat a rich person, you
It's-
gain their
you
salary.
absorb their
Reaganomics, dude.
power.
It trickles
It's like-
down, right?
Well, no,
That's
it's,
how
I
the
was
Aztecs
told that the wealth
Isn't-
trickles
isn't
down,
there
so if we
some-
eat them, it trickles.
If you eat a rich person, you
think it's like
absorb their
Kirby,
power, right?
Like when Kirby eats something, he takes on the properties of what he eats.
It's somewhere between
I
the
know.
Aztecs.
Next
Wait,
thing
how
you'll
many-
know, I'll
Reagan,
have
and
3
Kirby.
yachts, and I'll be like
So-
having a lot of mistresses.
So if you want to be rich,
and
just
I'll
eat
like
a rich
fly my
person,
children out to
and
my
then you will get
20th
their
retirement
salary.
home.
You're gonna
Like,
have some
come on.
mistresses,
Please
right?
don't eat me. I like my salary.
Why
Vlad,
shouldn't she?
you are not
That's one of her
rich.
freedoms.
Vlad, you are one car crash away from being
Nobody
poor.
in this room.
I really
is
hate to
rich.
tell you this.
Nobody in this
At-
room is rich.
You are not one of the
Whoa.
2,000 people who are considered rich in the United States. I really hate to tell people this. and
Vlad,
that
if you're
is
rich,
nobody
I'll
here.
send you my Venmo.
You do not
and
know
prove
any
it
of
to me.
them unless
That's
you're
all I'm
talking
saying.
about
It's not a-
Elon
it's
Musk.
not a
No,
challenge.
go
I'm
fuck
gonna
yourself. I ain't
repost
sending
the video
anybody
I
money.
always post when this topic comes up.
You know, just
I'm
if
not
you're
drunk
rich,
enough
just
for this topic.
just show.
Give me a sec.
All we got to do is just eat one rich person, and then the rest fall in line.
And we'll be fulfilled for so long. Think about the caloric intake.
Yeah,
all I want you to do is all I want the rich people to do is pay their taxes, and if they're not going to, then I'm just gonna eat them.
Yeah.
And you're gonna be like, Rain, you'll go to jail. You know
So
what? But at least we have one less rich person.
The funny thing is, the narrative.
No, mine quick. Sorry.
Oh, Drayden.
I'm saying, Rain, you got to do it cooler than that. It's like, if you eat them, you're like, oh, you're gonna go to jail. You should just like do the badass fucking like Chad answer, like, at least I'm not hungry. That's what you gotta say. All right.
I can't wait for my court case when they're like, ma'am, why'd you do it? And I was like, they didn't pay their fucking taxes.
All right, go ahead, Akro.
I'm sorry. No, I lost it. I'm sorry. It was very fun. I'll try to stew on it for a moment.
I'm out
I'll
of
get angry
vodka.
again. Give it a minute.
What do I do?
Here's the thing. So no, actually, I touched back. Okay, so the fun thing, the narrative. We're in America. You know, it's a capitalistic nation, and I don't write off capitalism. I think it's an interesting and innovative system, and history shows that it has plenty of strengths. It's not foolproof. I think anybody who would tell you capitalism is foolproof is a fucking shill, and that, you know, obviously discredit that person. Like that's nothing is foolproof. Everything has flaws. We're humans. That being said, capitalism is pretty cool. It's strong. It drives innovation on a good day. You know, on a good day. We live in an era where Google and Apple and Amazon and, you know, a handful of things stifle out all the, you know, and buy up all the competition. But, you know, on a good day, America's cool, and we're pro capitalism. God damn it, I lost.
Although
it.
I would say
I heard it was you saying yes, I agree to eat the rich. So let's go.
I'm gonna dwell on it. Keep going.
I would say accurate, wormy, except calling Dominarch sober. I don't know if that's actually ever a valid statement.
No, that's not true.
No, I'm tripping my balls off.
You're freaking out, man.
Oh, I'm coming back. Sorry, I'm gonna interrupt again.
All right.
So the problem with the taxing the rich, this is a common narrative, is when you tax the rich, they leave. They go somewhere else. They bring their money, their tax base, you know,
Then
whatever.
they can't do business in the United States.
Whatever their tax incomes could have been, they leave. They take it somewhere else. You know, let's talk about, like, you know, Monaco or the Cayman Islands or whatever. You know, they leave. They go somewhere else. Your nation is lost. You know, you lose out on that all.
I hate when I get.
Then they can't do
altogether.
business in the United States. You can just write that.
And that's
into law.
possible as well. That's possible as well.
Follow me for more
the funny
lawyer
thing
tips.
to me is that where are you taking your business in the world that is worth more long term than this country? And I only have about 250, 60 years to go on. You know, historically, America's pretty strong. We're pretty cool on a good day. You know, we struggle here and there, much lately. But where are you going that your money is going to carry you so much further that you're going to recreate whatever the fucking American dream is somewhere else? You're going to outsource all the money away from America, the country that allows you to make all the fucking money and control the world loosely, you know, through lobbying and other, you know, fun categories. I'm just curious, like, is there actually a real concern of brain drain where people are like, hey, what if we tax the rich and they all just go somewhere else? It's like, where are they going to go? Where are they going to go that is more supportive and allows the same opportunities and the equal opportunities to what we do? And in my loose assessment, I can't come up with one, but I'm sure somebody will.
No, I 100% agree. And like, you really just put that into law, like, okay, you can't do business in the US. So for example, the cruise ships don't really pay US taxes because they're not based in the US. And
International waters, powerful.
And when COVID hit, guess what happened? The cruise ships could not dock at US ports. And they had a lot of struggles with saying, what do you mean we can't dock? And it's like, damn, dude, your headquarters aren't in the US. Go to your home country. Just do the same shit with other businesses. Like,
I guess all like 12 of you fucking 4,000-foot ships will have to just dock up around like St. Bart's or something where you can't more than one of you at a time fit, Like
And the thing was is
sounds
that like
perfectly
that
logical.
unironically happened. Like that's genuinely what happened.
Right.
You had all these cruise ships with 100% American citizens, and they
Hey,
weren't
let's
allowed to
all
dock in the
play the
U.S.
system. That'll be fun.
Yep. It's also really worth pointing out that cruise ships exploit their workers. So a lot of the workers, I don't know
ships are
if you've ever been
And
on a
Bill
cruise
Burr
ship,
thinks we
you will
should sink
notice that all of their workers are not American citizens, and they're not Canadian citizens or Mexican citizens. Or if you go to like Asia, they're not Japanese citizens. If you go to Scandinavia, they're not Norwegian or Swedish citizens. They're all from random countries and they get put on this cruise ship. And no joke, I stayed at a hotel in New Orleans where the entire floor was international citizens of other various countries, but they didn't have United States citizenship. So what they did was they put them in these hotel rooms, kept them in their hotel rooms, delivered them food and whatever necessities that they needed, and they paid like 3 different people $20 an hour for 24 hours a day to make sure they didn't leave their rooms. I wish I was joking.
And it was 100% equally split amongst them all, right?
No, so one person worked 8
that's
hours.
weird.
They got paid for 24 at $20 an hour. They literally just
why wouldn't they pay all
their
their underlings?
No, I don't know why they wouldn't sponsor them.
They were security guards.
Yeah, they were essentially like
I know
glorified
exactly
security.
why I'm being pretty
but,
shitty right now.
But the thing is like you could just pay for work visas for all of these people so they could
can
explore New
literally
Orleans.
Allow slavery within the United States because this is
it was
an
slavery.
international company.
Yes.
It's
But
not
anyway,
a visa or citizenship.
even in
It's
America.
just permission. It's permission to enter the United States.
Yeah,
So
they
they're
didn't have permission to
essentially-
enter the U.S. So that's why they had to be contained.
Yep, they're essentially exploiting a loophole of, because they're in containment, they're never quote unquote entering the United States, so they don't have to have passports, for instance.
And instead of a business, so a normal for I don't know if you guys know, but a normal business when they want to hire a international employee, they pay for like a work visa or something like that. Like, hey, come over here, come work for us, blah blah blah. We'll pay for all this shit. And instead of doing that, they just instead opted to exploit these workers and then pay somebody else to sit and read a book for 24 hours a day. Essentially 8 hours, but they paid them for 24. And there were multiple people on multiple floors working all these shifts. It was at first it was really weird. I'm not gonna lie. Walking into my hotel floor at 3 a.m. and there was a dude sitting there just watching the elevators, and I'm like, oh, that's creepy. And then eventually I asked, and they're like, no, we're just here to make sure these people don't leave their rooms. Like, oh, okay.
Oh, also creepy.
So they'd rather not pay these
But this is
people a
America.
reasonable rate and then exploit them.
And I don't know how you guys feel about freedoms. They're pretty weird. I have varying beliefs on all of our various freedoms. Whatever.
And also, too,
but
there may
it
be...
sucks when people are deprived them. It kind of does.
My pants almost fell
I'm
off.
just throwing it out there. And that's one of your freedoms, Drayden, and you don't deserve that. And I believe that.
What's one of my freedoms?
That your pants shouldn't fall off.
Oh, well, I took my belt.
You deserve pants that stay up.
No, I took my belt off and I forgot, and I went downstairs. And
Look, you shouldn't have to rely on a belt. That's some European bullshit right there. That's some socialism safety net nonsense.
I do it because I
America should
like
keep your
I like
pants
freedom
safe
of
and keep your
movement,
ass
so I
covered.
generally buy pants that are bigger than I need, and I'll just wear a belt so they stay on my waist. But then I have more freedom of movement in the legs.
It sounds like a whole European Union or like a Umero, like if we annex.
I should
Canada
just
and
wear
Mexico.
fucking sweatpants all the time. That'd be better.
Of course you should. They would be very
Sweatpants
comfortable.
are amazing.
I like pajama pants actually.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna try.
Are we still on
I'm gonna drop
abortion?
commentary for a minute. Yeah, we are.
Okay.
But I feel like
Anyway, about women's bodies.
I'm just being
shitty.
for the
I was like,
fun,
let's not divert
should
it
allow people
to my
actually discuss
pajamas or something.
I
like
know.
that.
I'm like, let people discuss. I'm sorry.
So you know who probably runs those cruise lines? Ferengis.
The 2,000 people in the United States that we should eat runs them.
So I get your joke about
They're
the Star
Star
Trek
Trek
characters, but that's not quite on par with the real world struggles, and that makes me kind of sad.
I
I'm
know.
sorry.
It's one of those.
Like, I'm not trying to throw shade,
drug
but it's
philosophy.
like, that's silly. Ferengis are Americans in that you're talking about executives. You're talking about people who are looking at things on the basis of a share price and do not realize any humanity involved throughout the entire process. Which
And
is
they don't
crazy
care about
because we're a
exploiting.
huge world with billions of people. I think we're roughly at about 8 by this point. And it's, there's about 8 billion people. That's a crazy amount of people. It's hard to count on, all your fingers and toes. Take, a couple times. But I don't know. It's weird that the most valuable nation in the world, and I heard, I think, Rain, you mentioned it earlier, and somebody else might have touched upon it. China has not caught up to America. America economically is still the richest nation in the world, and it's like, it's not even like close. It's still very like wholesale. That's a topic. I'm not gonna like lean on it and be like, hey, check us out. Look at me, fuck you. But it's like, this is disappointing that the richest nation in the world can't figure out how to like curb its riches for like a fraction of a percent, because you'd think if they figured out the economy and the systems, and they'd figure out how to make it work. But I don't know if it's valuable enough, or if it's even worth doing, or if people won't revolt or won't question it. But we live in the most valuable nation in the world, and people just can't figure out how to make it work. Nothing's ever going to be perfect, and I'm not saying there's ever going to be a perfect world, but how is the richest nation in the world failing in so many ways?
But let's think about this
It's
way.
a mindset. It's a personal value thing.
No, it's the laws and regulations, Dream.
Well, yeah, but those laws and regulations are in place because people that are just in my opinion, mentally unfucking sound keep them in place.
That's a way to put it.
Okay.
Because those laws that seem completely like bonkers to a lot of us, those would, if everyone was like, oh yeah, that seems like completely unrealistic, well, then it would be changed. But it's not changed because there are people that want those laws in place. And here's the weird thing. I don't think it's a majority of the population, but it is enough of the population in the right places, I guess. And here,
gerrymandering.
I hate to see it because, and the whole thing started with this whole Trump shit back in the day. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Think before Trump. Yes, there was divides. Yes, there were people that were, had
anti-Democrat, anti-Obama,
not even anti. I'm not even talking about parties. I'm talking about just like, just generic. Like, look at today. Look at how many people running around with the
polarized,
the stereotypical MAGA hat wearing super bigot. Like, think back 10 years ago. Now, maybe I bet a lot of the people that are doing that nowadays were probably thinking that back then, but they hid it back then. They're like, oh, I can't be like this in public because it's not acceptable. Nowadays, that for some reason, it's just all of a sudden become acceptable. Like, oh, yeah, you could just be like this in public and it's acceptable. Now, so many people that think that we're like, oh, now I can show my true, like, show who I really am. Now, this is just me saying my piece. I could be completely fucking wrong, but I'm saying it feels like bigotry has skyrocketed over the last 5 years. It has.
Nationalism on a world scale.
And not just.
I hate to say this. It's
bigotry,
always
but
been there. It's just
right,
more acceptable to be public now.
Publicly broadcasted bigotry, I would say. So let's just go with that. So,
I've known alt-right before they were alt-right since like 2008 maybe, and I was like, oh, these are just some random dudes who have really shitty opinions, and like I would ask about them, and then suddenly I see it in the news like people believe Nazis did nothing wrong, and I'm like,
what is that, some 4chan?
Yeah. That's 4chan shit, right? Like, I mean, I play with EVE players who think like that.
Oh, I know all about Nazis. They live up here.
Yeah, and then it's like
we were like the
Nazis
hub of
with
Nazis.
Tiki Schwartzes. People think like Hitler did nothing, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, these people are real? I thought this was a joke on the internet that some random dudes would say sometimes because it made people mad. Like, nope, they literally exist, and now they're being elected into official positions.
Yeah.
And we get bigots literally overturning things like, gee, I don't know, women have an autonomy over their own bodies.
Yeah, it's just crazy because now, so Matt Cannibal and Chad. No, I'm not saying that it didn't exist before Trump. I'm just saying that I think that during Trump's term, and even like slightly prior to it, like Trump's campaign race and then into his term, through his whole fucking mess of a term that he had, I think it for some reason became not socially acceptable, but not as socially despicable publicly, because all the people that thought that way, that were hiding it, were now are like, oh, we could just be like that in public and it's not as big of a deal. MAGA.
I think the term they used was "fuck your feelings."
Yeah, so
Go on,
I'm not saying that there wasn't corruption before Trump. I'm saying that, or there wasn't bigotry before Trump. I'm saying that I think it was always there. Like Ray was saying, it was there. Just they didn't express it. But now lately, it has become somewhat like more socially acceptable, which is despicable. And the fact that, I mean, like, you think like as time progresses, bigotry should be less and less. Like, it should have been stamped out forever ago, but it wasn't. But you think like, it's like, okay, Emancipation Proclamation, Civil Rights Movement, right for women to vote. You have all this stuff. Like, it's like it shouldn't take fucking centuries, but slowly but surely, you'd think that stuff should be moving in the direction of like less and less and less bigotry. But over the last 5 to 10 years, I would say, I feel like it's moved in the opposite direction, and like bigotry. Not even like during Trump, like even like during Obama. I feel like during Obama, there's a lot of people that are just like lashing back at Obama with, and I feel like bigotry has been on the rise for the last decade. And it's like, that's scary. Like, what the fuck? That's such an archaic way to think. And the fact that I can't even comprehend people thinking that way. Like, how the fuck can you hate people that you don't know, have never interacted with, just because of what they look like, who they are sexually interested in, I'm like, these are, or whether they have a penis or a vagina. Like, I mean, like, how can that?
Somebody in chat
Why does
saying
that
I do.
determine what you think of someone?
Well,
that
should it?
shouldn't. And the fact, I feel like it just has
Ron,
gotten
that's
more like
your
that.
hot.
So sorry.
Sorry, Jaden, go on.
No, I'm just ranting on the fact that I know bigotry exists, but I just can't. I don't understand why people think that way. I can't fathom why people's minds work that way. It doesn't make sense to me.
Some of it is going to be disenfranchisement. Some of it's going to be how they were raised. I mean, like, there's quite a few reasons, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know. So like, it's always
not an
been
easy topic, and like, I hate to say that. Like, I love to discuss all the topics, and I will discuss this one at length if we choose to. And I don't think we're gonna, but.
I mean, I'm down
it's
to
one of those
discuss
things.
it because, like, I know my family. So personally, I'm from Iowa, which is literally one state from Canada. To show you how north we are, we fought for the North in the Civil War.
That's
But
a
I've had
tall
family
state.
members who unironically use the in slur, who unironically use the F slur. I remember my dad. Like, I always use my dad as an example because I remember in
Fucktard?
high school.
What's the F slur?
No, my dad would literally make gay jokes, and
Yeah,
not like
gay
a haha, like, oh, tee hee, funny joking gay joke. It was like he unironically saw gay people as an us versus them. He never understood why someone would quote choose to be gay. Like, I would tell him I would go to the gay club because my best friend was gay. So me and her would go to the gay club. He's like, "Why are you going to the gay club?" And I'm like, "Because it's fun. They have fruity drinks and they dance." And like, so he was super bigoted. And I remember at one point, like, I lost my shit. Like, he made a really derogatory comment, and I'm like, "Dad, my best friend's gay. Shut the fuck up. I never want to hear you say anything negative about gay people again." And I lost my shit as like an 18-year-old, like, teenage daughter, you know? But sure enough, my dad said, "Wait, your best friend's gay. I know her. Like, she comes over all the time." And like, I think it clicked for him that instead of saying, like, so again, being raised, he didn't know any gay people. The concept of gay, man loving a man, woman loving a woman was so foreign to him. But then it made sense because he's like, well, now I know this girl who's gay. She's my daughter's best friend. And he, like I said, he never made any comments ever about gay people. He doesn't make any comments now, like 15 years later, or whatever the fuck, how old I am. And like, to my dad's credit, like, he learned his lesson. He thought he had this belief because he didn't know gay people. He didn't know what
He
it
grew up
meant.
with an ignorant point of
Yeah,
view,
he grew up
and
with
that's
an
not to be
ignorant point of view.
stupid or fucked up or
Correct.
you're dumb. It's I literally
But
just
he
feel like I
learned,
don't
right?
know
He
yet,
learned.
you
He
know?
said,
Ignorance
"You
is
know what?"
different than stupid.
He's like, "You know what? I know this person. I know she's gay, and there's nothing wrong with her. I have always supported her, right? Because it was my best friend, right? So, and he's totally fine with it now. Like, I've never heard him make any derogatory comments. If I tell him like, oh, I went to a gay bar, or my transgendered friends, or this or that, he's like, you know what, perfectly fine. Like, I don't care, none of my business. Like, power to them. And the same with like my aunt, my uncle, right? So my uncle is Hispanic, right? So technically American, but from like Mexican origin. And like my dad has never been derogatory towards anyone of Mexican origin. Even the people who are like in Iowa, we have a lot of illegal immigrants. My cousin did an entire thesis dissertation about illegal immigrants. So they 100% exist in Iowa if you do any research. And my dad's never held any ill will towards them. At the very worst, they become new employees at his work, and he uses FNG, which stands for fucking new guy, and he just makes really mean comments because, oh my god, there's this new person.
Everybody hates the new guy. That's
And like, if you ever know anyone in
just human.
construction, you say FNG and they all laugh at you, right? So, but like that's always been his viewpoint. He's never been derogatory towards immigrants because he's literally grown up his whole life with them. His sister married his family was an immigrant, but he was not an immigrant. Like his nieces and nephews are, half Mexican, half American or whatever, right? So he has never held any ill will. And that's because of his upbringing. Like, had he not had that, he may have had different viewpoints. But like, I always think of like when people talk about ignorance and whatnot, a lot of it is upbringing, and it's like wild because when you only have one viewpoint growing up, it dominates everything, right? So like, I grew up with predominantly gay people in my life. Like, all my friends in college were gay. Best friend, like I said, best friend in high school is gay. One of my best friends is transgender. I play on the Eve Women's Discord. We have a lot of transgendered folks. Like, it's so second nature to me that I literally don't question it. I had somebody come out to me as trans, and I immediately switched to they them pronouns until I understood that they wanted me to use female pronouns, so she her. Like, it's so second nature to me that like a lot of people are like, well, I don't know anyone. And it's like, well, if you don't know anyone, you don't know how to react. But like, so I get it. It's like absolutely crazy. So you and Drayden got the divorce? What the fuck, Drayden? Yes, we are. What the fuck?
Wait. No, whoa. That's not what I was saying. Yes, we are. What? Wait, where's the divorce?
Drayden, you just said how about you and Drayden got the divorce. You said, and yes, we are. What the fuck?
No. That's
I
not
didn't
what
expect it to come out like this, but
Drayden, we were supposed to approach this together.
I appreciate.
Oh no, we didn't talk about this before. No, so I was saying yes, we are. So I was saying November said that Americans are the worst. So like, yes, we are. So what was the? I didn't see the divorce comment.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh, what's up, Nate?
What's up?
What's up, dudes? How you doing?
Hold on. Where was?
Figure out my camera. Give me one.
Yeah, no worries.
November loves Vindicators.
Where was the?
I fucking love Vindicators.
Where's the divorce comment? So I know what I said yes
By
to.
Wormy. No, you guys are talking about like a lot of like bigotry in America comes from a lot of places of like just not knowing 100%. Like, I've experienced that with my own family where like they literally don't know what I'm talking about. Like, my mom, I love my mom to death. And like, I can tell when I bring up a transgender friend, she'll like hesitate, and I can see the gears in her mind like, what name do I use? What pronoun do I use? And I have to like remind her, like, oh, it's Ezra, Mom. You can use he. And she's like, oh, okay. Like, she tries, but she's just not used to it, so she doesn't have any idea, and she's afraid to fuck up. But it's not like, it doesn't mean she's
Which
like
is incredibly considerate of her.
yeah. Well, like,
let's be honest.
But like, I don't know.
And most people aren't expecting that of most people, and I have a fun enough, unique enough experience, and it's probably not unique at all. I've heard this mirrored from plenty of people. Like, many people do not care what you prefer to be called. Like if you tell them, they it's not gonna like throw them off, and they would have no problem with it. If you were overzealous about whatever you would prefer to be called, where you would like chastise them or something for like you didn't know, like, sure, I could get it. Like, people are prideful, that's a human error. It's a sin. Let's go on with it. I'm kidding.
It's like that video where you have the where the guy or the very obviously masculine presenting man is like, it's ma'am, not sir.
I'm just saying, human error is understandable, but like, people who actually would like make an attempt, in my experience, because I've come across it a handful of times, and it's mostly been positive and only once or twice been like negative. Most people would be like, hey, I appreciate you either making an attempt or like not doing something like shitty with like I will never make an attempt kind of statement or just interaction, and just being like, hey, I didn't realize, or I didn't, let me know what you want to be called. And again, like I've never made a big effort towards this. I actually don't find it difficult to do like they, them, and whatnot, because I like to write, and that's like how English works.
No,
which some people are confused about, but it's like it's not actually like past tense or plural or whatever. Like it's a very functional way to use English writing. But some people are like, no, you couldn't call them they or them. Like that's past tense or this, that, the other. And it's like, no, you really couldn't.
So
like, it's not hard.
My thing is like
if you don't know what they are, which is Reddit to me, like I don't know who I'm responding to on Reddit, but I respond to them in like they, them. When I remember to, I'm just like, whatever. I don't know what they are. It doesn't matter. My go-to is he or him, and I'll admit that. Like that's a struggle. Like I assume everybody who fucking plays Eve is a dirty dude. It is what it is.
So
like,
so my thing is
a lot of them are.
I do sometimes mess it up. I have people I know that are trans friends. Or people that are like, trans that are like, friends of friends that I know, like they come into Discords and I'll play League of Legends with them, and I won't know any better. And I know there's times where they're like, early in the transition where they haven't done like the hormone treatments, they haven't done anything, and so like their voice just sounds like mine, and I'm like, oh yeah, dude, like cool, like yeah, man, and they're like, it's like, and like after I say it, I'm like, whoops, like I mean like. Habit, I don't mean offense by it, and I hope, and like I usually they're pretty understanding, because like I don't mean to do that, but at the same time it's like it is a knee-jerk reaction type of thing, so
sure.
But it's like as long as they know that it's like I don't consciously do it.
You're not being malicious.
To be derogatory, and like I do after I know I make a mistake, I try to make a conscious effort to like not do that again type of thing, where it's like, oh, whoops.
I would say every trans person I know is like, they'll like correct you. They'll say, oh, it's such and such. Like, here's my name. Here's my pronouns.
Yeah.
And then it's like, you just remember. And then if you fuck up, like there's been times where people have come out to me in private. So they'll say, hey, Rain, I am transgender. I prefer she, her. Here's my like chosen name. And then I always respect that. And then in public, I'm like, oh fuck, do I say she, her? Do I say they? Do I say he? Like, how do I do that? So I always just default to they. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed.
Again, it's
That's
easy.
probably a smart way
like,
to go.
Yeah, it's
English,
super easy.
English supports that. People want to make it like it's a topic of like debate. English supports they, them, whatever. Like it does. It is built in so hard, and like I'm not an expert. I'm not a professor by any means. I love the written word.
Yeah,
and I those were some of my most enjoyable classes. I love the written word. I love to write.
Yeah, and my thing is like
English supports that wholeheartedly.
Wait. Well, so my thing is like, it's like I don't consciously do it intentionally. It's like if I do slip up, it's like, oh, my bad. And generally, like from all the experiences I've had with they're like, it's fine. Like they understand. They're like, they're like, this wasn't like an intentional slight at me. This was like just an honest slip up, and the fact that it's like I realize it. They're like, it's cool. It's cool. They don't care. It's like, now just because you don't care doesn't mean I'm like gonna like not make any effort and just like, fuck it, I can just do whatever I want from here on out. It's like, no, my bad. Fucked up this time. I'll try and get it right. But so it's like, I like that there is an understanding, but it's like, there should be an effort on both sides, or at least on your side, essentially on your side. But as long as there's an understanding, as long as it's not like meant to be malicious, I hope that there's like a little bit of leeway, because it can be.
What were you saying?
Say,
my question was talking about like people who are complaining about the English language and these words and that words aren't like supposed to be used in this way and that way. I guarantee that the people who are complaining about that can't fucking speak English to save their lives anyway, so it doesn't matter.
It's real rough coming from someone who speaks
Australian.
Dude,
this is not how the English language is supposed to be used. They're like, fuck you, American pieces of shit.
Dude,
you got rid of the Queen. We speak the Queen's English where I come from, and the rest of you can get fucked.
Dude, listen to November. November comes.
We
November,
actually already
hold on,
disparaged you guys hard before you came on.
November
so
comes in.
Got that out of the way.
November comes in
We were
soft,
going real
soft
hard.
and like melodic, and then he just comes down with God's vengeance right at the end, just like just like no mercy for the weak.
I just don't like people who complain, like, oh, you can't use they or them. It's not how the English language is supposed to be used.
No,
I'm
they
like,
and them
"But
are
you
totally
fucking
not
speak
supposed to
the English
use-
language anyway, you stupid idiot.
They
Shut
and
the
them
fuck
are
up
totally
and go
words in
back
the
to your
English
farm."
language. And
November said if you say use and you take more than like 6 seconds to finish that word,
No, you can
we
say
can't be in this conversation.
I don't speak good English. I speak bad English and
That's not how that's
almost English.
You speak Aussie English.
Yeah, I do. It's true.
Oh
we
yeah,
already-
and
we
we had
disparaged the queen.
we had
quite
Tamber on.
properly in November, and
Tamber's
actually
still here.
came
Like,
on afterwards,
do you have the intrusive R, November? I'm
Oh,
curious.
intrusive R.
What do you mean the intrusive?
Oh, you
Oh,
know.
no.
No. So I'm not even gonna tell you what. I'm not even gonna tell you is. I want you to say this phrase. I have an idea of this thing.
I have an idea of this thing.
Aha! It's there.
It is. It is.
I have
Yes,
an
I know exactly
idea-
what you mean now.
Yeah, I have an
treated with
idea
this R.
of. I have an idea of. There's an
Idea.
R. There's an
Yeah.
okay, cool. It's
So
there.
here's the thing, November. The queen is a cunt, and she's been imposing that R intrusively all throughout history.
It's true.
Like,
it's
it's hard to believe, but she's so old at this point. She's been
I'd like
facing a
to. I'd
lot
like
of
to.
things.
I would like to point out with the 4th of July coming up that the Americans fought a war to get rid of the King of England, but then continue to maintain a measurement system devised entirely around the size of his foot. The fuck is wrong with you people?
It's because we're America. We
We
say
don't know what
fuck
we
you
want.
to the rest of the world.
It's awful.
We're very dumb and very stubborn.
Oh, it's so right.
It's a bad combination.
Unhealthy combination.
So also,
How do
I would like to
add
say,
invites. How do I invite people to open comms?
Send them.
Send them
There's
the.
no link, and there's not pinned links.
Okay,
yeah,
so
To add a
just
friend,
kidding.
ask someone with permissions to help.
no, so Rain, or I'll just send you a link. I was saying on Twitch, underneath the broadcast thing, there's an about Twitch thing.
Right here.
To the right, there's the Discord. Right.
Wait,
click
why
that-
is the exclamation point? Oh my god, who runs this channel?
I don't. Okay, hold
Wow.
on.
Wow.
Okay,
Are-
I'm
are-
trying to link.
Are they?
Name and
Are they
shame.
Did it say
Rain
skilled? No, it said
Rain, can you
dedicated.
tell me who
Didn't say
runs the
skilled.
channel?
It said dedicated.
I'll just DM you the
Also,
link,
it's
Rain.
dedicated. It's relatable. And what was the third one? God damn
I
it.
don't remember the other one.
There's
Wasn't
the
skilled.
link, Rain.
Run
Just
dry.
copy and send them that.
But here's the thing: they're not skilled. They're dedicated.
Yeah, we're not skilled. We're dedicated.
I don't know if, I realize this is a joke that mostly is between Dom and I, but the feedback, there's a feedback link under the Reddit link for this stream, and you can leave feedback. And there's 5 categories, and you can choose 3, up to 3. I don't know if you can choose less. I assume you can. And they're all positive, and that's fun. And whatever. That's America.
Just
and a
don't
snapshot.
choose the fucking skilled.
But the fun thing is, there's skilled, there's relatable, and that's the 2 that we remember easily. There's a few others. This crew, this is a very relatable crew. This is a very dedicated crew. They show up almost every Friday, almost all of them.
Responsive.
If they have little dip outs in their worlds, their own individual worlds, they dip out. They do what they do, and the other ones cover for them. This is a beautiful little team. There's at least 3 of those categories that you can easily feedback for this channel. And it's either dedicated, it's it's not skilled, let's be honest. But that's not, I'm not trying to be shitty there.
It was dedicated, developed,
Relatable.
reliable, and relatable.
Maybe something like that. It wasn't quite that.
I think we're all very relatable, really.
Well, that's the point. That was easily the third choice because it's at the bottom.
Responsive. Was responsive,
Responsive
one of them?
it was actually responsive was one of them. It was related to
I'm very
stream chat.
responsive.
Well, and Dom does speak to the
Responsive
chat
or
quite a bit.
responsible?
No, I'm not responsible.
No,
I'm
not
responsive.
that one.
Who would want to be responsible? That sounds awful.
I was responsible once in 1984. It was
It
the worst
sucked,
thing I ever
didn't it?
did.
It was the
Is that
worst
when
thing
you
you
were
ever did.
born?
That's how yeah, same here.
In 1984, it was the worst
Yeah.
thing I ever did.
I was born in 1984.
Yeah, 1984.
Wow, you youths of today, honestly.
Oh, Kiwi.
You were
Is
the
that where you're from,
worst
New
thing
Zealand?
November
Oh,
ever
man.
did back in 1984.
November. What were
I've been
probably
slighted
pretty
in Twitch chat. Slighted, I tell you.
And we're
Oh, I know,
circling
Brew.
back
Put
to
your jandals
free
on. Let's go
choice.
trumping. Do you want to have some milk? We'll go frushing.
Pro-choice or
What
pro-life?
do those words mean?
On beach days, bro.
On
Fucking
beach,
beach days.
on beach days, bro. I've been called a New Zealander in chat. This is terrible.
totally beach.
Oh, New Zealander, bro.
November. November. When you coming
Yeah.
over?
I have my driver's license now, so I can.
Oh, you
come-
can drive?
November, can you
Yeah,
tell
dude.
them the memes of New Orleans? Because Delon and I definitely did not touch on it, but I feel like you had the best meme of New Orleans.
Yeah, we try to have a recap. We
I don't know if I
We
can.
didn't
I
get
don't know
everything.
if I should talk about that. That
Give
seems,
give us all the
it
dirty
seems
deets.
like it seems it requires multiple.
Give us all the
people
dirty
to,
deets, except for like
agree
except for
to
the
talking
super
about
dirty
it.
deets.
So can I
November.
vaguely describe it? 'Cause
Yeah.
there was an incident.
You can describe. Yeah, all right. As long as you vaguely
There-
describe.
only
There
vaguely.
was an incident, and November was involved, and his response was, "All we did was talk about Vindicators," and so the
We
entire
got drunk
theme,
and talked about Vindicators. That's
the
it.
entire
Okay.
theme of the weekend was, "Oh, are we gonna go talk about Vindicators?" Winky face.
Oh,
He
so-
got this nickname,
Oh, there's the other good
Vindicator
one.
Enjoyer.
So
Wait, there are a lot
is
of
that what
us
the talk
in
of?
New Orleans?
Wait, were you talking about
Yeah.
vindicators while having sex?
No, God,
Oh.
we're talking about
Of
Vindicators.
course not.
Oh,
No,
I
November,
thought that's what the
talking
quote. I
about
thought that's what
Vindicators
the I thought that's
with,
what the
the
quote
girl
unquote
from
meant. Like,
Criteria.
oh, we're. I thought
never
like we're
want
gonna
you
go
to
talk
do
about
that.
vindicators, like you know. Oh, we're gonna go do
I'll
the
talk
dirty.
about Vindicators right now if you want. They're fucking
Yeah.
dope. They're the best ship in Eve.
I know. Why don't kill me?
I just want to know what my parents were doing when they were doing laundry. That's all I'm asking.
Wait, why don't you fly Vindicators in November?
Because we don't have any doctrines that have Vindicators.
Fly it solo.
What?
Like, who's gonna call
Yes,
you
we
out?
do.
dude?
Like what?
I
what-
can.
are,
I can. All right, hang on.
are you flying with a
Are
bunch
you
of?
Why is it
suggesting
a
that you
fucking
couldn't fly
Beyblade?
whatever you want?
Are you flying with a bunch of pores right now?
Vindicator
As an
starts with a
elite
V, so
PvP.
headliner will
Hey!
never see it.
I am a good, useful alliance member who flies doctrine ships as required, in addition to the various other things that people need on the fleets to make them successful.
That
Like
sounds like,
vindicators,
that sounds like we expect everyone to vote exactly as they want to.
dude. You know what? I vote
Requested them
November
to.
as Supreme Court justice.
I would vote for.
So
him.
here's the thing. I gotta
Is
ask
there a
you,
requirement?
November. After New Orleans, have you enjoyed a wiener in your mouth?
Oh my goodness!
Did you actually?
I have not since
That-
I got
Lizzie?
back.
No.
The
That
I haven't,
throat
no.
You really
goat.
not.
that initial.
I
Oh my
know.
goodness,
We
makes
were
it sound
all
like.
sitting outside
I
of this
made
restaurant.
everyone detour just so I could get a hot
November's like,
dog. It was
Yeah.
fucking
this hot dog, and we're like, the throat goat.
Yeah.
Throat goat.
I was like November. November. That denial sounded like you definitely had a fucking wiener and you don't want to talk about it.
Oh no, I did. It was fun. I had
It was a
we went
hot dog.
to we went to
Yes,
we went
Like
to
the raw, the raw
what's it
dog.
called?
It was raw dog.
No.
You had a raw dog wiener. You had a raw dog
Raw
wiener.
dog bar.
Oh no!
There's a hot dog place on Frenchman Street, which is
Don't
really
you know
good.
about what just changed?
It's a
anyone-
good thing you don't have to worry about the new law. Sorry.
Anyone? Oh god. Oh my god. Anyone who goes to New Orleans
Be
should go to
careful, it's
Frenchman
raw dog.
Street and go to Dat Dog is what it's called, and get yourself a hot dog, and they're great.
And
That's
use
my
protection
recommendation.
because come on, it's 2022, kids. Like,
Yeah,
we know
also-
what's out there, and also the laws don't save you or your sperm or your future or anything. So
No
make
raw
good
dog,
choices.
and that's a
Dude,
hot
what is it
dog.
like? A
There's
Um,
no raw dog
whatever
in the
it's called.
champagne room.
What was it
Like
called?
R. Kelly told me.
That
so.
dog.
what was it now? It's like 1 in 3 people have HPV.
Well, sure, like men, and they don't. Show
No,
it,
I think
so
I
that's
think an
fine.
It's a
app.
test for HPV, and it can cause cervical cancer,
No, yeah,
which
no,
only affects
men
women.
don't show it, and they.
Oh,
carry
everyone
it.
should get
Right.
vaccinated against that.
Well,
Yeah.
but
Gardasil
It is
vaccine is really good.
extremely common. Most people do not have symptoms.
Right,
Chances
yes.
are, if you have had sex within the last 10 years, chances are you probably have HPV.
yeah, so
Such
that's
a
what I'm saying.
person,
Like,
I've
it's
never
like
had
1 in
sex.
3 people have
Rain-
HPV.
rain
I don't know. I
is
had a
the-
brother. who had
There's
this.
like I
virgin.
think 25 or 26 strains of it. Most of them
had
don't
sex,
show
I don't know if there's
signs,
HPV.
although Sometimes they
Most
do,
people
although
have it, and
the most
don't,
negative
so
effects are in
it
women.
can be very dangerous.
The best way to ask somebody if they've had an STD test is to ask if they got tested for HPV, and if they say yes, they're fucking lying because you cannot get tested.
Oh wow.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Follow me for more life hacks.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, so women are the ones that are most susceptible because most men don't show signs. They can.
We're
Like,
carriers,
HPV is
which is pretty fucked
warts. Like, you know, it's human papillomavirus. So warts on your shit, that is a HPV. But a lot of times it doesn't show up. And so a lot of times it doesn't have much of an effect on men. It can with warts, but with women. It can also be warts, but it can also be no warts. But also with women, it's a very much higher risk of ovarian cancer and cervical cancer. So
I never got it in my ovaries, but I've heard some females struggle.
Yeah. So Freak. Good morning. Welcome to the topic. This is not what we were talking about. This is like a weird tangent. I'm just saying, like, HPV.
We were talking about hot dogs, and now
we were talking about hot dogs, and then we got to HPV for some reason. But I'm saying, like, HPV is a thing. Although now there is a vaccine against HPV, but it's
Gardasil vaccine.
It's basically a thing where, like, it does not cure. If you have HPV, it will not cure it. It prevents.
Why would I put those poisons in my body?
It prevents further HPV. And is a thing that most early teenagers, especially girl teenagers that are like in the 12 to 14 range.
Do you just call a 12-year-old a teenager, Drayden?
That sounds like the
whatever.
I'm gonna need to have you take
population
a seat,
control.
I'm saying whatever. Kids that are getting into the sexual puberty range, like, that is when you should probably be getting an HPV vaccine.
Is this like the age group you're hitting on?
Drayden, can HPV spread through blowjobs? Legitimate question from Twitch chat.
Okay, well, that's fair.
There's two different strands.
I don't know. I don't want to say yes or no because I actually don't know the answer to that.
Look it up, Drayden. You've got glasses.
You can get herpes on your mouth.
I know
But
that,
HPV is not herpes.
It's a
and he has glasses
no,
and a
you're right.
laptop.
Yeah, HPV is not herpes.
Just look it up real quick.
You can get HPV by having vaginal, anal, or oral sex with someone.
Or okay, yeah. So I was like, I don't know the answer to that. Vaginal and anal sex, absolutely. I knew that was a yes, but I didn't know oral.
That's right. Sony is off the books. Team.
But yeah, so like, if it, like, nowadays, get vaccinated against it. That's a great thing to do, obviously. But older people
Is
that
a vaccination an admission of guilt with anal sex? Because I'm not trying to go down that road either.
Because like I said, vaccination will not cure your current HPV.
I've made choices, Drayden.
If you
That's all
have
I'm saying.
HPV, it will not get rid of it. You still have HPV for life. Newer generations.
That before engaging in sexual relations with an individual.
What does
But
HPV?
Not even in the deep south.
So what does HPV do to you? So HPV is genital warts. You've seen the nasty pictures on Science Pictures. That's a form of HPV. Not all HPV does that, but HPV is genital warts. But also, that is like a aesthetically unpleasing thing that happens. But also HPV, the worst thing that it does, HPV can cause cancers in women. Cervical cancer is the most prominent one. Sometimes ovarian cancer. So I don't know if it causes cancers in men. I don't know if it causes prostate
HPV
cancer.
is common and that it can be carried by men with
testicular cancer,
signs,
maybe. What?
So here's the thing. Should I just continue doing what I do and
wear a condom,
leaving things to the wayward, or should
I would say
being an incel because you're an EVE Online player like the rest of us. Yes, you should continue doing that. No one will get HPV.
Jesus Christ, November coming in with the fucking fire.
November, we started this show saying that there are Eve virgins who know more about sex than people like Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson.
That's true. Yeah.
That is true.
Tucker Carlson didn't think women got wet unless they were unless they had an infection.
Tucker Carlson has his own.
She's like, oh,
imagine admitting you've never gotten a woman wet.
Yeah, like as old as he was. It's like
it's highly unnatural for that to happen.
Yeah,
Rain. You wouldn't know. So I mean,
here's the thing, November.
I get wet smelling my ball cologne. Okay.
Yeah,
you don't have to touch your mouth to it to procreate. So why would they ever find out?
Oh my god.
It's so bad.
Like, you could go your whole life without finding out just by
somebody
never
tweet
giving a
that.
shit whether they enjoyed the fact that
Like
they were.
imagine saying like, oh, women don't get wet unless there's an infection. It's like, the fuck have you been?
You're doing something wrong.
What class have you taken? Oh, none.
You're probably doing multiple things.
Dude
wrong.
dropped out in 2nd grade.
I know he has like quite a few more $1 million than I do.
Matt
but like, I
Cannibal,
feel pretty
yes.
good about myself. Like, and I probably
Yeah, and
should,
his wife is
I
a
do.
doctor. His
I feel
wife
pretty
is
good
a
about
doctor.
myself after seeing those things.
His wife is a doctor. I don't.
Like, you can be
I
poor and
can't
also know
believe
how
the
to give a
reality.
woman an orgasm, and that's
Like,
unique.
I
You know,
can't
it
Just press
feels
the
good.
button, dude. Like
You
Dragon
just
was
gotta press
showing.
the button.
Yeah, like that. Press here.
I'm not
Press
suggesting
here.
you cause a waterfall.
All right,
You know,
I'll
be
give you
careful
I'll
with the
give you
button.
some advice, man. All you have to say is just tell me what to do to a
Open
woman, and she will tell you. She'll be like, it's like an adventure. She just says like, oh, just touch here, lick here, whatever. Like do the blah 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 or whatever. Like you'll be fine.
Do the ABCs just for fun. Just show me that you remember them.
You just gotta suck a little.
The,
Like
the thing is, like,
Little
just
suck, a little blow.
here's the thing.
Whatever.
Generally, when you're doing your thing, it's just like, yeah, keep doing that. Whatever you were just doing, keep doing. Imagine that. Keep doing that. Like, it's like, oh, she's like, yeah, right there. It's like, oh, right there.
In my experience,
Like,
when I failed this
they
one, I
will
didn't
tell
keep
you.
doing
They'll
the
tell
thing that I was
you.
doing that worked.
It's like they'll tell you, like, yes, that. It's like, okay.
What, are you gonna switch it up?
I
No.
should charge.
Don't
Sandy
switch it up.
Pants
You
says
were
I
doing
should
it.
charge for this advice. Can you guys pay me money
Yeah,
to tell you how to like a woman or whatever?
It's like it's not hard
spend
because
our channel points on it?
the directions
Can you
are
spell out
given.
that slurping noise?
The
so that I
directions
can
are
make sure I know
generally
which one we're
given,
with?
or in even if there's not verbal directions, you can generally just tell.
All you gotta say is, "Hey, girl, do you like this?" Or
And then
tell me
make
what
the
to
noise.
do.
Now that's a, here's the thing. That's if they're a dead corpse. You have to be like, if there's like,
No, Traden, you do not ask dead corpses what they
well,
like.
well, I mean, like not
getting this
actual
all
dead corpse,
wrong.
not
You
actual
don't
dead
have
corpses.
to ask.
What I'm saying, like, if they're just
You literally don't have to ask.
if they're laying there doing nothing with no
What are you doing with your free
response whatsoever, you're probably doing something fucking wrong.
You're doing it all right.
You're doing something
because
wrong
they're dead,
initially,
and they're
but
not gonna say anything. I get that. That's weird.
but it's
and
like
creepy.
they will probably at that point you should probably just ask like, what do you want me to do? But anyway, like even without direction, like yes, keep that, or yes, do that, or right there, like you could generally tell like
Just know if you do that, you're doing way better than the multi-billionaire Tucker Carlson, who we should all be.
But I'm saying like whatever you're doing, like
if you do the bare minimum, you're already
You
doing
can
better than
also
Ben
just
I also
tell
want to
them
throw
the
out
bar.
there, this does not just apply to heterosexual men and women. This applies to everyone. All you got to do is communicate when you're doing
Yes,
literally anything.
Communicate.
You're trying to put the bike together to say, am I doing it right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then like the person will tell you.
But
Put makeup on someone
maybe,
or
like,
brushing
twerk
their
it-
hair.
Twerk
Like
it
yeah.
right here, and you're just turning ridge. You're
But
building a
also
bike.
the thing is that it's
like
like
she said, it could go for anything.
even without verbal there can also be sounds where it's like if you do start doing something and you start hearing like obvious pleasure sounds, like oh, it's like whatever I just did.
What was that,
that'll-
Steven?
What does it sound like?
Oh,
I'm gonna pee my pants.
that's not what I sound like. I'm just saying.
I mean, if that's what you're into.
Are you
go
faking
ahead.
I'm just like when.
Give me a
Oh.
legitimate pleasure sound.
Oh.
Oh, she's gone. We've lost her. R.I.P. Rain Chocolate. Come back to us, Rachel.
Is it as good for you as it is for me?
Oh.
We need to. So I think what we need to do is we need to get Manic Velocity and 404 to do a podcast together, just so we can listen to. But I don't know if you guys have ever watched 404 Twitch stream. He was on my
a couple
he was on
times.
He was on my Alliance tournament team. He has like one of those ultimate smooth jazz radio voices as well. So we just need to get Manic.
We could just tuck our pants
Just
off
get them to
like while we're
talk to
listening.
each other for like 2 hours a week. That would be great.
And now it's time
Oh.
for the Manic Velocity and 404 show, coming at you live on
Oh.
Stop it.
Can you make a comment something around the lines of like, if your panties aren't wet, they will be, or something? Like, I don't know, just lean into it.
Let's see.
I'm just saying, you listen for the aw sounds. If you get
you
the
will
aw
be.
sounds, keep doing what
That's-
you were
that's
just
neutral.
doing to get the aw sound, and
It could be men or women.
You keep doing that thing, and like obviously that's the right thing to do.
If you're not aroused, you will be.
The thing is, like,
that's your catchphrase.
Every person is different. Every person has a different user manual, and you can't. There's no one thing does all.
Well, half of it's in like Chinese.
You have to figure it out each person to person, and when you get there, you just have to like trial and error. Like, try this. Oh, nope, not much of a response. Try this. Oh, great response. Keep doing that thing. It's pretty simple.
You say that, but a lot of people apparently are just terrible.
Well, Ben Shapiro,
which is a huge part of my success.
Wait, was it Ben Shapiro or was it Tucker Carlson?
I don't want to tell them how to fix it, but it's
Tucker Carlson is such a giant piece of shit. I'm glad he doesn't know how to get.
Pretty sure he is, but
I'm glad he does not know how to get a woman off, because like that man does not deserve to give satisfaction to any human being on the planet.
It's his bank statement. He knows how to.
He's
he's figured it out. Like he never had a trouble with that. Like that was the thing. He was born rich.
Damn Tucker Carlson.
Rich.
All I could hear in the other room was a bunch of dudes going,
oh,
like so unenthusiastically participating.
I'm so proud of you, baby dick.
You're making me so horny right now. Oh.
I'm proud of you, baby dick. What was the?
That was so awkward.
That was really awkward. We were talking about the baby dick game, and then Akron was just like, "Yeah, I'll jump in." I was like, I don't think he gets it, but
I literally walked away and then just died in the other room.
Oh. I mean, the music with I mean, like, you know what? That was a pristine performance. Bravo,
delightful.
Absolutely
not getting anyone banned on Twitch.
It would be a shame if only like 9 viewers watch this. and I'm just gonna drop that out there. I'm not gonna dwell on it. Some people know, but I'm just saying.
Oh.
Can all of you ping your various alliances and ask everyone to go and join this Thorax FFA proving filament so it actually fires?
I didn't do that.
I just want to have a go.
I already told all of them to join.
Rage quit.
I won't. No. There's no rage quitting over this. I bought like one ship. If it dies, it dies. I already fed a hurricane tonight.
Is your clone set to Jita so you can go back?
Yeah. Wait.
We know you have a fascination with wieners, man.
With what?
Does he?
Wieners.
Oh, wiener.
Yeah.
I'm like waiters.
Glizzies, dude.
Wieners.
We all knew it.
I'm gonna go to Coney Island when I'm in New York.
Oh, hot dogs. Okay.
Oh, speaking of New York, you gonna be there this weekend?
Yeah, dude. I'm getting there on the 1st. I'll be there from the 1st to I leave on the 5th.
New York.
Nice. I get there Friday night and I leave on the 4th.
Wait, wait for a meetup?
Yeah, PL's doing a meetup.
PL's gonna go and get blasted, dude, in New York City.
In New York City?
What, like all 4 of them?
Yeah, dude. Well, I mean,
all 4.
Are they going to be able to like identify each other in the same?
Are you going to Vegas November?
At the bingo competition.
My plan is to go to my plan is to go to Las Vegas as well.
Make sure you bring all the water you can with you.
Also identify real.
Because apparently they don't have any water left.
Hang on, I'll show you how you can identify me at events. I'll be right back.
I've seen your
pink shorts.
You don't have to show me, but
I found November at a bar, and there was another guy with a bird shirt, and they became like best friends.
Yeah, well,
like everyone was like, "Who's that man with the bird shirt?" And I'm like, "My friend."
Which one?
November's always the best dressed. At
Birds of a feather flock together. Rain. Have you not heard that?
We actually did pools too. It was a hilarious adventure.
Oh yeah. There's the he actually
those are aggressive salmon.
Look at him. Yeah, he took his pants off
those
to
are
show
aggressive
it to us.
salmon.
Yeah, I got in.
He took his pants off to show them to us.
How could anybody miss you in those aggressive salmon pants?
Well, no.
I know exactly.
He doesn't wear anything else. Like he actually took those off to show them. Because
they're the only clothes I own.
Yeah, it's like
he's got like 4 pairs.
It's like it's like Batman. Like when I went to Seattle, he wore those.
That's what I'm saying. He's got 4 pairs.
The best part is like I had heard all
smelly.
2018 and 2019 of Mr. Salmon Shorts, and I had joined PL in 2019. And November was literally like, "Hey, let's go hang out in Seattle." And then like Drayden shows up and he's like, "It's salmon shorts." I'm like, "November? Like that's salmon
Well,
shorts?"
yeah. So, okay.
It's the weirdest coincidence.
No, in my defense, the year, like the Vegas before that, so it actually wasn't even quite a year. The Vegas before that was the first time it was the first time I ever met November, and Dirk and I were hanging out with November at the pool, and we had a blast, and I know he told us, like, I mean, I'm just bad at names in general, and so I'm sure he told us his name was November, and we didn't remember it.
Yeah. Everyone was very drunk that first
Yeah, we were hammered. So we're just like, it's Salmon Shorts. And then we also adopted, you had two names that year. You were Salmon Shorts, or Cool Australian Guy.
I mean, I'll take both of those. Those are those fine.
Yeah, like those were your two. Like, we're like Cool Australian Guy or Salmon Shorts. That's what we called you. And then later on, I found out, oh, November. So it was at the cruise ship thing. The pre-cruise night, the seafood night. And then I was like, oh, it's Salmon Shorts, Cool Australian Guy. And then I was like, oh, it's November. That's what we call him. Okay. And then we were like, did some bar hopping after that. It was fun.
It was fun. Shocker that he preferred like Salmon Shorts to Cool Australian Guy.
I think both are like good
Both
titles.
are fine.
I would give him 60-40.
I mean, Cool Australian Guy is pretty vague, but
right. But like that's also not like discerning of who he is or anything. It's just like Cool Australian Guy.
Can you name an Australian guy that's not cool?
Yeah, plenty.
I can. Yeah.
Well, you can because you live there, but we can't because we think you're all cool.
Oh, wow. It's quite the blanket statement, Trade.
Well, I haven't met.
Oh no, I fucked up. Oh god, I'm gonna die.
I haven't met a dickhead Australian yet, so.
Oh no, I fucked up again. I'm the worst at EVE Online. I'm so bad.
Oh my god, dude.
I can point you towards them.
Like my experiences in Australians are like November and Bam Stroker, so you know.
Alright, sorry about that. I finally got into the arena and immediately got like double teamed by two try guys who queued into each other. So
like from
both
sides?
Yes, exactly.
I'm sorry.
No, they both came at me from the same direction.
Sorry, do your thing.
November got drilled by a couple of thoraxes.
I did indeed.
From both sides, of course.
Both sides? Damn. You got put on the spit.
You got the spit roast.
I feel like the arena was really small this time because I like flew straight out of it. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. I don't know. I was too busy. Actually, so my salmon pants, but that wasn't. That was a joke. But I also have this sweet jacket hanging on my neck.
Oh, like
yes,
a nice
jacket.
dinner jacket. Are we supposed to get goofy swimming shorts for the Vegas?
So I had this made specifically for the purposes
of Rain's idea.
Yeah, I'd like that too. Like, go to like find a
swimming
swimming
idea.
Now, as long as they have sizes, because I'm a big dude.
Something like Pandemic. Oh, he's got a nice patch. Yeah,
that looks
it's
great.
a big patch.
Yeah, dude.
That's a biker jacket.
Look
what
at
does it
that.
say? Habitual.
Oh, you got the top
Habitual
rock.
is in Asia, that's
Habitual.
I have the habit thing.
Yeah.
And
What is
I've even got-
Yeah, dude.
What is
That's
that? Like
awesome.
Is that
Oh my god, that's
Dude,
awesome.
like you,
I have a little.
it keeps upgrading itself.
November? You have a cut. That's what they call that. You're wearing.
I designed this
Put it on.
patch. I
You gotta
designed
wear
both.
your
I
cut.
designed both of these patches actually. I had this
But
one
here's the
made.
thing. If anybody tries to take your cut off you in a bar, you have to fucking kill them.
No,
Oh,
It's
yeah,
just-
100%.
it's a weird code. It's a weird code in America. They
I
cannot
have-
take your cut off you. You have to.
I will be there to help
If
you.
anyone wants a sweet Pandemic Legion embroidered front jacket patch, you can send me your
those
address
look
and I'll
very good.
mail you one.
Yeah,
I have many of them in the cupboard.
if you have to kill someone to get arrested, I will take the jacket and keep it in safekeeping.
That's that's a good friend. I'm just saying.
Or I'll kill them so you don't have to.
Train, are you gonna
come
eat
on.
the rich with me?
I
Is that
will-
what you're saying?
Yeah, I
You
mean,
just figured out how to be a VP. Like,
Yo.
come on, be careful how you eat the rich.
you know, Barry's Steakhouse
your
was
saying
like,
now.
Guillotines chop through
dude,
bone.
I'm just saying, like, Barry's Steakhouse was like, that was like an easement.
Oh my
into
god,
it.
dude, we have to go to Barry's.
Yeah, so
again.
like,
holy
Soup
shit.
Gang. Now all we gotta do is
I will pay for a $50 Uber to go to Barry's
Rain,
to
it
eat
sounds
some
like you're eating with the
$15
rich.
soup.
Not gonna lie, I watched Sweeney Todd. I know what we do with the rich now.
You eat with them.
You know how to cook them.
We turn them into
Drayden,
pies.
you're cooking for us in Vegas.
Yeah, we turn them
Like,
into
yeah.
pie. I can make a meat pie.
Everything I've heard is that you guys are eating with the rich, not eating the rich, and I'm pretty disappointed.
No, we're eating.
What's wrong with
You gotta
eating
eat
with the
with
rich?
them,
We're
so then we can
eating-
get a table at a nightclub.
We're
and we eat
eating
them
the
after.
rich.
I hear you, but I haven't seen
Why
the
do you have a
framework for that
table
plan.
in a nightclub?
Because
It sounds
I'm
like you
not
guys are
bumping
just
uglies with some
eating
random
Because
fucking
yeah,
idiot
because
at a
like
dance
there
floor.
was a whole bunch of like
after today.
there was a whole bunch of fending off we had to do. Like me and Mace last year, and then BT.
The best was like Mace was just kind of stiff arming people, and I was just like throwing elbows at some bitches, like trying to get in my space. I'm like, I'm standing here. You don't come near me. I'm standing.
I
here.
picked that dude up and moved him.
Yeah, that dude was grinding against Delana. Holy shit!
He kept doing that. And she kept
I'm
like,
like, bro, leave her alone. And he's like bumping his ass towards her, and Delana's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
well, like Delana wasn't like she was kind of like no. Like, you were like even Jan, you're like
So, because I
Rain,
multiple
you were
times
being
in the,
completely respectable. I heard that.
multiple times in the nightclub, Delana was trying to be the
the
polite
Yeah.
lady, not getting in anyone's face, and I'm like, some dude pissing her off, I'm gonna get in their face. Like, I ain't tolerating that shit.
I've never heard that about you.
Yeah, like
Bro,
I saw it once, and Rain
You
was
wanna
like,
go? I'll throw punches.
Ray was
dude.
like, back
I'll
off,
see
back
you try
off.
and win this fight.
and the guy like backed off a little bit, and then he came back and he started like grinding on Delana again, and that's like I like grabbed him and just like picked him up and like
Pissed.
I shoved him over here and I stepped in his place. I'm like, you don't.
It was the
You're
best.
done.
So
You don't
Mace
get to
was
do
here.
that.
I literally grabbed Mace. I'm like, Mace, you're with me. And I like bribe the bouncer and I drag him on the dance floor. And the entire time he's just like looming behind me like this 6'6" dude. Just kind of stiff arming people away. And at one point someone's like, bro, are you her bodyguard? He's like, nah, man, she's mine. Because I was just throwing elbows at people. Like, when I go to a nightclub, I plant my feet and I kind of like bob unless I'm jumping. And it's like, if you fall into me once, okay, like, yeah, you're probably drunk. Like,
People
let me
get
just
off
make sure you're
balance.
okay.
It's fine.
If you
It's
fall
whatever.
into me 3 times on a fucking rope, get the fuck off of me. I don't want to hear your shit.
that's
My
elbows.
feet are not moving. You are moving. So you
Yeah.
get your ass out of here.
Yeah, it's like I mean like when it's a concert and people are shifting and like, it's like sometimes like people there's waves like especially in mosh pit.
I get that.
Now
Like, and
this
I'm
wasn't
all
a
for
mosh
that.
pit. This is an EDM concert. There's no mosh pits at EDM concerts, but like in rock concerts,
It's people wiggling. Sure.
so at rock concerts you have a little bit more forgiveness.
Push you over, and I don't tolerate that shit.
Yeah, like at rock concerts, there's a little bit more forgiveness, even on like repeat offenses, because like sometimes like the crowd surges, and it's like no one can hold back. You know, like when there's like 50 to 100 rows of people all like boom, 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 boom,
Can
boom,
they not?
dominoing forward. It's like the person directly behind you can't stop them getting pushed into you. So it's like I get it. Like at times like that, it's like it is what it is.
When, like,
Now
when you
it-
spill your drink, you're like, it wasn't me, asshole. Like,
so, but that's like rock concerts are a little more rowdy, especially if you're in the mosh pit area. So I mean, it honestly it depends on where you are, what the place is, what the crowd is like. So you have to look at the situation. But like, so I mean, like at rowdy rock concerts, people bumping into you, that just fucking happens the entire night. You have to deal with it. But like at this concert, it's like people are just standing there like putting their arms up. Once in a while they'll jump and like, but it's like. Unless you are a shit-faced, ridiculous hammered, you're not falling over into people. So if you keep doing that over and over, it's like you're too drunk, you gotta move out, or you're doing this on purpose and you gotta fucking move out. Like the consequence is the same. The cause is up to you.
All I'm saying is, I'm the type of woman that when the waiter forgets your fucking ketchup, I'll demand your fucking ketchup, which also applies to the nightclub and some asshole in your space, and I don't want him fucking near me.
Some guy had ketchup in your space in the night.
Tomato
sauce?
In New Orleans,
Like vinegar,
multiple
man.
times we went to this
Like in a
restaurant
Heinz
and
bottle?
they forgot parts of our food, and I was that person. I was like, "Hey, you forgot the cheese grits here."
Why you keep
And they were
going
like,
back there?
It was really good food. Okay.
Like, oh my god. Well, I mean, the stuff you got of it.
Yeah. But
I
like, I
only
was
had
like, "You
like once
forgot
a
our
day.
cheese grits, sir?"
Ketchup
And
is
he's
the
like,
least
"Oh, I'm sorry,
exciting
man."
American sauce. If you disagree, that's fine, but you know, we'll fight.
I'm just saying, I'm that lady. If you're gonna be throwing fists in a nightclub, you want me by your side, because I may not throw the first fist, but I'm definitely throwing the fucking last.
Throwing down. Nice. All right.
I'm like 5'5", and I'm like little fight. I'm like, "Yeah, bro, you want to fucking fight, kid? I'll like kick your ankles, kid."
Yeah, that's a good like
Feisty.
range to be able to strike within.
As
I'm
November,
good where I can
lot of
cause a lot of
vulnerable
damage
parts.
and get us out of the police.
as
report.
November say, she's a feisty Sheila.
Fucking yeah,
Incredibly
dude.
feisty Sheila. I've heard that.
Feisty.
I do not throw down in New Orleans. I respect the local fighting of New Orleans. I'm like, they arguing. We going and hiding. Let's go hide in the bathroom. We're
Dude.
fine, dude. We're fine.
You guys had mostly retired for the evening when I went to Eagles Checkpoint Charlie's at like 4 a.m. That place is wild. If you want to see,
Where is that
some,
place?
it's like so. It's at the end of Frenchman Street. Like it's at one of the ends of Frenchman Street, like around a corner. And it's open 24 hours a day, which is why
we went there for a bit. That's right. I
Yeah. Everyone else had gone home by then, but we went there for a little bit at like 4 a.m. after 3090 closed. We were there till like 5.
Yeah, I was there for like an hour.
It was wild times. They were trying to do karaoke. It's just
No
the
one
whole
knew what to
place
do.
is unique.
There was one point where we were trying to find you at Vic's on Sunday, and there was a group of people arguing in the street, walking.
Oh,
and
that
it was a woman arguing with her man. And if you know anything about New Orleans or about fighting, if there are men involved, there's always guns involved. So I'm like, we were sitting outside because it was night and it was cool and like it was vibing.
Cool air.
And I
Good for
see this
shooting.
and I see this walking towards us like half a block away. And I'm like, guys, we are going inside. And I walk inside and I remember I was really mean to Delana because I'm like, Delana, get in the fucking bar. And I like screamed at her and I was like, we are sitting behind this very, very obvious wooden barrier just in case. And I remember bitching at everyone. They're like, Rain, why are you freaking? I'm like, If you know anything about 3 a.m. shootings in New Orleans, you know it's caused by men. There's a man in that fight. We are getting inside. You do not question me. And I remember I was
Was there
really
a
bitchy
shooting?
about it.
Did
There
it go
wasn't.
down?
There wasn't,
Oh.
thankfully.
Aw.
But the year
Oh,
before,
goddamn.
the year
Goddamn, Ray.
before. No. The year before, I
Wait a
remember it
minute.
was like Pro God, Ishii, and Usos and me. And I'm like, guys, watch this. And there was a fight, and we followed the fight. And I stepped
And
into
she
the
said,
fight.
and that time we
There
followed
it
it.
was all women, and I pulled them along. And I was like, guys, we're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this. It was all women. It was like 2 or 3 a.m. Like, guys, we're gonna watch
With
this.
Pro
Like, follow
God,
me.
yeah.
Yeah. I distinctly call out Pro God
Sorry.
because I
was
stepped into the
Chase.
fight to pick up a phone because one of the women had dropped a phone, and Pro God grabs my arm. And he's like, Rain, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, what do you mean? It's just a phone. And I handed it back to one of the girls. She didn't hit me. Nobody hit me. And he goes, Rain, you need to get out of there. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, if somebody hits you, we're all going in. And I look, and behind him are Usos and Ishii, who aren't in test, who aren't in PL. And they're watching, just like rearing to go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I had to remember that I had people with me that time. I couldn't just like
That's
walk
how
into fight.
that's how bar fights happen. It's like
But
when-
like that's
Yeah.
what happened the first New Orleans. But like the thing is like I was like, no, it's women fighting. When women fight, they know who they're fighting. You know, if you ever see a guy fight, they throw elbows. Like you try to like stop them, they throw elbows, they push people. Women are like, I want to fight you and only you, and they just throw fists at the one person. And if somebody else gets in the way, they push him out of the way.
That's
no
mostly
biggie.
true.
yeah,
Mostly true.
Mostly true.
But
And
guys
the other-
guys are like, this is my group, and they may not know what this is. Sometimes the situation is like, oh, my friend probably deserved the punch he got, but it's like you don't see it. It's
And
like
yet I'm implicated.
all of a sudden you're just like in a thing, and then also like,
There were a
oh,
few times
my
where we
friend
were
just
walking
got
down
punched.
Bourbon,
I'm
like,
in,
people
and you
would-
just like go and you
people would
start
try to, like,
punching.
bash.
You punch the other side. It's like I don't know what happened, but you punched my buddy. I'm punching all of you.
That
and it just
happened on
turns into
Bourbon
a
a few
fight.
times. So not that night, but there was like Saturday night. We would like all be walking and we'd all kind of like follow each other in groups of like 2 or 3. And like I remember it was like Pro God, Bob, and Blazing Bunny in the front. And like someone would bump into Pro God because he's
Bob's a
shorter.
big dude.
And like both Bob and Blazing Bunny were turning like, really, bro? You want to fucking go? You hit my man? And it was like they aren't friends in Eve, but like people were ready
Well,
to
Bob
throw
and Blazing
punches.
are, but
Oh, Bob and Blazing are, but not with Pro God in game.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah.
they were like, he's one of our crew. Like you fuck with him, you
Yeah.
fuck with all of us.
Now-
And, like everyone was just like, really, bro? Really, you wanna go? You wanna go? And we were just like, let's keep walking. Let's go. Just happened once. Let's keep
Enjoy
walking.
the bars. Get your drinks.
yeah, I mean,
Well-
I've met Blazing he's fit. He's not like a huge guy, but he's fit. I've not met Bob.
Military, yeah.
I've not met Bob
Bob
in real
is
life.
like ripped. I remember
I've seen
attempting to
pictures of
squeeze his
Bob.
Bob is a
bicep.
large lad. It's
Yeah,
true.
no. I've talked with Bob, and I like Bob. Bob's a cool dude. Excuse me. But I've never met Bob in real life, but I've seen pictures of Bob, and it's like, oh.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He's actually
Brother Bob is.
I think
Brother Bob's a juggernaut. Like, I mean, like, he's not as tall as I am, but he's
huge. No, Bob's huge. Bob's one of those people who like went to bed to work out in the morning. Like that's how ripped he is.
Brother Bob, also Calorie Prime Timbre. Brother Bob is in FC. He was FC for NC for a while.
Yeah.
Now they're now they're PL.
Pandemic Legion pilot.
Yeah, now they're in PL. So he was.
I'm gonna say
he was in original Sinner. He's in original Sinners FC. They left and went to whatever that one alliance was for a little bit.
NSH.
NSH. Yeah, they didn't go to the alliance, but they went to NSH
because of Pittsburgh, probably.
I'm gonna say real quick, he's a piece of shit because he dropped on me one time while I was blue, while I had one of my own alts who was a neutral. Because they were one of my high sec alts mining with me or something on a moon out in Venal, and they dropped on a blue gang mining a moon with one single neutral alt there, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Like, did you get turned on to this intel? Like, the enemy was out there at this moon?" And I was like, "What the fuck?" And they were like, "We'll give you back your loot. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
like, this was dumb."
Yeah, no,
I was like, "Yeah, it was a little bit dumb. Like." Thanks for acknowledging.
I will say that's like my favorite thing about Eve players though is like do you use any online thing like this stream, this Discord, people on Reddit, whatever, Twitter? Everyone like argues and infights with each other like, yeah man, fuck you, blah blah blah, my alliance. But you get people like at a pub crawl or
in
at
person,
any
person,
outside
anything,
Eve players
like,
versus
bro,
Eve players, all Eve players unite.
Like that's my fucking enemy. Only I can kick his ass, bro. And it's like wild to see because like I don't know if you know Eve players. Eve players generally aren't super confrontational, super hostile in person. Like Bob's an exception being ripped, but like you go into a bar where it's not all Eve players and suddenly it's an us versus them, as in we are Eve players and you are not an Eve player, so therefore we will defend fellow Eve players.
You don't even understand my politics.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
I love it though because like
except
Hyperviper's not here. Like Hyperviper flies with goons, but like Hyperviper, I remember like Hyperviper's done with open comms, and he's like, yeah man, you fuck with my people, I'll kick your ass. Like it's so.
Wait, you saw Hyperviper say that?
No, dude, but he would.
I was like, I mean, Hyperviper's the most.
I mean, like Hyperviper leading. Like I remember we were doing the pub crawl in Fremont, and we knew kind of who the vaguely Eve players were, and nobody really picked the fight on Fremont. But had someone done it, it would have been like 400 random fucking Eve players versus like some poor sap on a vacation, dude. Like it would have been First of all, it would have been hilarious, but it would have been absolutely great.
Yeah, like no, Hyperviper.
It's not encouraged.
Hyperviper is always like such a chill dude, but yeah, I mean, like that's the thing is like anytime it comes to like Eve players versus non-Eve players, it's one of those things where it's like even if they're like mortal enemies, you know, goons and PL. I bet goons and PL would team up if like some non-Eve player started just like getting into some Eve player's face that was a goon, and it was. Now it's one thing if a goon was being. I guess it depends on the situation. If the goon guy was being an actual
even if the
piece
Eve
of
player
shit,
instigated it, I feel like other Eve players would back him up and be like, yeah man, bro, leave him alone. Just let him in the bar. He's fine.
It really depends. I'm like, it depends on the whole. If I saw the whole thing and the Eve player was like actually being just like a total piece of shit,
if they were being really bad, like very rarely.
That's what I mean, if they would be like someone who's like, were like me myself would be like, I'm actually pissed off at you and I want to fight you, and I saw someone else getting like, oh, you'll do it for me, cool. But I'm like, that's a very rare situation. I mean,
there has to be some letting other people fight your fights for you.
There'd have to be some super egregious thing going on there. But I'm like, if it's just like an Eve player says something that like just irks someone the wrong way, and it's not like a super douche move or something. It's like, and then there's a fight going on. It's like. I'd probably be like, oh, what the fuck's going on here? Like, whoa, who the fuck are you and why are you fighting this guy? It's like, oh, because I'm pissed at this guy. Like, well,
I have a combination
2v1, I guess now?
Between Drayden and Dom. I'm a fairly average sized guy. Oh, goddamn, Dom, where'd you go?
I gotta go, man. I'm fine.
All right,
no, I'm asking you a question right now.
All right, I'm here still. I ain't going.
Okay, so, we're walking in a bar. I'm a pretty average sized guy. People are, causing a fuss.
I'm a tiny little dude.
Can I rely on you guys?
Yeah, I'm a
Drayden's
Yeah.
a giant, and I've heard that about him.
I'm a giant.
He's like
I'm-
17 foot tall.
And Dom,
I'm like
seen
a
prison
gentle
like 4
giant,
times.
so
He told
I'm
me
like,
about it.
here's the thing. I'm a gentle giant. Don't expect me to be like some juggernaut in a fight. Like, you know how many fights I've
Okay,
been.
so I can't rely on Drayden.
I'm
So
a
Dom,
juggernaut.
You got my back though, right?
No. You can rely on me to back you up, but I'm just like, how effective I'll be. You know how many fights I've been in my life.
Windmilling your arms like this. You'll
Hell
be fine.
yes.
He goes windmill.
No.
And then you start off real
no.
slow and you growl the whole time.
I'm saying, you know how many fights. You know how many fights I've.
Though you got to build it up.
Cool, run, fucking scared shitless. I
You know how many fights I've been in
While
my
you
entire
windmill
life.
your arms like a
Fuck yeah, and
fucking
make weird
idiot.
noises.
How many fights do you think I've been in my whole life?
One.
I'm gonna
7.
3.
0.
Nice.
Oh,
High
Drayden.
five, bud.
Well.
Being huge.
How many?
Comes with this.
I punched one kid in the
That's
back.
a fight. Yeah.
Well,
You've been
okay,
in
so
one
I.
fight.
You got the shit beat out of you one time. That's at least 2.
Well, that's not
Well,
counting.
that doesn't count because I didn't get a fight back. So I punched one kid in the back. I punched one
A
kid.
fight happened to him. He was not involved.
Yeah.
in it.
So I punched one kid in the back of the head on the school bus in junior high one time.
Fuck you, bro.
And he started crying.
Well, sure.
So
Bro, why would you do that?
Because he's a giant. He's mean.
this kid gave me shit the whole year.
So you waited till he turned his back and he
No,
sucker punched
the
him.
whole year I just ignored his he just talked
His
shit to me every
advances.
time.
He was
Every
literally
time
just trying to
getting
flirt
on
with
and off the bus talk, and I just ignored it. And then there was I had a really bad day. As the end of the school year, I was having a really, really bad day, and I
You
got on the bus, and
literally
he opened
graduated.
his mouth, and before he said anything, I was like, "Don't say a word. I'm having a really bad day. You say one thing, I'm gonna fuck you up."
And then he popped him.
And then he shut his mouth, and I walked by him, and he turned around. I didn't even hear. He turned around and said something at me. I don't know what it even was. And I just saw red. I turned around. I punched him more than
you
once.
rearranged
I punched
his
him more
face.
than once.
Did he have Tourette's? Could he
No,
not
I
control it?
I turned
God,
around.
Drayden.
I turned
That's a
around.
fight.
I grabbed him. I slammed his head against the bus window and punched him like 3 times in the head. And then he.
Drayden!
I told him not to
You
talk to
shouldn't be
me.
admitting to this on the internet.
Say you've never been in
You're
a
gonna
fight.
cancel. I'm going to Twitter
No,
now to cancel you.
Control
The number of
it.
fights Drayden has been in is not
He
0.
can't control it.
Statute of limitations.
No, I it's
Cancel
probably-
culture
it's
has
some-
no
it's someone- it was someone with Tourette's. They couldn't help themselves.
Why did
Fuck.
you pick on a kid with Tourette's? That's
yeah.
terrible.
No, so I
Can't believe you would do this shit.
I warned
assume
him,
he's got a
and
big
he
heart.
fucked it up, and so I fucked him up. I punched him 3 times. He curled up in the seat, started crying, and I was like,
Because he has Tourette's. He was probably
no
a Down
idea what he was
syndrome
Bro,
kid.
why would you do this?
and then
He
I
was
pointed at him, and I
curse
called him.
words.
I was like, "That's what you get, you fucking piece of shit."
course, you gotta
I
tell
belittled him.
So now Drayden has Tourette's as well?
Yeah.
The fuck?
So
Do we all just have Tourette's? Are we all just blurting out obscenities?
Wow,
But
dude.
this is
Mine turned dark real fast. That went
This
from
got
0
dark
fights
real
to I'm gonna kick the shit out of somebody and call him names.
And he deserved it.
He deserved it. Yeah.
yeah. That's why we got
I don't care
divorced.
about any
No,
of his special needs.
He
No, but, like,
deserved it. That's
dude,
the best part.
no. So
Now you woke me
that's
back up,
that.
motherfuckers.
It was in junior high. I'm a new man.
Trade.
You're a
Drayden,
big
this is
guy.
why we have to get divorced.
I know. Well,
Trey,
didn't we
how
already?
long-
I thought we
how
split
long
the
have-
house. That's why I'm paying
How long have you been
$16.55 in
beating
rent.
up Rain's suitors?
Bro,
I
you
did. I
don't
came
gotta
right
pay
back for that
anything.
one,
We
Liz.
could
That
just
was
live
funny.
rent free, Drayden.
Oh man, in Dirk's head.
Rent free.
Oh, in
in
Brisk's
head.
Brisk's head. No, not Dirk's head.
Dirk said so.
What if we split the 2 heads?
It would be a lot cheaper for rent if
Well,
you split it.
they're
Drew
right.
splits heads all the time. What are you talking about?
You should try to split it if you can. It's way better financially.
But yeah, no, that's the only fight I've been in my life.
Look, I
Um,
realize you guys still think about me and talk about me. Could you maybe just?
And I was
contribute to my
12.
rent?
I was 12.
Like
Dude,
that's a
think about
reasonable
you.
question.
I
Don't
think
feel
about you
bad.
all the time, Ackroth. What are you talking about?
And Dom, and that's why I appreciate the check you send every month. And you're a great
Yeah,
guy.
I talk about
We-
you and think about you. I
That's
talk
exactly
about you
right.
a lot. I mean, behind your back, but yeah.
Dom helps out with my rent, and I'm just suggesting that everybody can have that situation.
All I need is a little bit of butt. That's it.
Drayden, did you see the thing I DM'd you? Not DM'd you. I pinged you
Did you
For
see
the
the thing I
charity
damned you
drive.
with? I damned the shit out of you. What the hell are you
The
talking about?
charity drive for the boobies.
Wait, there's boobies?
I don't know. I said boobies because I thought it'd get your attention.
It would.
It
It,
did.
definitely
It got
would.
all of our attention.
Okay, and guess show notes I posted.
There's
Boobies?
no
Oh, I'm
There's
gonna
no
look right
boobies in this picture, Rain.
No,
Oh,
you should
This is-
respond and do the charity thing.
Oh,
so the
yeah,
thing
yeah,
about
yeah.
false
I will.
advertisement is it's somewhat effective, but it's very
well, this is more uterus
Very
thing than boobies,
disrespectful.
but I like.
Well, you can show Vagine instead of Bob's.
You know what it reminds me of?
Bob's
Patch
energy.
Adams, where he makes the big
Vagine isn't.
vagina
uterus-
and
No, I'm
legs
down
for
for
the
this. Yeah, I'm
gynecology
down for this.
thing.
Yeah.
Is
Rain and
Manic's
I-
profile picture Taylor Swift?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good.
We-
Imagine being a
we all
coward and
changed-
not having your own face as your profile picture. Me and Rain know what's up.
That's right.
I've
So-
had this picture since
Blast
Mine,
him!
my picture too, fucker.
So Manic and I
Blast
changed
him's here
our
in chat.
pictures for a short minute for the
Blast him.
Blast
for
him.
the
Grandma
Redline
boobies.
thing when he was
Oh,
declaring his
Redline T-shirts.
when Redline was declaring his resistance to the man. Some of us chose to go with Taylor Swift for solidarity, and it was a short minute thing. I think sorry.
Oh, speaking
think-
of T-shirts,
I think that Manic just forgot to change.
were we
his
speaking
back.
of T-shirts?
And
I think it
and
was.
honestly, you know why? Why even fuss about it?
Redline
You know?
made a T-shirt.
Taylor Swift
That's-
is a fantastic young
Taylor
lady.
Swift
She's-
is actually my Steam profile picture.
exactly. She's a very smart young lady.
She's
She'll
also
be fine.
she's also the official Habit mascot, so there's that too.
That's
We need to
exactly
get some
right.
of these T-shirts right here.
November. What's your
She's a
Steam?
winner
The
with
Steam
upper
is-
management written all
Hang on.
over.
I'll post my Steam link in Twitch chat. Hang on, everyone can be my friends.
Oh shit! Thanks.
First, I need to figure out how to.
I want to lurk
Dude,
you
my
while you
arms
play
smell
games that we're not
sexy.
playing together, so I can give you a hard time. Is
I
that okay?
mostly at the moment I mostly just play Blood Bowl 2 while I wait for
Tiny
Blood Bowl
Dick Homies
3
with
to
the
come out.
fucking thorax.
Tiny Dick Homies. Can we get
With
that?
the
It's
thorax.
Tiny Dick homies hit me up. Oh man, it's
November
gone.
flying a thorax.
It's a stubby
what now?
thorax.
November, what's your fucking?
It's shorter than it
I
should.
just,
Because they
I just
lost.
posted it in
What?
Twitch
What?
chat.
They lost.
It's not on. What is that? That's a.
That's the
like,
link. You click the link.
So is this on Teespring?
Wait, do I
And-
sign in?
How do I post that in my Steam?
That's my friend code. You can go to Steam and you click on your name, and then in the drop down
Right.
menu you go friends,
I can't figure it out.
But
and then
it
add a
doesn't-
friend, and then you can enter a friend code.
My password's
Oh.
wrong.
Friend code. Cool.
460218 is my friend code. You can add my friend code.
November.
They
Why
can
are
be
we
my
not
friend.
friends? Oh my god, it is Taylor Swift.
It's from Shake It Off. Rain has added me to their friend list. Nice.
Shake It Off was a
Yeah.
successful video.
Oh, I
for
have to go to my Gmail for a special code.
Don't listen to those haters. Shake it off. It's fact. So dumb. Where can I purchase this shirt? Like this stubby
Oh,
thorax?
Redline has. a
Wait,
link,
what do I?
I don't know. They don't exist yet. I should make them, right?
Add as friend.
I remember us making the joke about it quite a while ago.
Okay, I added you to a
It seems
friend.
like it's real for a moment.
Yeah. It'll pop up and I'll.
Wait, November posted the link. Not November. I'm stupid.
No, Dom.
Redline posted
Dom
the link.
posted the link in guest show notes.
Wait,
no,
wait, I-
Tiny Dick
no,
Homies.
Redline did.
I don't. I don't see you on here. November. I see Delana.
Right there.
Delana, my brother Rain, and
Right. I'm
Yeah,
guessing
you
he
need to-
reposted.
Add
you need
him.
to go to. You need
After
to
a
go
long
to.
ass
I
time.
logged in and added you as a friend, but I don't see you on
November
here.
declined me. He said, "Fuck you."
No, I accepted you. It's
Wow.
just
Oh, there it
them.
is. I see it now.
Wow.
Wait,
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Ignore
Hey
me.
Dom, how pretentious are those Australians like in practice?
But I
Are
don't
they
see
pretty
it.
shitty?
I like Australia.
They seem
I'm not
they
gonna
seem
lie.
super shitty
Wait,
like
hang
in
on,
practice.
wait a minute.
Australians, they turn me on.
I'm gonna share
Well, of
my
course.
screen instead of my.
I've seen
camera.
those short.
Yeah, they
It's
were
all
short
thigh.
shorts. Exactly.
It's all thigh and it's
Fuck
fantastic.
yeah.
Thighs before guys, dude.
That's right.
Okay,
That's
so
why
hang
I
on.
vote for
Hell
Look
yeah.
at
November's thighs. Before
That's what I
himself.
go with.
if you look at the Twitch stream now. Hang on, is it showing up?
Wait, but
Oh,
I got your thing.
you got Mitten.
I got your
Yeah,
thing.
oh, you
November,
guys
but I
can
didn't
see
get
this?
Everybody has mint.
Yeah, Mitten.
So if you look at look, you should be able to
What am I
go
looking
here.
at?
In Discord, I'm sharing my screen.
Discord.
so that
Oh, I
everyone
gotta
can.
watch stream. Okay.
You said stream.
I know I did.
I'm
I'm
watching
sorry.
it
I'm
now.
sorry.
I'm
In
watching it
in Discord, you can see me sharing my screen to see how to add a friend. Right? You go here and you click on your
Oh, no, I
name.
figured it out. Remember?
Yeah. I'm showing everyone else. You go
Wait,
here.
oh,
you choose friends from the drop down, and then you go add a friend, and then you enter the friend code in the box.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh, I'm already friends with this.
Yeah, I don't do
In
much
Tokyo
social
right
with
now,
Steam,
wow.
so I appreciate that.
Yeah. Or alternatively, you can. That's how you get your friend code to send to someone else, or you can get the
Oh,
link.
okay, you could just post it somewhere.
I saw
Nice.
my.
You have Radicos.
That's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
we played Counter Strike together.
I appreciate that, November. I really do.
No worries. I'm glad I could be of service.
I don't do a lot with Steam.
It
like
took me
I
it took
have
me a
very
long
close
time to
friends.
figure this out as well, so I like to share it to others.
Dominarch. I'm gonna add Dominarch.
Hold on.
Hey,
Yeah,
Dom.
me. How'd
I'm
you do it?
wait. I'm not
they
getting
just said
any of
how-
this.
You don't
you
see
s-
it?
No.
Wait,
November.
Taka.
November.
Oh,
I
I'm
got
already
your
friends.
link.
Here, I got my
I
friend
put
code.
it in,
Hold on.
and it didn't
I'm gonna put my friend
add
code
you as
somewhere.
a
Wait, you're
friend.
friends with the judge?
I'm not.
Whoa, bro. Whoa.
Whoa.
The
Whoa.
link is dumb. Just open up Steam
I open up Steam.
I put
No,
my
I
friend
I-
code
I-
in.
hold on.
in
and go to
guest code.
friends.
Am I?
Hey, thanks.
I went to friends.
Add a friend.
Oh, Drayden's on. Oh,
See
I-
the add a friend button?
Yeah, I don't see you, but I did
Oh, you
your.
have Devil
I got
Man.
your link,
Did you
and
see
I.
my friend thing?
She just called you a devil, man.
Hold on.
No, that's literally his name.
November. How do I do it?
That's creepy.
Is this
Alright.
silly?
Are you watching? Are you watching in Discord? I'm sharing my screen.
Who is this person?
no.
Go to
Dom, I tried
Discord
those
and watch my
numbers you
stream.
posted, and they didn't do anything.
That's my code.
Because I got your link.
November, you have
I
two
copy and
aims.
pasted it. Did
Oh,
nothing.
okay. So I.
November,
I
do you have two
It
Steams? Who
says
is
we're
this
more
person?
than numbers. We're people. Enter a
Yeah,
username
okay,
and
so-
tag.
so
it should look
look.
something like. and
So
then
can you
it
see my
makes-
screen here?
Try it now.
Yeah.
See where it's got my name here, like store library community, and then it's got November.
Yeah.
There's a drop
Dom,
down,
that's
and you
the
choose
same
friends,
Headliner.
Now put that number. That fuck.
and there should be like a little add a friend. I'm on the wrong screen, but there's should be a little add a friend button right here, and that'll take you to this screen, and then
Yeah.
you put the
Rain
friend
figured it
code in the
out.
box. And my friend code is 460218. You go enter a friend code, and it'll pop me up, and then you go send invite.
What's your number?
Yeah, Dom, that does not work.
Wait.
Or
Mine
give me
looks
your
like-
friend number.
Whoa.
Mine looks like a
okay, so I
normal
put your number in. I see it says November 3.
Honey
Yeah, and then you
Bunch
should be able to
Bravo.
hit send invite.
The send invite button is grayed out.
Oh.
Should
God
not
damn
be.
it. How do I send my
Pending
shit to other
invites.
people?
Who's
Oh, I see it now.
digital?
I think I see it.
Why is that? Now I went through your link.
All right, what's your friend code? You should be able to see your friend code.
I can
though, right?
add Redline.
I
Okay,
can
so
see mine,
so
but I
so
can't
my
copy and
friend
paste
code
it.
is 7426148.
Thump.
Thump.
God, I'm adding literally everyone I
Oh
recognize.
yeah,
from
I see.
PL.
I see how it's.
But
like.
why is it grayed out?
I don't know. Hang on. I don't know.
Where
Maybe
you
it's
seeing a
maybe
list
it's a
of people?
setting. Maybe it's a setting or something. Oh, they were looking at my friend list.
Do I have
I don't know
a?
what Rain sees
Do I
a
have a
list of
don't allow
Bill Nye
people
the
to
cum
invite?
shot guy.
All right, I'm gonna copy your friend code
Where
anyway,
is
and we'll
this
figure it out later.
Rain?
How do I copy myself? I saw myself with the code.
All right, so
but-
you go to so open Steam, go to your name, so mine's Rain. You click on it, you click friends. It says your friend code or whatever the fuck,
My username is Akaroth
Add a
hashtag
friend.
4176, but I can't.
and it
click
says your
and
friend
No,
code,
change
and
that.
it says
Steam,
enter
not
your friend
Discord.
code to invite
No,
them
I'm,
to
ta-
connect.
I'm sorry.
And then it says enter friend code, so you right click paste, and it clicks the friend code, and then it pops up November or whatever the fuck, and then you click send
Hey,
invite.
headliner.
That's
Hold
probably
on.
a big part of my
I'm
problem,
checking to make
is
sure I
that
didn't
Steam
turn on
does
some
apologize.
deny random invites.
Yeah,
for, like,
that's
spam
what
or something.
I'm trying to figure that out now. Hang on.
Because like
I'm
sorry.
worked.
Dom, I didn't realize it was Steam, not Discord.
yeah, because like I don't think so.
Maybe hang on. Wait. Maybe we're already friends. Maybe
I didn't
we're already-
realize.
Like says I went already
Dominic, did I add you? I added like everyone else.
Oh yeah. Look, you're online. I see you. We're already friends. It's good. We're Gucci.
Oh wait, where's the
said
friends
this
list?
We have friends in common. Profile link.
Are we Gucci?
Yeah,
So,
we're Gucci
why do I not
fans.
see you
No.
online? Where are you?
I don't know. I just sent you a
right
message
here.
in
Oh,
Steam.
I okay, online. I see.
I don't see Rain. Why don't I get
Well,
that?
no, we're friends. It says you were last online a year ago.
I see. Okay, so it says you're okay. So you're online, but not playing
friends.
a game. It
Who are your
says
friends?
It says
Okay,
Rain
Far
is.
from puking. I'm
It says
adding
Rain
him.
is playing Final Fantasy 14 online.
Yeah, I am. I'm dance clubbing.
Hell yeah! And then
Jag!
Delon is
I'm
playing
adding him.
Oxygen Not Included. Did I just dox her?
Docs whom?
Mini puking.
And then my brother and another friend of mine are playing Tiny Tina's Wonderland because apparently that just got released as a multiplayer update. So
Oh, you have Cypher. I have him on my friends list too.
I'm still trying to figure out how to add this.
back to this.
You have Blazing Buddy on your friends list. Oh, Manny. I remember Manny.
Manfred?
No, Manny
Manfred.
Dolphins.
Oh, different
Manfred
man.
Sidious?
No.
That's what I'm wondering.
No, different Manny.
Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. What the?
Oh yeah. I've been seeing a lot of videos of that.
It's well thought of.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I had
It's
so many people.
Oh, I was.
you can
thinking
literally
that.
just put like millions versus millions if you want, and it's pretty
Yeah, it's-
intense. It's pretty crazy.
You set up battles, and
Yeah.
it can be pretty interesting.
Are they ultimate battles?
They're
Are they-
ultimate.
And if you choose them to be, they can
They're
be.
ultimate and epic, and you can like there's
It's up to you.
there's a bunch of presets, but you can like customize those presets too. There's people that are like, oh, 1,000,000 Spartans versus 10 archers that are ultra rapid fire that we set to shoot like 500,000 arrows every second.
Oh, okay, I see.
And then like let them fight, and then they see what happens. And most of the arrows miss.
Let
but-
them fight.
Yeah. It's one of those things that I feel like you'd mess around with like for an hour or two, and you're like, I'm bored with this now. So I never got it, but
So I just posted my little number thing to Dom. I don't see how you can add his number to like my friend thing.
Just right below where you get your number, it says enter friend code.
yeah.
You,
So
you,
I-
need
I
to
was-
be, you need to be like actually in Steam itself and
Yeah.
not just the friends list. Like you need to go
Oh.
into Steam.
Yeah,
and at, the,
problem.
at the top there's like 4 options, and there's like store and library and whatever. And the 4th one is your name. And if you click on your name, you get a drop down menu, and from there you can choose friends.
Friends, yeah.
And then
Invite
inside friends
sisters
there is an
and
add a friend, or there's like add friends button. If you click on that, you get a window that shows you your friend code and gives you a spot to add other people's friend codes.
Yeah,
I sent you a
I
request.
messed up because I was
You gotta go in
thinking
there and-
I was looking at like friends online, and I was only seeing the friends that were
Yeah.
actively playing other games, and so I was like, oh, I don't.
There's
see
like 3
you.
separate groups of people. There's
But yeah,
like
it's like-
online playing, online, and offline.
Yeah. So
I found a Dominarch in Des Moines, Iowa.
That would be me.
you just
Desmond.
dox him? He's in the Desmondes.
I am.
found
I'm
him.
not in Desmondes, but I'm next to Desmondes.
Uh-uh.
I hang out in Desmondes.
There's a Desmondes, Washington.
Should
I'm gonna add him
There
so he can
is.
make fun of me when
It's like-
I failed to get a
I
chance.
didn't realize that. I was like, it's like, oh, it's in Des Moines. I'm like,
That was really funny
I
driving
it's like,
through
no,
Seattle.
Washington.
I asked him.
I'm like, wait. There's a Des Moines, Washington. It's like in Seattle, basically.
Is there?
It's like a little tiny suburb of
We
Seattle.
did the cruise. We had to pass Des Moines.
Yeah,
like,
it's a
exits.
tiny little tiny township in
The first time
Seattle
I
area.
ever read the word hors d'oeuvres, it was hors d'oeuvres.
Horsey
because
doovers, dude.
I didn't know.
Horsey doovers. All right, my time has come. I gotta go.
All right.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
where-
to bed
into
too,
the night.
Yeah,
team.
it might be
I
a-
It was
love
nice
you all.
hanging out with you all. I enjoy you. Thank you all.
Yeah. I'm gonna probably head to bed too.
November,
I'm gonna,
real fast.
Children like
Bye,
Yeah. What?
I feel bad for this anywhere from like 5 to 29 people because most of them is obviously us, but some of them might be people that are either tuning in to enjoy the show or tuning in to make fun of the show, as you do.
Yeah.
People do.
Either or.
So
It's a bunch of drunk
I feel
people.
bad for them.
When you live rent free in boomer heads.
I'll see you in like the second or something,
It's,
Vlad.
it's the most affordable approach I've noticed so far, and
I gotta go.
The economy's tough, so you got to do what you got
It's
to do.
gonna be rough. I don't
Right, good
have.
night, team. Bye bye.
Bye.
You're
I don't
leaving
have
too?
internet until Thursday. What am I gonna do?
Jesus.
I think that I will skip out on Beavis and Butthead tonight, probably.
I
if
don't
that's
think
still
I'm gonna
happening,
play
but
it. I think I'm.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night.
I think Manic. No, I can't do it tomorrow. I move out tomorrow.
He has no house.
I move out tomorrow, and I don't have internet until Thursday. because
But think about Friday
they can't install
or Saturday. You'll have high speed internet. And you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
stream
So
the shit out of that
next
bitch.
week's show I'll have internet, but as of tomorrow until next Thursday, I will have no internet because they can't install.
That's the
it
way
till
those
but I will
things
have
happen.
fiber internet, so it'll be way faster then. But
yeah.
But yeah, so that's the thing. I will just have to survive on single player offline games and just watching shit on my tablet, I guess. So whatever. But with that being said,
there you go, Enigma.
Enigma. Oh, whoa, whoa,
Enigma
whoa.
Sterling. I gave you the Discord. You can join us next time. Hope you got it before you left. I don't know.
Did you actually?
The name pronunciation there's
it was a little off, sure.
I think that was an honest name
Enigma
mispronunciation.
Sterling. That's his name. I'm looking at it.
That's right. Okay.
That's not his name?
It's not what you said. You know what? It's fine. It's
What
fine.
did I say?
I can't repeat
What-
it.
what
It's
did
against
you
it's
say?
against TOS. I'm just saying.
I did not say
We know what. No,
You
we
said
know
on
what.
the bot.
We
I
know
don't
what.
want to be there.
We
I
know what.
didn't mean to say anything bad, but that doesn't mean I
No,
didn't.
we know what you meant, and it's fine
I
because
said the bad N-word. did I?
Enigma Prime.
What a
That's
dirty
correct.
bitch I am. I'm
That's
a dirty
100%
bitch.
correct.
you did. But like I said, it was an honest, just drunk slip of the tongue. You didn't mean it, so it's
Is
fine.
it?
It's fine.
Is it?
Yeah.
Dominark said Enigma, and we'll just run with that. Because I'm pretty sure he did say Enigma at some point.
He did at the end. He fixed it. So
Right at the end. That's correct.
Maybe.
I think I only got the first 3 letters out before I fixed myself. Yeah, clip it. I know what I
Yeah,
said.
I heard. I was like, wait,
Well,
what?
don't
And then he fixed it. Like, oh, okay.
I know what I said.
We'll allow it. But
I'm doubling down. Fuck it.
anyway, so
Enigma Prime.
Enigma Prime.
we're gonna.
No, nigga Sterling.
Where
Yes,
do we buy this t-shirt?
it's Enigma Sterling.
Enigma Sterling. I said it right.
All right, so we're gonna be out for the night. Everyone have a good night. I'm going to go to bed.
I'm gonna watch The Boys.
Fuck, I have to pack.
Be nice to other folks. and
I
have
can't
a
even
good
go to
time.
bed. Look at my bed. It's like
You
full of
gotta pack,
boxes.
bitch.
It's
You
bull-
gotta
Trading-
pack, motherfucker.
I got.
Trade
Well,
in,
I
in my
mostly
experience,
pack
you
myself
can push
stuff
the
to pack
boxes
there.
to the other side of the bed, and you can still fall asleep.
I
pack
got
in the
boxes.
morning.
I got boxes there. I got boxes there, but I still have some stuff to pack there. My bed is not made because I washed
can-
all my sheets and everything so that I could sleep on them tonight and then pack them in the morning. So I have to like make my bed, clear all the shit off my bed, pack it.
Trade,
make
you
my-
can sleep with those boxes.
I could.
You could. And that's what I'm
could.
telling you.
But
It's not a huge fuss. Like those boxes.
I'm
they're
not gonna
in
mess
it,
with the
you'll be fine.
boxes. I'm
You
I'm
could
just
let them live on your bed, and you
I
can
just
go to
need to
sleep.
like hang
You
up the
just need to move
clothes
them
on my
out of your way.
bed and then like put my sheets on my bed.
Before this becomes a whole, we're gonna talk here for another 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah,
I'm
probably.
gonna
Sure.
go ahead and hang up, and I'll.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's a good idea. We should. You know what?
Or
I'll
maybe
figure it
later
out.
this
I
week.
will. I will survive.
Wait,
and I
real
will-
quick. Can we do a final shot? Dom, are you still here?
Yeah.
I'm here.
What? Can we do a final shot?
Yeah, let's do a final
Yeah,
shot.
let's
What
do
are
it.
we doing?
Ackroth, you're up. Final shots.
Final shots, final thoughts.
Should we do
I
a
don't
thing?
want to do to Drayden's apartment because I already did that as the opening. But
Birthday.
well then yeah. Thank you
Birthday
for
was.
that layup.
My birthday was yesterday. Do it that.
I'm gonna do a shot to Drayden's birthday because
Fuck you.
Hey.
I
He's
was
a-
gonna do one too.
Drayden's a great guy.
I'm an
If
old
you don't
man
drink to his
now.
birthday, you might be a piece of shit. I don't know if that's a fact, but you might be.
It's probably in there somewhere.
And if you have to sit there and think about, am I a piece of shit because I don't drink to Drayden's birthday, then it's kind of self-explanatory. So it's
There
very
you go.
spend some time
dude, that's
reflecting
deep.
on how you feel about yourself.
That's fucking deep.
Yeah, there's some
It's like past the
philosophy in
3
it.
That's past the 3 foot, right?
Yeah, and then
Deep end. Whose turn?
it's you, Dom.
I can't see it.
All right. My final shot is to Enigma Sterling, our new good friend.
What is that from?
Shots to you. No, Enigma Sterling.
Is
Am I
that
saying it
from
right?
something though?
I don't know. I'm promising him lots of stuff.
Like, am I missing a reference?
Promise him
He's one of our listeners.
the sun and the moon,
Enigma
the stars.
Oh, no,
in
I
the
see
sky.
it. I do see it actually. Enigma Sterling.
Jesus,
I'm sorry.
tripping
I've
like this, dude.
never seen that name before. I
Always
apologize.
knew.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Now that I look in chat, I'm like, oh yeah, that's clearly somebody there.
I have a whole nother fucking drink to drink now. Fuck.
Well, now you have to.
So am I up now?
You're up,
I think
baby.
you are, yeah.
Fucking A. Well,
Tamber, are you talking? We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, now.
I think he just wasn't talking before.
Go ahead, Drayden.
Yeah, I don't think he was.
No, I'll do a shot to fucking A. What the hell did I do a shot to?
You fucking. You know what? Do a shot to the dude whose ass you beat back in junior high.
That's right.
No,
Fucking monster over
I'm
here.
gonna do a shot to all the
Big
fucking
man on campus.
gifted, all the gifted subs at the start of the show. Because honestly, there was like 50 gifted subs, I think, and they're
That'd
still
be
on.
damn.
They're still on the whole get me to Vegas thing. So I do appreciate that. So I think I might be able to actually go. So I'll do my damnedest. It's gonna be tight budgeting, but over the next probably 4 months, but I think I can get it rolling. So
I believe that you believe, and just make it happen.
now I still refuse to yank the wallet money to do it. But I think I can do it on my
That's
own.
good. That's good because we all intended that actually to go to LB. So
That's what I would like to go to, but I don't know
I'm
if you can do
kidding.
it or not. But the thing is, like, I think I always
I
try to
think we
make the
would love
wallet
to have
money
you
be
go.
a.
Did you do his final shot? This is turning into a speech.
Well,
It
it
is
is a
kinda,
final
yeah.
shot. It's a final shot speech. I'm just saying. So, I like the wallet money to go to group stuff. So, like, shirt
To the wallet money.
shirts, and then also drinks for everybody type of thing.
To the wallet money.
Cabana purchases. So that,
Arr.
all right. So
drink to that.
yeah. But anyway, thank you to all for the subs and gifted subs.
don't forget to write your
Oh.
letters
Amber,
to the
you're
Canadian
up.
government. Everyone.
Tamber, you're up.
Tamper.
I've got up in still trying to figure out what we've been talking about all day. So
Oh, you don't
We
have to
haven't
talk about
figured it
what
out
we're talking
either.
about. You just have to declare what you're talking about for a shot.
I do want a tiny dick homie for his shirt. I do. want
Tiny tick.
Sure.
tiny dick.
yeah,
homie.
shots for the shirt.
Yeah.
Modern Inferno. Hi.
I feel like I remember that design, but then when they showed it tonight, I was like, wow, that seems different, But I'm pretty sure I'd seen it before.
Yeah, we made it when I don't know.
When we were talking about tiny dick homies, and
I
that's
think
fine
that's
because
when we made it. Yeah, I think
because
that's
the thorax sometimes doesn't feel, just super confident. Sometimes it's just hanging out, just
it's a
being
tiny dick homie.
just
Yeah.
being cold, or just hanging out by itself. It doesn't have anything to prove to anyone.
So
Tamber, did you do a final shot? I couldn't hear you.
uh,
I look really good tonight, motherfucker.
yeah, look at it.
I don't think it did.
Vlad, you're up.
What?
Fuck it. I'll do one for. Hopefully, we have more good fights like last night, and Goons bring it.
I heard
You,
good
you want
things
more
about that fight.
losses? We're gonna give you. We got our our victories.
Right, exactly. That's what he said.
The tiny dick
Your,
homies,
your,
baby.
your Eagle producers will love you, Dom. Keep
They-
feeding them
they-
and make
they
them more
already do.
money. Eat the rich. Start with your own alliance.
We're not
mean,
rich. We're poor.
They addressed that they ran out of ships, and they know that they're going to build a shitload more ships. That's what they do.
That is what we do.
Yeah. Some of what you do is lose a bunch of ships, but some of what you do is build a bunch of ships. So it's a really
I lose them. Other people build them.
it's
I buy
a
'em,
it's a beautiful
or they
balance,
lose 'em. Yeah, that's okay.
in my opinion.
All right. Good night, guys. I gotta go to bed.
All right,
That
yeah,
buddy.
we're off for the night. Everyone, thanks for hanging out and
Sorry
watching.
if you joined late.
Surprisingly, everyone that made it this far is like you guys made it through the political talk. But I think the
Wow,
political
we're at
talk.
5:44.
I think the political talk was something.
5 hours.
Regardless of the each stuff, it's an important thing. So we want to dive into it. I did at least. So, man, and the thing is, like, I feel like most people are on the same page as us to one degree or another, and still, that shit went through today. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
It's weird when the populace, the most popular party
it's-
or numbers don't translate to what
it doesn't.
exists.
I hate that it doesn't translate to the actual nation's population
popular
itself.
vote, popular opinion, popular.
Like I said,
whatever.
put it to an actual popular vote. I bet 2/3 of the people go
it's a slippery
pro-choice,
slope.
but at less than 50%.
on the because it's Republican dominated on the Senate and stuff like that, or it will be. It doesn't reflect the actual people in the country, so it's just fucking crazy. But anyway,
we'll see how it all plays
enough
out.
Enough on that. We'll see how it plays out. I mean, anyway. Good night, everybody. We'll catch you next week.
Night, bud. Talk to you soon. Good luck on your move.
Yeah, thank you.